Chapter 4132. Sect Master Yun, Sect Master Yun? Hua Fei waved his hand helplessly. That's not what I meant. I'm just thanking the Fortune Gate's disciples. Alright, since that's the case, this matter is settled. What did Sect Master Hua say? I can't hear you clearly. Yun Che muttered to himself. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. Since the Yong'an Mountain is already like this, there's no need to talk about it anymore. Taoist Xiao has already sent the Fortune Gate's disciples to the Snow/Gate. I'll follow Taoist Xiao. As he spoke, Yun Che reached out and extinguished the light from the magic treasure. When Yun Che held the magic treasure in his hand, he turned around and smiled. Taoist Xiao, you've seen it for yourself. Sect Master Hua is really indulging in fantasy. He wants the Fortune Gate's Yong'an Mountain to be passed down. However, due to the interference in the communication channel, I think he wants Taoist Xiao to bring the Yong'an Mountain out and impart it to someone. No matter what, I think the main hall's suggestion is good. I hope Taoist Xiao can consider it. Sect Master Hua's suggestion is very creative. This Xiao also feels that it is refreshing to hear. However, since it is the conference hall's request, this Xiao will reluctantly accept. After Xiao Hua finished speaking, the two of them looked at each other and laughed loudly. Alright, the matter of the Yong'an Mountain is over. There's no need to talk about it anymore. Yun Che smiled and took out a jade slip. He raised his hand and pointed at it. The jade slip emitted a misty green brilliance, and within this brilliance the images of 21 devil emperors appeared. Yun Che solemnly looked at Xiao Hua and asked, Spiritual Master, take a look. Which devil emperor is the one that trapped Spiritual Master? Sect Master Yun, please wait a moment. Xiao Hua said as his gaze fell on the images of the 21 devil emperors. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua shook his head and replied, The devil emperor I met is not among these 21. Yun Che sighed. At this time, he frowned and looked at the magic treasure in his hand. He knew that it was Hua Fei's message, so he ignored it and said, As expected, every time a devil emperor appears he changes his body. This is the 22nd one. After saying that, Yun Che passed the jade slip to Xiao Hua. I'll have to trouble Spiritual Master to record the image of that devil monarch on this jade slip. Xiao Hua accepted the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. He immediately understood what was going on and recorded the appearance of the devil monarch on the jade slip before returning it to Yun Che. Then he looked at Yun Che and said thoughtfully, Since the devil monarch wants to trap the ruins, he must have a purpose. If it's just to kill the cultivators of the ruins, there's no need to use so many gimmicks. Every time they appear they use different devil bodies. I think they're trying to hide their purpose. That's right. Yun Che nodded. This is also the reason why my assembly hall has been unable to figure it out for so many years. This is also the other reason why I wanted to meet Taoist Master. I wonder if Taoist Master Xiao has noticed anything strange from the perspective of an outsider? Soul. Xiao Hua replied without hesitation. This Xiao feels that the reason why the devil race has surrounded the ruins is for the souls of cultivators. Refining the blood demon artifact? Yun Che didn't believe him and shook his head. I also thought so at the beginning. However, the devil race's blood demon artifact is usually sacrificed with the blood of living souls. Every time there's a great battle, the cultivators of the ruins will also pay attention to the matter of blood sacrifice. However, after the great battle, the devil race didn't use the devil formation to refine the blood demon artifact. Even after so many years, we haven't seen a particularly powerful blood demon artifact. But Xiao Hua hesitated again. However, he only paused for a moment before continuing, The ruins are filled with wandering souls that can't fall into the yellow springs. For such wandering souls to be trapped in the ruins by the devil race, there must be a premeditated plan. Even if they haven't refined it now, it doesn't mean they won't do it in the future. Maybe they're waiting until they've killed enough cultivators and gathered enough wandering souls before starting to refine it. Yun Che was shocked. Could it be that what Lu Wuxia said is true? Misty School's Lu Wuxia, Sect Master Lu? Xiao Hua's eyes flashed as he asked curiously. Yun Che nodded and said, Yes. Previously, I guessed that the reason the devil race surrounded the ruins was to refine the blood demon artifact. But later on, I didn't discover any abnormalities, so I started to think about other things. Sect Master Lu always believed that the devil race's goal was souls, because she used the Misty School's secret technique to detect more and more wandering souls in the ruins. Even the disciples of the various sects with different talents also felt that the wandering souls were abnormal. However, the discussion hall never took this matter seriously. Hearing this, Xiaohua understood that the Dao sect's techniques in the ruins probably didn't have a secret technique that specialized in detecting wandering souls. Normal cultivators wouldn't be able to detect the increasing number of wandering souls in the ruins. And Lu Wuxia, who knew the secret technique, couldn't convince other cultivators, so the discussion hall didn't take the wandering souls seriously at all. Looks like I have to report this matter to the discussion hall as soon as possible. As he spoke, Yun Che naturally reached out his hand to activate the magic treasure. However, looking at the flickering light of the magic treasure, Yun Che laughed involuntarily and said, "Forget it, let's wait a little longer. I think that old bastard Hua Fei must have woken up and wants to go back on his words. We won't give him the chance to go back on his words." "That's fine too," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Since the devil race hasn't started using these wandering souls to refine devil artifacts for so many years, I think they won't in the near future. If we chase the devil race away, they won't have a chance at all. Sect Master Yun also doesn't need to report in such a hurry." Actually, Yun Che changed the topic again and said, "Although Daoist Xiao and Sect Master Lu both think so, but I don't dare to agree. Could it be that Sect Master Yun found something strange?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "I did find something strange," Yun Che replied. "For example, the devil race besieged the ruins. Why did the teleportation formation in the ruins malfunction? If they wanted more cultivators, why didn't they make the teleportation formation work properly and attract more cultivators? Secondly, what exactly is the devil formation that besieges the ruins? If it's a blood sacrifice devil formation, why did the devil race only besiege and not attack? Why did they only seal the connection between the ruins and the outside world and not launch a large-scale attack on the ruins? Sect Master Yun's meaning is?" Xiao Hua didn't quite understand. Yun Che explained, "The teleportation formations in the ruins that lead to the cultivation world are either built in the void or in the starry sky. There are even many that are hidden extremely well. If they aren't very clear about these teleportation formations, it wouldn't be easy to seal these teleportation formations and even more impossible to destroy the communication channel." Xiao Hua understood and said with a smile, "Could it be that Sect Master Yun suspects that there are humans in the ruins who are colluding with the devil race? If there are, then they must be experts of the Dao transformation realm." Yun Che nodded slightly. "And there are 120 sects in the ruins. I don't know which Dao transformation expert is such a scum. Cooperating with the devil race is tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin, especially cooperating with the devil emperor. I think there won't be such a stupid cultivator," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Yes. The key point is, if it's for wandering souls, there's even less need for human cultivators to cooperate with the devil race." Yun Che nodded. "So following this train of thought, I suspect that the devil race besieged the ruins for so long for other purposes." Yun Che explained again. "However, it's not convenient for me to explain this to other fellow Taoists in the ruins. It's not convenient for other fellow Taoists, but it's convenient for me?" Xiao Hua was a little surprised. "Because this matter involves the purpose of my Shindao sect's establishment in the ruins. It also involves some of the ruins' secrets. If I were to leak this out, it would cause a rift between my Shindao sect and the other sects in the ruins. It would also cause the main hall to be dissatisfied with my Shindao sect." Yun Che did not hide anything from Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback and asked meaningfully, "Then why did Sect Master Yun tell me?" "Because this Yun came to find Daoist Xiao to form an alliance with the Fortune Gate. More importantly, I want Daoist Xiao to become my Divine Saber Gate's guest elder." Up until now, Yun Che had finally revealed his true purpose in coming here. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand saying, "I'm just an outsider. I only came to the ruins because of an error in the transmission array. When the devil race is defeated and the devil formation surrounding the ruins is removed, I will leave the ruins with the Fortune Gate disciples. Since that's the case, what's the point of forming an alliance with the Shindao sect? There's no value in Sect Master Yun inviting me to be your guest elder. First of all," Yun Che looked at Xiao Hua and said sincerely, "Daoist Xiao, don't be too optimistic about defeating the devil race. My ruins and the devil race have been fighting for several hundred years, and Daoist Xiao has been in the ruins for more than a decade. When has the devil race ever shown signs of defeat? The devil formation surrounding the ruins has never made any mistakes. Therefore, I estimate that even if this stalemate continues for another 1,000 years, there might not be any results." "What else?" Xiao Hua smiled. "Could it be related to the Shindao sect's purpose in establishing a sect in the ruins?" "That's right." Yun Che nodded. My Shindao sect's founder was a disciple of the Supreme White Sect. He naturally came to this remote ruins to establish a sect, and this purpose is only known by each generation's Shindao sect master. And this purpose is very likely to be the same as the devil race surrounding the ruins. Oh, then, what is your Shindao sect's purpose in coming to the ruins? Xiaohua was even more puzzled. Yun Che smiled bitterly. If I knew, would I still need to discuss with Daoist Xiao here? Aren't you the Shindao sect master? Xiaohua was shocked. Of course I'm the Shindao sect master. Yun Che's face was filled with shame as he replied, but my Shindao sect's purpose in coming to the ruins? I don't know when it was lost. When the previous generation's sect master passed the position of sect master to me, he only said this. As for the specific purpose, he doesn't know either. Damn it, there's such a strange thing. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I can't do anything about it. Yun Che replied, after all, it's already lost. Every generation of sect masters used their power to search for it, but there were no clues. And this time, the devil race surrounding the ruins made me think of this matter. After confirming it left and right, I'm even more certain that the devil race and my Shindao sect have the same purpose. Chapter 4133. So, Xiaohua asked, Sect Master Yun is afraid that after the Shindao sect's goal is exposed, there will be a rift between the Shindao sect and the other sects in the ruins, so he wants to form an alliance with my Fortune Gate. He even wants me to join hands with you to resist the threats of the other sects. Indeed. Yun Che nodded. The Fortune Gate is now famous in the ruins, and Daoist Zhao's battle with the Devil Emperor has also spread far and wide. Especially Daoist Zhao's three friends, they have already become godlike existences in the ruins. If I don't form an alliance with the Fortune Gate, can I find anyone more suitable? Sect Master Yun, this is your ruins' internal affairs. Xiaohua didn't relent. It's not suitable for my Fortune Gate to participate. Actually, Daoist Xiao doesn't need to worry too much. Yun Che smiled. The Shindao sect and the Fortune Gate's alliance is just to borrow the Fortune Gate's prestige. My Shindao sect may not necessarily start a war with other sects, and of course, we won't let the Fortune Gate's butcher's knife cut the human race's fellow Daoists. As for Daoist Xiao and his friends, we only need to intimidate the Misty School's Lu Wuxia and the Incense School's Emolienshi. Sect Master Yun has a good plan. Xiaohua sighed, looking at the clouds in the sky as if he was thinking. Yun Che hurriedly smiled and said, It's nothing, it's just a fox borrowing the tiger's might, please help me. I also don't dare to trust other human cultivators. If I don't deal with them properly, wouldn't I be walking into a trap? But I'm more suspicious. Xiaohua said with a bitter smile. Based on Daoist Zhao's background, you're naturally the most suspicious. But Daoist Zhao's friends are the devil race's nemesis. No matter how stupid the devil race is, they wouldn't collude with their natural nemesis, right? That's true. Xiaohua nodded slightly, expressing his agreement. Hearing that Xiaohua had the intention to relent, Yun Che struck while the iron was hot. If the Fortune Gate and my Shindao sect ally, and Daoist Xiao becomes my Shindao sect's guest elder, my Shindao sect will definitely provide the Fortune Gate's disciples with a complete cultivation technique. Don't worry, Daoist Master Xiao. My Shindao sect's cultivation method is the real deal. It comes from the Tai Bai sect and is definitely 100 times better than that of the Yong'an Mountain. Also, if the Devil Clan is defeated in the future and the ruins regains its connection with the outside world, Daoist Master Xiao will have to use the star chart to return to the original realm through the teleportation array. Coincidentally, I have the Tai Bai sect's latest complete star chart, which can help Daoist Master Xiao. Of course, if Daoist Master Xiao feels that this is not enough, you can also state your conditions. Let's see if my Shindao sect can satisfy you. Is this alliance long-term or short-term? Is the defeat of the demons the limit? Xiaohua asked. Of course, it would be best if it's a long-term one, Yun Che said with a smile. But if Spiritual Master Xiao feels that it's too long, a short-term one is fine too. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and felt that this kind of alliance wouldn't bring him any harm. It also didn't require him to make a move on behalf of the Shindao sect. It was just a deterrent effect. The so-called Fortune sect's disciples all came from his space. If he felt that something was wrong, he could just put these Fortune sect's disciples into his space. He was all alone, so what did he have to fear of the Shindao sect? Moreover, the ruins was the higher realm. Who knew if he would need the help of the Shindao sect or even the Tai Bai sect in the future? This alliance would only bring him benefits and no harm. Thus Xiaohua smiled and said, since it's an alliance then it's good to be long-term. Why do you need to do something short-term? Great. Yun Che raised his right hand and smiled. This Yun knows that Taoist Master Xiao is the most forthright. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. Sect Master Yun's conditions are very good, but they are all conditions for the alliance. If you want this Xiao to be a guest elder, these conditions are still not enough. Then what does Taoist Master Xiao need? If my Shindao sect has them, we'll definitely offer them to you with both hands. Yun Che didn't put down his hand and asked with a smile. This. Xiaohua was also a bit speechless. He needed the primordial spirit cultivation technique, and now that he had already obtained the inheritance of the 9 sects, these techniques might not be as high level as the Shindao sects, but he didn't need to cultivate them extremely well. These techniques were already enough. Moreover, the Shindao sect would also provide him with techniques. Suddenly Xiaohua's eyes lit up and said with a smile, this Xiao is refining a kind of magic treasure. Currently, I'm lacking the innate mother of earth and innate mother of wood. I wonder if the Shindao sect can provide them? Hearing Xiaohua's words, an extremely strange expression appeared on Yun Che's face, and he looked at Xiaohua with a bit of disbelief. What's wrong? Xiaohua rubbed his nose and said with a smile, could it be that Sect Master Yun feels that this Xiao is asking for too much? No, Yun Che hurriedly explained. This Yun didn't mean that. This Yun only felt that Taoist Xiao becoming my Shindao sect's guest elder was destined by the heavens, and not this Yun's idea on a whim. As he spoke, Yun Che took out an octagonal magic treasure that looked like a starfish from his spatial ring. That magic treasure even seemed to be alive, and its antennae slightly trembled. The magic treasure fell in midair, and a kind of water-like fluctuation spread out in all directions. Then Yun Che took out a jade slip and handed it to Xiaohua, saying, Taoist Xiao, this is this Yun's magic treasure, Feijing. This jade slip contains the simple method of controlling Feijing. Take a look at it first and take away the innate mother of earth. This Yun isn't willing to give this magic treasure to fellow Taoist. How is that possible? Sect Master Yun really has the innate mother of earth? Xiaohua was also dumbfounded. This was the innate mother of earth, and he had searched for so many years without any news. Today he only wanted to make things difficult for Yun Che. How could it appear in front of him so easily? Taoist Xiao, you don't believe this Yun? Yun Che's tone carried a hint of blame, but his eyes were also filled with pride. No. Xiaohua took the jade slip, and used his divine sense to scan it while waving his hand. This Xiao is too surprised. This is the innate mother of earth, a natural object, something this Xiao has always dreamed of. I didn't expect Sect Master Yun to take it out without even blinking an eye. Hee. Yun Che laughed. This innate mother of earth was obtained by this old man in Lu Wuxia in the Luo God Forbidden area 3,000 years ago. However, this object is not very useful to this old man's cultivation, and natural objects are not useful to ordinary disciples. If I didn't meet Taoist Xiao today, I'm afraid that in a few hundred years, this old man would have given this object to the Moon Palace. Then thank you, Sect Master Yun. Xiaohua looked at the jade slip, returned it to Yun Che and thanked him. Yun Che waved his hand generously and said, you don't have to be so polite, Taoist Xiao. From now on, you are a guest elder of my Shindao sect and we are family. This Yun doesn't dare to boast too much, but to say that the Shindao sect is the leader of the Shindao sect is not an exaggeration. Moreover, my Shindao sect has many treasures and what I gave Taoist Xiao is nothing. What's more, my Shindao sect is a branch of the White sect. When Taoist Xiao reaches the 9th level of the Tao transformation realm and rushes into the 9th level of the heavens, this Yun can recommend Taoist Xiao to the White Star realm of the White sect, which is more likely than the Moon realm. Then this Xiao thanks Sect Master Yun in advance. Xiaohua smiled and looked at the Feijing that was swimming in the air. Yun Che understood Xiaohua's meaning. He raised his hand and the Feijing fell in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua grabbed it and cast a spell. Oh! The Feijing actually let out a series of howls, and then clouds like bubbles appeared on the surface of the Feijing's body. As the clouds boiled, the Feijing once again emitted an earthy yellow brilliance. The light was so sharp that Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a stabbing pain when he looked at it. Profound green light. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He immediately took out his spatial ring, and his mind and divine sense fell on the light. See? Even though Xiaohua's divine sense was as condensed as steel, when it fell on the profound green light, it was still easily pierced by this innate treasure. Xiaohua didn't dare to pay too much attention to his divine sense, and his mind also felt as if it was burning. When Xiaohua clenched his teeth, the profound green light and clouds in front of him disappeared. Yunche was dumbfounded. He looked at the ordinary spatial ring in Xiaohua's hand and said in a low voice, "Xiao. Daoist Xiao, your spatial ring can actually store an innate Earth Mother?" Haha. Xiaohua smiled and put away the spatial ring. He nodded and said, "This Xiao's spatial ring is definitely not an ordinary spatial ring." Alright. Yunche thought that this was Xiaohua's secret, so he withdrew his gaze from the spatial ring. He took out another spatial ring from his bosom and handed it to Xiaohua, saying, "This is the condition that I promised Daoist Xiao. I asked Daoist Xiao to accept it. This Xiao thanks Sect Master Yun on behalf of the Fortune Gate disciples." Xiaohua said with a smile as he received the spatial ring. But when he swept his divine sense over the spatial ring, he was stunned. He said in surprise, "Sect Master Yun, the things in this spatial ring seem to have increased by quite a bit." Hee. Yunche said with a smile, "This Yun has a request from Daoist Xiao, so naturally I have to show enough sincerity. Since Daoist Xiao is so sincere, this Yun will naturally give this extra to Daoist Xiao." Xiaohua certainly wouldn't be polite with Yunche. He took the spatial ring and smacked his lips, saying, "The Shindao sect is really rich and imposing. Daoist Xiao is wrong." Yunche was also in a good mood. He said, "It should be our Shindao sect." "Ah yes. Xiaohua nodded. "In the future my fortune gate can also take advantage of the Shindao sect's glory." Yunche smiled and flew into the air, saying, "Let's go. Daoist Xiao, accompany this Yun to the Snow/sect and let this Yun see the bravery of the Fortune Gate disciples." Alright. Xiaohua followed behind Yunche and said, "As long as Sect Master Yun leads the way, this Xiao is born with a poor sense of direction." Poor sense of direction? Yunche was stunned and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Daoist Xiao is a Dao transformation cultivator, how can you not know the way?" Xiaohua shrugged and said helplessly, "There's no other way. This is innate. This Xiao can't explain it clearly." Alright, Daoist Xiao, please. Yunche really hadn't seen a cultivator who couldn't even know the way. At this time Yunche's expression changed slightly. He smiled and took out the communication artifact again. Looking at the flashing brilliance on it, he said, "Old Huor is anxious. If this was a normal situation, this Yun would ignore him and not look for him again. Today he kept sending messages, so he must have come to his senses." Saying this, Yunche formed a seal on the pagoda-shaped communication artifact. The scene of the meeting hall in the clouds appeared again. Without waiting for Hua Fei to speak, Yunche said with a smile, "Old Hua, isn't it the Yong and Mountains orthodoxy? Since you've agreed, don't go back on your word." Yunche. Hua Fei said in a bad mood, "When did this old man say that he would let the Fortune Gate inherit the Yong and Mountains orthodoxy? You just wanted to give face to Daoist Xiao. Of course this is nothing. The Yong and Mountain is located at the southwest border. Their cultivation technique is very strange and ordinary cultivators may not be able to cultivate it. If this matter is not brought up in the meeting hall, no one will think too much about it." "Thank you, Sect Master Hua." Yunche was in a good mood. He cupped his hands and smiled. "This old man is looking for you for another matter." Hua Fei waved his hand and said with a strange expression. Yunche was surprised and asked curiously, "What is it?" When Sect Master Yun turned off the communication artifact, the meeting hall received news that the devil race is going to attack the Xianchao Peak. However, this news hasn't been confirmed yet. Hua Fei replied indifferently, "This will want Sect Master Yun to stay away from the Xianchao Peak. Unfortunately, Sect Master Yun's communication artifact has been turned off. The devil race is going to invade our Shindao sect?" Yunche frowned in disbelief. "How is this possible?" Hua Fei nodded, "Exactly. This Hua also doesn't dare to believe it, so I've already sent my disciples to investigate. However, if this news is true, then it's time for the devil race to reveal their true intentions. The final battle is probably not far away." Chapter 4134. Alright, that's why I'm looking for you. Sect Master Yun, you can make your own decision. After saying that, Hua Fei quickly closed the communication channel without any delay. "Sect Master Yun?" Xiaohua reminded, "It's better to believe it than not. Sect Master should return to the Xianchao Peak to take a look." "There's no need." Yunche waved his hand and said, "If the devil race dared to invade my Shindao sect, they would have already invaded the ruins. If I'm not mistaken, this news is fake. We should go to the snow/school. Xiaohua didn't fly forward and said with a smile, Sect Master Yun, don't forget the tragedy of Mount Yong'an and the snow/school. If the devil race really wants to attack the Xindao sect, it won't be good if Sect Master Yun doesn't stay on the Xianqiao Peak. Hearing Xiaohua's advice and thinking about the tragedy of Mount Yong'an, Yun Che was a little hesitant. He thought for a while and said embarrassedly, I just formed an alliance with the Fortune Gate. Now that the Fortune Gate is helping the snow/school, it's not appropriate for me to not go. Besides, I promise Spiritual Master Xiao. Sect Master Yun, you don't have to make it difficult. Xiaohua said with a smile, Snow/school has a few good friends and hundreds of thousands of disciples. There shouldn't be any trouble. I just want to accompany Sect Master Yun to take a look. Actually, I have other things to do. Since Sect Master Yun doesn't want to go, I won't go either. Spiritual Master Xiao, what else do you want? Yun Che was grateful that Xiaohua gave him a way out. He didn't think that Xiaohua would give him an answer. Who would have thought that Xiaohua would reply without hesitation? This Xiao has always wanted to visit the Misty Sect in Ping River. Unfortunately, this Xiao had just arrived at the southwest border when I had a battle with the Devil Emperor. Now I have come to Mount Yong'an. Now that I finally have some free time, I'm going to Ping River. Aha. A strange expression appeared on Yun Che's face. He blinked his eyes and said with a helpless expression, Spiritual Master Xiao, the moment you came to the ruins, you wanted to visit Lu Wuxia. Are you looking down on me and Emolienshi? Or are you after Sect Master Lu's beauty? That Lu Wuxia is even prettier than the sect leader of Yong'an Mountain. Ugh. Xiaohua was originally a little confused by Yun Che's expression, but after hearing Yun Che's words, the image of a beautiful woman's curvaceous figure unconsciously appeared in his mind. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Sect Master Yun must be joking. When this Xiao heard the name of the Misty School, this Xiao didn't know the name of the Misty School's sect master, much less that Lu Wuxia was a female cultivator. Looks like Spiritual Master Xiao really has some other secrets. Yun Che smiled mysteriously and waved his hand. Since that's the case, this Yun won't ask any more. Let's go. I was just about to take the teleportation array. Since you have no sense of direction, we can travel together. When we reach there, I will find a Xindao sect disciple to accompany you to Ping River. Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands. Thank you for your trouble, Sect Master Yun. Then, the two of them moved and turned into rainbows in midair as they flew towards a certain place. More than 10 days later, on top of a towering mountain range in a lush forest, Xiaohua flew out with a female disciple wearing a clean Taoist robe. That female disciple's appearance wasn't particularly beautiful, but her brows were filled with elegance and there was also a kind of purity in her eyes. As soon as the two of them flew out of the forest, that disciple respectfully pointed into the distance and said, Senior Xiao, 1,000 miles ahead of us is the mountain gate of my fragrant cult. There are no teleportation arrays that can be used within this distance. I will have to trouble Senior to fly there with this junior. No problem, Xiaohua said with a smile. There are many teleportation arrays in the ruins. It only takes a few days to travel a few million miles. The realm this old man is in doesn't have any teleportation arrays. If you want to travel 1,000,000 miles, you either have to use a flying magic tool or fly there yourself. This 1,000 miles is just a stroll in the park for this old man. At this point, Xiaohua was slightly stunned as if he had thought of something. The woman pursed her lips and said with a smile, there are also benefits to not having a teleportation array. Frequently using the flying technique is extremely good for condensing true qi. I presume that Taoist's unpredictable divine ability is cultivated from these subtle aspects. That's right, Bo Yun. Xiaohua said, in the realm this old man is in, there are often some flying demonic beasts that can be used. However, in this old man's ruins, not only are there no flying demonic beasts, there aren't even demonic beasts used by cultivators. Sure. Hearing Xiaohua's question, the female disciple of the Misty School named Bo Yun's expression changed slightly. She whispered, Senior Xiao, please know. The ruins are in the cultivation world that belongs to the Moon God Palace. Moon beasts hate demonic beasts, so there aren't many demonic beasts in the ruins. Except for some low-level demonic beasts that can be hunted by my Dao sect disciples and obtain demonic cores, there aren't many demonic beasts that are particularly powerful. As for the Taibai astral realm that is closest to the Moon God Palace, according to what this junior knows, there are many demonic beasts. The Dao sect cultivators there can cultivate together with the demonic beasts and fight together. There are even many wonderful legends. Sweat. Seeing a string of little stars appear in Bo Yun's eyes, Xiaohua immediately understood what this little girl was thinking, so he coughed a few times and said, "Miss Bo, please lead the way." "Yes, this junior understands." Bo Yun stuck out her tongue and hurriedly urged the cloud to rush in front of Xiaohua. However, it was only a moment before she made a fuss again. "Oh, this junior forgot to send a message to the sect master. Senior Xiao is such a famous cultivator, if I don't send a message, it will break the etiquette." Saying that, Bo Yun hurriedly raised her hand and was about to take out the communication talisman from the Sumeru ring on her finger. When Xiaohua heard about etiquette, he felt a headache coming. He hurriedly stopped her and said, "Miss Bo, this old man hates etiquette the most. It's better if you don't send a message." It turns out that Senior Xiao also hates etiquette. When Bo Yun heard this, her face lit up with joy. "Me too." When this junior was young, every time a senior came to visit Ping River, this junior had to stand in the air with a group of sisters to greet them. No matter if it was windy or raining or if it was under the sun, I couldn't use my magic power. There were several times when my sister's skin was tanned. "That's right," Xiaohua said with a smile. "A visit is just a visit, why make it so grand? Then this junior won't send a message." Bo Yun stuck out her tongue with a smile. "Otherwise, once senior leaves, there might be young disciples slandering senior behind your back. It seems like you did this a lot when you were young." Xiaohua smiled and pointed at Bo Yun. I accidentally exposed myself," Bo Yun said with a bit of coquettishness. "But when we arrive at the sect, senior has to explain for this junior that it was senior who didn't want to send a message. Let's go?" Xiaohua unfolded his Taoist robe and a gust of wind wrapped around Bo Yun's thin figure. He said, "With your dilly-dallying like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to fly home even if it's dark today." Gidge. Sensing her body moving like lightning, Bo Yun actually giggled. She knew that Xiaohua was joking with her. 1,000 miles of land was covered in just a moment. When more than 10 large cities appeared on the ground in the distance, Xiaohua knew that this must be the Misty School. Xiaohua's figure stopped in the air. His gaze swept across the ground, and his eyes actually revealed a trace of surprise. Xiaohua's figure was a boundless mountainous area. On the mountainous area, there were more than 10 cities with different shapes. Between these cities, there was a river that separated them. Above the river, there was a mist that looked like it was evaporating. Looking at these more than 10 large cities, they were built with large bluestone stones. The bluestone stones were engraved with runes. These runes emitted various colors of brilliance under the sun. Although it was faint as the brilliance flashed, an obscure fluctuation attracted countless amounts of world's origin chi to descend. All of the large cities were shrouded in a layer of faint mist. Under the mist, there were tens of thousands of different forms of the world. Whether it was an endless stream of horses and carriages, or a weaving stream of people, it was noisy and bustling. Xiaohua didn't open his illusion breaker eyes. He only used his divine sense to sweep across. He had already sensed that the world's origin chi within a few thousand miles was abnormally dense. Not only was the world's origin chi of water flowing on the ground like water dragons, even the large cities had a dense earth origin chi of heaven and earth like a black turtle nailed to the ground. A kind of majestic feeling was born out of thin air, as if a giant mountain was standing in front of Xiaohua's eyes. See. Xiaohua's Misty School's sect protecting array actually gave him the feeling of seeing a mountain peak on the flat ground. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He thought to himself, the Misty School's array is indeed powerful. This water flow should be a transformation of the innate divine restriction array. Those large cities are also the structure of the Earth Clan Soul Condensing Array. Of course, these two arrays can't be considered complete. They aren't even 30% of the divine restriction array. However, the Misty School was able to ingeniously combine these two arrays. It is really rare. The Misty School is indeed worthy of being one of the 3 great schools of the ruins. I just don't know, is this Misty School related to the Misty School in this Zhao's memory? Boom boom boom. Just as Xiaohua was thinking, dazzling sparks flew out from the large cities at the same time. These sparks landed in the air and transformed into the words, "Welcome Spiritual Master Xiao to the Misty School." Then, woo-woo. There was a burst of sobbing sound of water. Water vapor flew out from the Ping River. This water vapor rushed into the air and burst open. Within 100 miles, petals condensed from water vapor flashed under the sunlight, sparkling and translucent. In the end there is still a guard of honor. Seeing this, how could Xiaohua not know that this was the Misty School welcoming him? He also understood in his heart that since he left the Misty School's teleportation array, even if Bo Yun didn't send a message, How could the disciple guarding the teleportation array not report his whereabouts to the school? Moreover, he didn't see any patrolling disciples along the way, so of course they were deliberately avoiding him. Following a burst of music from the central city, a waterfall that was several miles long flew out from the city. This waterfall was like a grassland blown by the spring wind. Grass and flowers were born from the waterfall and quickly spread out in the air. In the blink of an eye, it landed below Xiaohua's feet. At the same time, a voice that was even more beautiful than the music came from the waterfall. Misty School's Lu Wuxia greets Spiritual Master Xiao. Chapter 41-35. Then, without waiting for the sound to dissipate, countless grass and flowers flew out from the waterfall and gathered in the air to form a human figure more than 10 zhang tall. The human figure slowly shrank. The grass turned into white skin, and the flowers turned into a spring beauty. In just the blink of an eye, a charming woman wearing colorful clothes appeared in front of Xiaohua. Her lips were slightly curled and she had a faint smile on her face. The woman's gaze landed on the somewhat dumbstruck Xiaohua's face. Then she smiled sweetly. This smile was unparalleled. It was as if a group of butterflies had spread their wings from the corner of the woman's eyebrows, taking away the color of the entire world. Behind the woman, the flowers and plants were moving and clouds were being born. Some men and women of different ages were dressed in different clothes. Their faces were filled with curiosity as their gazes fell on Xiaohua's body. Sect Master Lu. Xiaohua was a little absent-minded and almost stuttered. But in an instant he shook his head and came to his senses. A wry smile appeared on his face as he cupped his hands and said, "Fortune Gates Xiaohua greets Sect Master Lu. But Sect Master Lu's joke is a little too big." He. The woman's lips trembled slightly as she replied, "I know that Taoist Xiao doesn't like etiquette, so I didn't dare to make it public. But since Taoist Xiao is coming to my Misty School for the first time, how can I not leave a deep impression on Taoist Xiao?" "All right." Xiaohua smiled. "Sect Master Lu has left a deep impression on me. I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to forget." "That's good." Lu Wuxia stretched out her hand and a cloud-like handkerchief appeared, covering her mouth. She raised her other hand and said, "These are my Misty School's elders and hall masters." When they heard that the famous Taoist Xiao was coming, they were all excited and came out to welcome him. I had no choice but to bring them here. "I am Xiaohua, greetings fellow Taoists." Xiaohua naturally couldn't be negligent, and greeted everyone with a smile. "We greet Taoist Xiao." Seeing that Xiaohua was extremely humble, which was very different from his reputation, the group of cultivators were also happy and bowed. "First a simple greeting. I'll continue later." Lu Wuxia's voice sounded very graceful, but her tone was unquestionable. "Spiritual Master Xiao, please come with me." "Sect Leader Lu, please." Xiaohua raised his hand and a series of chimes rang out. The flowers and plants in the air swayed and Xiaohua, Lu Wuxia, and the rest landed in the center of the city. Under the clouds and mist, the scenery in the city was naturally different from what one could see outside. The palaces, pavilions, and flowers were all incomparably exquisite. The male and female disciples flying around in the scenery were all dragons and phoenixes among men. They were even more beautiful than in a painting. When Xiaohua landed, there was another huge palace. There weren't many decorations in this palace, and there weren't any ordinary tables. There were only all kinds of spirit herbs and spirit flowers. Even the walls of the palace were painted with countless strange flowers and plants. It was really a kingdom of flowers. Looking at the sky above the palace, there was a rising sun hanging high in the sky, and layers of clouds floating in the sky. A cool breeze brushed past one's face, and bursts of flower fragrance assailed one's nostrils. Xiaohua looked around and sighed. "Sect Leader Lu, this Xiao has guessed countless times what it would be like to enter the Misty School, but I've never thought that the Misty School would be like this." Why did Spiritual Master Xiao guess countless times? Could it be that Spiritual Master Xiao has long wanted to come to my Misty School? Lu Wuxia's two innocent eyes stared at Xiaohua with a puzzled expression. Xiaohua smiled. "Indeed. I won't hide it from Sect Leader Lu, this Xiao also has a Misty School in this Xiao's memory. However, this Xiao doesn't remember what that Misty School looks like. So when this Xiao heard that there was a Misty School in ruins, this Xiao naturally wanted to come and visit Sect Leader Lu. So that's how it is." Lu Wuxia nodded and asked probingly. "But, looking at Spiritual Master Zhao's expression, it seems like you're disappointed?" "There's disappointment, but there's also a pleasant surprise." Xiaohua smiled. Pingzhang's Misty School doesn't seem to be the Misty School that this Xiao was looking for. However, sect leader Lu's Misty School has opened this Zhao's eyes. Hee, that's good. Lu Wuxia covered her mouth and smiled again. She looked around and said, Spiritual Master Xiao, other than coming to see if my Misty School is the Misty School in Spiritual Master Zhao's memory, is there anything else? Naturally, I want to exchange my cultivation with sect leader Lu. I hope that sect leader Lu's experience can give this Xiao some enlightenment. Xiao Hua smiled and replied. It's inevitable that we'll interact with each other. I heard that Spiritual Master Xiao came from outside the realm, so I've always wanted to visit. Later, I heard that the Fortune Gate's disciples are brave and good at fighting, much stronger than the disciples of ruins, so I'm even more envious. Lu Wuxia said again. However, before that, the elders and hall masters have many questions that they want to ask Spiritual Master Xiao. I hope that Spiritual Master Xiao will not be stingy with his guidance. After saying that, Lu Wuxia waved her hand and dozens of flower buds appeared in the hall. These flower buds bloomed, revealing a pink jade chair. Lu Wuxia smiled and said, Spiritual Master Xiao, please sit. Sect leader Lu, please. Xiao Hua politely raised his hand and the two of them sat down. The elders and hall masters of the Misty School also sat down. Xiao Hua looked around and said with a smile, Hee, fellow Taoists, please speak. This Xiao will tell you everything he knows. Spiritual Master Xiao, which realm did you come from? A woman hurriedly said. This concubine heard that Spiritual Master came from the 3 continents, but this concubine searched the Moon God realm, Tai Bai Star realm, Gingri Morning realm and other nearby realms, but there seems to be no record of the 3 continents. Haha, fellow Taoists, first question has stumped this Xiao. Xiao Hua said with a smile. This Xiao was originally teleporting, but the teleportation channel suddenly changed. This Xiao came out of the collapsed teleportation channel with great difficulty, but was already in the ruins. This Xiao doesn't know where the 3 continents are, and where the ruins are. Why is this Xiao doing his best to fight against the devil race with the disciples of ruins? It's because I want to quickly find the teleportation formation to return to the 3 continents. Haha, so Spiritual Master Xiao is already lost. An even prettier female cultivator said with a smile. However, if Spiritual Master Xiao doesn't know where the 3 continents are, how can you find the teleportation formation? Without the teleportation formation, with Spiritual Master Zhao's strength at the 9th stage of the Tao transformation realm, it's impossible for him to not get lost while flying in the starry sky. Yes. Xiao Hua nodded and said with a smile, This Xiao knows all this, but it's hard to leave one's homeland. If there's a trace of opportunity, this Xiao will look for it. Even if this Xiao fails, this Xiao will still try. Also, an older male cultivator asked again, Spiritual Master Xiao, it's said that when you came to the ruins, you seemed to be alone. How did you suddenly get 100,000 Fortune Gate disciples? What kind of spatial magic treasure do you have in your hand that can hold so many people? This. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror. He said with a smile, This Xiao's magic treasure is called Kunlun mirror? Clear sky mirror? It's really the supreme treasure? How is this possible? Before Xiao Hua could speak, the group of Misty School cultivators couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Even Lu Wuxia's eyes revealed a strange look. After the group of cultivators recovered from their shock, they looked at Lu Wuxia, obviously afraid of something. Lu Wuxia raised her hand and pointed at the ground. Countless tender leaves flew out and turned into a green whirlwind that covered the entire hall. Then Lu Wuxia asked softly, Spiritual Master Xiao, do the 3 continents belong to the Wenchang Sage domain or the Heavens Equal Tao realm? Which supreme treasure is this? Where did you get it from? Wenchang Sage domain? Heavens Equal Tao realm? Xiao Hua was stunned. He knew where these 2 realms were. He smiled and said, Everyone is wrong. Ai's magic treasure is the heaven-raising mirror. It has nothing to do with the Kunlun mirror or the clear sky mirror. As he said that, Xiao Hua circulated his magic power, and the Kunlun mirror emitted a faint yellow light. Oh! Looking at the Kunlun mirror's light, Lu Wuxia's eyes revealed a look of understanding. She smiled and said, So it's not a divine item like the Kunlun mirror or the clear sky mirror. You really gave I a fright. That's. Xiao Hua kept the Kunlun mirror and said with a smile, I's just a Tao actualization realm cultivator. How could I get such a divine item? But. Xiao Hua's tone changed again and he said curiously, In my 3 continents, there seems to be a legend of the Kunlun mirror and the clear sky mirror. But these 2 divine items seem to be 2 different things. Everyone, why did you call out two names when you saw this inconspicuous magic treasure of mine? This? The group of cultivators hesitated again. Lu Wuxia thought for a while and said with a smile, "From what I know, the Wenchang Sage domain has the clear sky mirror, and the heavens equal Dao realm has the Kunlun mirror. These two are supreme treasures of the realm. But these two supreme treasures are exactly the same. Even their power and effects are the same. The two realms have caused many waves because of this." Daoist Xiao suddenly took out a spatial magic treasure that is similar to these two supreme treasures. Naturally, I was shocked. Sai Daoist Xiao, I really hope that you came from these two realms. Just by relying on the supreme treasures of the realms, I'm afraid that you can scare the devil race away. Unfortunately, my ruins is just an extremely remote corner of the cultivation world. I see. Xiaohua smiled. Although he understood why the cultivators of the Misty School called the Kunlun Mirror by two names, he was even more confused. In the hidden immortal continent, the Kunlun Mirror was clearly the Kunlun Mirror, and the Clear Sky Mirror was clearly the Clear Sky Mirror. Although Xiaohua had never seen what the Clear Sky Mirror looked like, looking at Sun Jian's appearance, these two magic treasures were probably different. Of course, what made Xiaohua even more confused was that he clearly had the Kunlun Mirror in his hand, and the immortal emperor of the Immortal Palace also had the Clear Sky Mirror. Why were there also the Clear Sky Mirror and the Kunlun Mirror in the Wenchang Sage domain and the heavens equal Dao realm? Could it be that the one in his hand was a fake? Forget it. I don't care if it's fake or not. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua smiled. He didn't have any foundation. Obtaining such a magic treasure was already extremely lucky. Who cared if it was real or not? Chapter 4136. Hearing Lu Wuxia's words, Xiaohua smiled and said to Lu Wuxia, "Sect Master Lu, don't be impatient. Although there aren't any famous cultivators in the ruins, the unity of the cultivators in the ruins is what we rely on the most. Hundreds of sects will work together to resist the demons. If 1 year isn't enough, then 10 years, then 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. As long as one of us is alive, as long as this person is still alive, we won't let the demons take a single step into the ruins." Good. Lu Wuxia clapped her hands and praised, "Our human race has such integrity as Daoist Xiao said. We will definitely be able to keep the demons out of the ruins." "Sect Master Lu, you flatter me." Xiaohua said humbly, "This Xiao is just saying. On the front line of the war, the disciples of the ruins used their blood and lives to carry out the mission. They are the true integrity of the human race." "That's right, Daoist Xiao is right." Lu Wuxia said in admiration, "I have always been thinking and hoping that the Moon God Palace or other realms would be able to help us. However, I didn't expect that the one who can truly resist the demons is ourselves." Lu Wuxia asked again, "That's right, I also have a question. Who was the demon emperor that trapped Daoist Xiao that day? What about the fierce battle that day? Can Daoist Xiao tell us in detail?" "Of course." Xiaohua nodded and told them about the fierce battle at the White Cloud Monastery. Finally, after some thought, he also told them about the battle at Mount Yong'an. The cultivators were dumbfounded. After all, they had heard of the strength of the zombies and had even fought against the demons of the zombies. However, they had never seen a demon emperor that could turn all the disciples of Mount Yong'an into zombies. The death of hundreds of thousands of disciples was nothing in their eyes. However, when they thought of hundreds of thousands or millions of disciples being controlled by a witch and doing things they didn't know, these cultivators couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Their expressions changed slightly. Seeing this, Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. "It's said that a foot-tall demon is 10 feet tall. However, demons are demons and we humans are humans. Humans have hot-bloodedness, humanity, ambition, and fighting spirit. This is something that the demons can't compare to. Even though the zombies are powerful, they are nothing before the fighting spirit of the human race and the divine abilities of the Taoist cultivators. With the help of a few of my good friends and Shindao sect Master Yun, the matter of Yong'an Mountain was easily settled. If it were you, it would have been the same." "That's right." Lu Wuxia quickly chimed in with a smile. "Our Misty School has long passed down a secret technique. As long as you cultivate it, you won't be taken advantage of by the zombies." At this point, Lu Wuxia's eyebrows turned and she asked curiously, "Why is Yun Che also going to Mount Yong'an? Why didn't he come to Pingjiang?" Sect Master Yun is in a hurry to return to the sect. Judging from Lu Wuxia's tone, it sounded like she was on good terms with Yun Che. Xiaohua couldn't help but recall Yun Che's earlier tone. Xiaohua smiled thoughtfully and said, "The assembly hall has received news that the devil race might launch a large-scale attack on High Dawn Peak." "How is that possible?" Lu Wuxia smiled. Yun Che's worries are groundless. If the devil race attacks High Dawn Peak, they'll reveal their true intentions. Our ruins and the devil race will have to fight to the death, and the current situation doesn't seem to have reached that stage yet. This Xiao thinks so too. Xiaohua nodded. But at this time, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out. It was as if a giant hand had thrown the entire Pingjiang into a pot of boiling water. Xiaohua's expression changed greatly. He looked at Lu Wuxia in disbelief. A trace of understanding flashed through Lu Wuxia's eyes. She hurriedly raised a hand and pointed. A dark green brilliance rushed into the top of the hall. Then, as if the color had faded, the sunlight and white clouds in the hall disappeared with a whoosh. A sky covered in devil clouds suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A diversion. Xiaohua couldn't help but tremble. At this point, how could he not know what the devil race was planning? The demon race had spread the news that they were going to attack the Godly Knife faction. They had secretly sent their army to Ping River. While the attention of the conference hall was focused on the Xianchao Peak, they were going to attack the Misty Sect. Moreover, Xiaohua really admired his own luck. If he had stayed at Yong'an Mountain, or followed Yunche to Shindao Sect, it would have been fine. But he just had to come to Misty School, and just had to encounter the devil race besieging Pingjiang. Looking at Lu Wuxia again, it was only a moment of surprise before her eyes flashed with a stern look. She calmly said, "It's actually the time for a decisive battle. This sect master has underestimated the devil race. Although they don't have any humanity, they also have brains. Normal cultivators know how to make a diversion, but there aren't many who can use it so well. Many elders of my discussion hall, sect master. It seems like we have to face the wall and reflect on our mistakes again. Everyone, we're here." The cultivators of Misty School all stood up and bowed in response. Lu Wuxia slowly stood up. Her eyes looked at the devil figures in the sky, and her tone was abnormally stern as she said, "The devil race attacked my Misty School with the intention of establishing their power. They want to eliminate my Misty School from Pingjiang. If we want to live, if we don't want to become the devil race's puppet, we have to fight with our lives on the line. Although the devil race's attack was sudden and caught us unprepared, how can the devil race underestimate our Misty School after so many years of fighting experience? How can we let the devil race succeed? Especially the heaven-sent Taoist Xiao who is feared by the devil race to Pingjiang. With Taoist Xiao and this sect master here, even if the devil race's devil emperor personally comes, you all don't have to worry. Everyone, this sect master won't say any more superfluous words. If you want to live, you have to kill the devil race. The more you kill, the more likely you will be able to survive this war. Kill? The cultivators naturally understood the importance of this battle, and didn't need Lu Wuxia to say anything. However, when Lu Wuxia specifically mentioned Xiaohua's name, the cultivators' eyes lit up. Not to mention the Fortune Gate's lightning boat's power, who knew how many devils they had killed in the past 10 years, Xiaohua being able to fight against the devil emperor for more than 10 years and still survive was enough to make them feel at ease and excited. Following that, the cultivators left one after another. Obviously, Lu Wuxia had already made arrangements, and she didn't need to personally instruct them on how to attack. Taoist Xiao. Lu Wuxia's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at the devil clouds covering 10,000 li of Pingjiang. Moreover, the devil qi within the devil clouds flickered with blood-red light. She said, "In today's battle we will need Taoist Zhao's lightning power to resist the devil race. If we can block the devil race outside Pingjiang, my Misty School will definitely reward you handsomely." There's no need to say such polite words. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Since this Xiao has mistakenly entered the ruins and now that this Xiao has arrived at the Misty School, this Xiao is going to kill the devil race. This is the mandate of heaven, and it's an action that benefits both sides. There's no need to ask for anything in return." "Alright. Taoist Xiao, please come with me." Lu Wuxia raised her hand, and a light projection appeared in the sky. "If there is a devil emperor leading the army, I hope Taoist Xiao can help." Xiaohua nodded and rushed out of the hall with the light projection. However, Xiaohua had only flown a few feet when he suddenly thought of something. He turned his head and asked curiously, "Sect Master Lu, this Xiao has something that I don't understand, please enlighten me." "Taoist Xiao, please speak." Lu Wuxia was a little absent-minded as she released her divine sense to check the surroundings. Xiaohua also released his divine sense and asked, "Previously this Xiao found something strange in the Eternal Peace Mountain. The Eternal Peace Mountain sect master might not be in the Dao Transformation realm, but what about his seniors? Don't tell me none of them are in the Dao Transformation realm?" If they had a little bit of foundation, they wouldn't have been killed by a devil emperor, right? Of course, the Eternal Peace Mountain sect is a small sect in the southwest and may not have any outstanding talents. However, the Misty School is a large sect in the ruins. Could it be that Sect Master Lu is the only one who can deal with a devil emperor? What about the other seniors of your sect? As he spoke, Lu Wuxia's beautiful eyes fell from the demonic clouds in the sky. She looked deeply at Xiaohua and replied, could it be that the seniors of the 3 continents, after reaching the 9th stage of the Dao transformation realm, they all stayed in the sect? This. Xiaohua frowned. He really didn't know how to answer this question. After all, he was only a low-level cultivator on the Dawn Rain continent and didn't know much about the foundation of the Imperial Thunder sect. However, from the powerful divine sense that flashed from the Imperial Thunder sect, Xiaohua knew that the Imperial Thunder sect definitely had elders at the nascent soul realm and above who stayed in the Sky Thunder Peak. Of course, if the elders reached the Dao transformation realm and were about to undergo tribulation, they would naturally go to the immortal world and not stay in the sect. As for the hidden immortal continent, there was no such thing as a sect for Dao sect cultivators. High-level cultivators should go to the Penglai immortal realm. The situation of these 2 places was completely different from the ruins. There was no comparison. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua replied, if the seniors of the 3 continents reached the 9th stage of the Dao transformation realm, they naturally can't stay in the sect. They have to go to places like the Moon God Palace to continue cultivating. As for those seniors who can't break through to the 9th stage of the Dao transformation realm, they can stay in the sect. I see. Lu Wuxia nodded and said, I understand. The 3 continents have abundant qi of heaven and earth, so the management of the realms is lax. That's why these seniors stay in the sect. However, the ruins is an extremely remote place in the cultivation world under the jurisdiction of the Moon God Palace. Any seniors who break through to the 9th stage of the Dao transformation realm have to go to the Moon God Palace to be selected. It's best if they can enter the Moon God Palace, but if they can't return and have to go to other realms to find opportunities. As for those seniors who can't break through, the Moon God Palace has strict rules. They can't stay in their original sect for too long. Actually, there's no need for these rules. The resources in the ruins are limited. High-level seniors consume 10 times or even 100 times more resources than ordinary disciples. For the sake of the younger disciples, these seniors usually leave the ruins. I understand. Xiaohua sighed. This sacrifice is respectable. However, in times of crisis when the devil race invades, they can't help the sect escape. There's no need to borrow the power of the seniors in the sect. Lu Wuxia answered indifferently. If the ruins can't even get rid of the encirclement of such a small devil race, then, even if the ruins are destroyed, so what? Chapter 4137. Listening to Lu Wuxia's indifference and resolute determination, Xiaohua sighed. The position of sect master wasn't a position that any random cultivator could assume. Thinking of Xiong Yi, Sun Jian and Lu Wuxia, Xiaohua knew that he wasn't the kind of person who could judge the situation and treat the Fortune Gate's disciples as mere pawns. After Lu Wuxia finished speaking, she didn't say anything else and looked up at the sky. In the time it took for her to say a few words, the devilish clouds covering the sky changed even more. Previously, the devilish clouds were mixed with traces of blood, but now not only did the devilish clouds completely cover the sky, the entire Ping River was even darker than the night sky. Even the traces of blood had turned into a blood river, flowing freely within the devilish clouds. The strange thing was that the blood river emitted a dazzling blood-red light, reflecting the darkness and making it seem even more bloody. One could actually see vengeful spirits and devils within the blood-red light. The devils were densely packed, more numerous than the mud and sand in the Ping River. Moreover, these devils were emitting strange roars. The roars were different from the roars of wandering souls, but they were equally frightening. Xiaohua lowered his head to look at the Misty School. At this time, the Misty School's sect protecting Grand Formation had been activated. Layers of dazzling treasure-like lights bloomed in the dozen or so cities. These treasure-like lights soared into the sky, looking like holy flowers. However, at the core of these flowers, there was the shape of a raccoon. Of course, these raccoons weren't complete, but the petals of these flowers were unusually swaying. Within the treasure-like lights of the sect protecting Grand Formation, there were huge flower-like streams flowing out. Xiaohua understood that this was the purest earth-attributed origin energy. The treasure-like lights of the dozen or so cities had already intertwined with each other, and the crystal-like objects were also circulating between the sect protecting Grand Formation. Every time they made a full circle they would soar 1 zhang into the sky. At the same time the ground would rumble and a powerful, heavy, and invincible attack would soar into the sky. Not only that, the Ping River between the dozen or so cities was also different from before. Sparkling and translucent pythons were born from the Ping River. Following the flickering of the treasure-like lights above the cities, they also flowed rhythmically within the clan Earth-Soul consolidating formation. Every time they made a full circle, the extremely soft water-attributed origin energy of the world would become denser, and the light blue brilliance would also become brighter. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the entire Ping River seemed to have fused into one, perfectly protecting the entire Misty School. A kind of reassuring aura gradually diffused under the treasure-like light. Wing. When the treasure-like light of the clan Earth-Soul consolidating formation soared 100 zhang into the sky, it slowly stopped. The entire treasure-like light slowly rotated again, and the entire ground shook greatly. Then, under Xiaohua's stupefied gaze, the dozen or so cities slowly rose from the ground and soared into the sky. Not only did the cities fly out, but they also gradually changed in the treasure-like light, and finally turned into a fortress. And inside this fortress, all of the Misty School's disciples held their treasures and stood in various places. Their faces were solemn, and their hearts were filled with determination to face the demon race. Under the city, the dozen or so huge pits once again let out a different kind of rumbling sound. Dozens of water-attributed origin energy of the world condensed into liquid form rushed out, roaring as they transformed into leopards. Dozens of winnowing basket heart cleansing formations quickly took shape. Moreover, these dozens of winnowing basket heart cleansing formations slowly expanded in all directions, fusing together with the python from before. The entire ground emitted a dazzling water blue brilliance, and this brilliance shot straight towards the blood-colored formation in the sky. Damn, this is really a big deal. Xiaohua's mouth was a bit dry. Although he was proficient in the clan Earth-Soul consolidating formation and the winnowing basket heart cleansing formation, he had never seen an entire sect that spanned several thousand li into 2 formations. At this time he also understood why the Misty School was not built on top of a mountain. How is it? Beside him, Lu Wuxia looked at Xiaohua's expression and did not forget to ask arrogantly, "Can my Misty School sect protecting formation withstand the demon race's invasion?" Haha, if this clan Earth-Soul consolidating formation and the winnowing basket heart cleansing formation cannot withstand the demon race's invasion, then I don't think there is any other sect in the ruins that can withstand the demon race's invasion. At this time, how could Xiaohua extinguish Lu Wuxia's fighting spirit? Taoist Xiao also knows about the clan Earth-Soul consolidating formation and the winnowing basket heart cleansing formation? A trace of surprise flashed through Lu Wuxia's eyes, but after this surprise, there was a kind of ecstasy. Xiaohua smiled and nodded, "Of course." Then, Lu Wuxia's breathing became a bit hurried again. She lowered her voice and asked, "How does it compare to Taoist Zhao's capital star formation?" Lu Wuxia's words did not sound very methodical, as if she did not have a head or a brain, but Xiaohua understood the meaning behind her words. He smiled and said, "If Master Lu is willing, this Xiao can teach these 2 formations, just like the capital star formation to the Misty School." Great. Lu Wuxia understood that Xiaohua was talking about the Misty School and not Lu Wuxia. She knew that this was a kind of trade, and the Misty School had to pay a price to obtain it. However, she was still wild with joy. Once these demons are defeated, my Misty School will pay a price that will satisfy Taoist Xiao. Boom. What was even more shocking than Lu Wuxia's determination was the simultaneous explosion in the sky. Even people as strong as Xiaohua and Lu Wuxia couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat, and the blood in their bodies tightened. At this time, the sky was already filled with a sea of blood, and the demonic clouds from before had turned into spots, scattered around the edge of the sea of blood. The huge explosion was coming from these demonic clouds. As Xiaohua's spiritual will swept across, 108 huge devil drums appeared in the devil clouds. Behind the devil drums were 108 huge devil clansmen. These devil clansmen were different from the ones Xiaohua had seen before. They were all skeletons. Moreover, these bone demons had different appearances, none of them were humanoid. The edges of the huge demonic drums were covered with dark demonic runes that could swallow light, and there were also strange demonic beast totems on the drums. When the huge bones of the bone demons hit the demonic drums, the demonic beast totems emitted strange fluctuations, and once the fluctuations fell into the sky, they immediately exploded in the sky, turning the nearby heaven and earth yuan qi into powder. The fluctuations rushed into the Earth Soul Condensing Formation and the Winnowing Basket Heart Cleansing Formation. The brilliance of the two formations flickered in the midst of the beating of the drums, like a candle in the wind. Xiaohua's heart and blood were also beating wildly. He hurriedly circulated his magic power to resist, and Lu Wuxia's face was also somewhat unsightly. This was because within the formations, there were already some low-level disciples whose bodies had exploded due to the beating of the drums. The two incomplete formations were not able to completely block the attack of the demonic drums. However, in just a moment, a sound like seeds sprouting, like green leaves sprouting, came from the 10 fortresses. Although this sound was not loud, it was very tenacious, and the light that was trembling in the midst of the beating of the drums also became brighter. Immediately after, the sound of water splashing could be heard again, like a mountain flowing in the rhythm of the drums. In an instant, the blood in Xiaohua's body also began to rejoice. Dong dong dong. The 108 demonic drums were naturally unwilling to be outdone, and they began to beat again. Layers upon layers of mountain-like ripples descended from the sky and smashed into the spell formation. Not only did these ripples destroy the spiritual qi of heaven and earth within a radius of 5,000 kilometers, even cracks appeared in the void. Hong hong. When this fluctuation landed on Xiaohua and Lu Wuxia's bodies, it naturally turned into dust. However, when it landed on the formations it was different. Although the 10 fortresses remained motionless in the air, their light rapidly shrank, and they were on the verge of being extinguished. Xiaohua and Lu Wuxia did not make a move. They only watched indifferently. Sure enough, after half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the storm of fluctuations gradually weakened, and the power of the plants and water began to grow tenaciously again. The entire earth was once again filled with vitality. Jijia. At this time, a strange laughter came from high up in the sky, and a 1,000 zhang tall demonic body appeared in an extremely strange manner. This demonic body looked like a shadow, and it was faintly floating in the sea of blood. However, the demonic horns on its forehead and the black wings on its back emitted a similar light, and it actually had a hint of holiness. The human race is indeed interesting. To actually be able to draw out such a strange power. The demonic emperor's voice was extremely enticing, and within 10,000 miles of space, tiny demonic runes appeared. If one's divine sense or eyes fell on these runes, they would actually be able to see the image of a man and a woman. It's a pity that this power is too weak in the eyes of my devil race. Human race, contribute your blood and life. As the demonic emperor spoke, the demonic runes in the space began to expand rapidly, and one after another, white flesh appeared from the demonic runes. Scenes of shame also appeared in the demonic runes. Pupio. In the fortress, there were actually some disciples of the Misty School who couldn't resist the temptation and raised their hands to slap their own foreheads. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere and they turned into corpses. Damn it. Lu Wuxia gritted her teeth and raised her hands. Just as she was about to make a move, there was a rumbling sound, and within several thousand miles of space, lightning flashed. The tens of thousands of demonic runes turned into dust, and only wisps of demonic qi remained. Gij, this must be Taoist Master Shao of the Fortune Gate. The wings on the back of the Devil Emperor's robe spread open, and he approached as if he was flying. His charming laughter actually caused Xiaohua's heart to heat up. Your Tao Gate's lightning technique is indeed powerful. In a moment this emperor wants to experience it. But right now this emperor is not in the mood to fight with you. Shua. As the Devil Emperor's wings fluttered, countless demonic flames flew out from his wings and fell on the blood formation like raindrops. Pa 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 pa. The sound of rain hitting banana leaves rang out in the sky. Although this sound was soft, it could be heard clearly amidst the beating of the demonic drums. Then, where the demonic flames fell, countless rivers of blood poured down in torrents, falling towards the 10 fortresses of the Misty School. Chapter 4138. ZZZT. Within 10,000 miles of space, an unpleasant stench filled the air, and the Earth Soul Condensing Array's brilliance was quickly extinguished. Oh! In just a moment, a series of roars came from the Winnowing Basket Heart Cleansing Array. The water current was even crazier than a python or dragon as it rushed into the blood sea. ZZ. ZZZ. Just as the Winnowing Basket Heart Cleansing Array blocked the blood sea, the sound of rats chewing on wood came from the blood sea. Every drop of blood in the blood sea flashed with dark demonic qi, and as if a door had been opened, demons that looked very similar to the demon emperor flew out from the blood sea. Xiaohua saw these demons clearly. They were the same kind of demons that he had killed at the teleportation hub when he had just arrived at the ruins. I see. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes as he looked at the demon emperor that was approaching the blood sea. He thought to himself, no wonder the demon emperor knows this Zhao's name. It must be because those demons were killed, and he didn't receive any message from them. Since that's the case, today will be a bloody battle. Thinking of this, Xiaohua transmitted his voice to Lu Wuxia. Sect Master Lu, what are we waiting for? The demon emperor is right in front of us. Why don't we work together to kill it? Lu Wuxia was a little hesitant, but he also transmitted his voice. With our strength, we should be able to kill this demon emperor. However, this demon emperor is a demon that is good at escaping through space. It's impossible for us to block it and kill it. I just thought about it. We can only kill it if we lure it into the winnowing basket heart cleansing array. Alright. Xiaohua nodded. We'll do as you say. You and I will attack and force it into the winnowing basket heart cleansing array. As he spoke, Xiaohua waved his hand, and a thunderbolt as sharp as a blade instantly cut the blood river in half. Moreover, the demons in the blood river were all turned into powder. Seeing this, Lu Wuxia also waved her sleeves and countless green dots of light flew out, covering the space within a dozen li. The dots of light then turned into mung bean-sized seeds that fell into the blood river. When they exploded, they also exterminated the demon race. Woo-woo. The two of them moved at the same time, causing the entire space to tremble slightly. Two sharp auras broke through the blood river and pounced towards the demon emperor in the sky. At this moment, the demons flying out of the blood river brandished their demonic aura and spat out demonic flames. Like locusts blotting out the sky and covering the earth, they pounced on the dozen or so huge fortresses of the Misty School. Similarly, the Misty School disciples who had been charging up in the fortresses also charged forward under the cover of the brilliance of the Earth's soul condensing formation. Rumble? A rumbling sound that shook tens of thousands of miles resounded. Many severed limbs flew out along with the miserable screams. However, these horrifying screams appeared especially vivid amidst the sound of the demonic drum. It was as if this blood and life were born for this demonic drum that shook one's spirit. Outside the fortresses, the Misty School disciples were risking their lives to fight. Inside the fortresses, the Misty School disciples were also desperately circulating their Zhen Yuan. Sounds of shwa 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 could be heard from the fortresses. One after another, raccoon-shaped lights flew out of the fortresses, roaring as they pounced towards the demons. The earth-and-yellow raccoon-shaped lights were actually very powerful. Every time a demon was enveloped by these lights, their pitch-black bodies would melt like snow, quickly turning into a pool of demonic blood. After a short while, all kinds of demon generals, demon marshals, and demon kings flew out of the blood river. The fighting strength of these demons was clearly a lot stronger than before, and the demonic aura in the entire space surged crazily. Kill? Roars of anger could be heard coming from the fortresses. The high-level disciples of the Misty School rushed out on their magic tools. Rays of light soared into the sky, and magic treasures collided with demonic tools, causing even the earth to shake. The Misty School disciples were desperately fighting. Xiaohua and Lu Wuxia were already closing in on the demon emperor. Although Xiaohua's divine sense was corroded by the blood array, his divine sense was very vigorous. With a sweep of his divine sense, he was able to force the blood array away. Although the demon emperor's figure was drifting, Xiaohua's divine sense was still able to sense it. Seeing that they were closing in on the demon emperor, Xiaohua rubbed his hands, and several crystal lights fell into the void. Hong long long. Thunder rumbled and the space within 1,000 miles boiled. Following the thunder, the demon emperor's figure could no longer hide in the void, and a huge demonic body flashed with a strange brilliance. Around this demonic body, there was a layer of spatial distortion, and within this distortion, there was an extremely dark demonic aura flowing out of it. Kill? Xiaohua sneered coldly. He grabbed at the air and a 100-meter-long streak of sword light appeared in front of the demon emperor's chest 100 kilometers away. The sword light streaked across the sky and slashed towards the demon emperor with incomparable sharpness. However, just as the sword light entered the demon emperor's chest, the demonic aura around the demon emperor's body slightly stirred. Unknowingly, the space distorted and even the sword light was torn apart. Damn it! Xiaohua roared, and with a push of his palms, the sword light pierced through again. Jijia. The demon emperor sneered, and the demonic aura around his body surged. At the same time, the spatial distortion became even more severe. Every time Xiaohua's sword light advanced an inch, the sword light would be torn apart an inch. By the time the entire sword light disappeared, the Demon Emperor was still not injured in the slightest. The renowned Taoist Master Shao only has this much divine ability? The Demon Emperor sneered, and with a wave of his hand, a seemingly solid ripple flashed from his withered arm. The ripple streaked across the sky, and a spatial crack slashed towards Xiaohua like a sword. Not good. Xiaohua smiled bitterly in his heart. This Demon Emperor is much more powerful than the Demon Monarch from before. Moreover, spatial manipulation is the innate divine ability of the demon race. This Xiao has only comprehended a few domains. How can I be this guy's opponent? However, seeing the spatial crack slashing towards him, Xiaohua was not afraid. He raised his hand and a huge illusory palm flew out, and grabbed the spatial crack like the hand of a yuanyin. Hong. With a loud sound, the spatial crack was crushed by the huge hand, and the hand also turned into nothingness. CSI. At this time, Wuxia also flew to the other side of the Demon Emperor. With a wave of her hand, she took out an emerald green branch. As the branch danced, specks of light flew out, and these specks of light fell into the air, turning into flowers. These flowers were extremely beautiful, and there were even dewdrops on them. However, the flowers emitted a powerful aura that swept away all the demon chi within a 10-li radius. Kill. Wuxia also shouted, and the flowers spun as they flew towards the Demon Emperor's abdomen. The Demon Emperor was currently using his demon chi to fight against Xiaohua's technique, and now that he was being forced by Wuxia, he seemed to be overwhelmed. In a hurry, the Demon Emperor opened his mouth and with a piu, a mouthful of dirty blood spurted out. This dirty blood turned into a blood demon that pounced towards the flowers. At this time, the blood demon within 100 li of the blood demon suddenly erupted, and like a flood, it poured into the blood demon's body. The blood demon's body suddenly expanded, and in a few breaths of time, it was already several hundred zhang tall. At this time, the flowers had already reached the blood demon's body. Pu piu. With a continuous sound, the flowers landed on the blood demon's body. The moment the flowers landed, they immediately turned into a layer of dark green net that quickly covered the blood demon. The blood demon's huge body shrank rapidly, and in a few breaths of time, it disappeared. Of course, the dark green brilliance also disappeared in the blood-red light. Seeing that Wuxia's treasure did not work, Xiaohua coldly snorted. His hands formed a seal, and an obscure sound came from his mouth, like a dragon's roar. The space that was sealed by the Demon Emperor was being torn apart by Xiaohua's magic power, and pure heaven-earth yuan qi turned into crystal threads that fell into Xiaohua's seal. Ah! Not only was the Demon Emperor shocked, but Wuxia was also stunned, and looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. Break? Along with the activation of Xiaohua's heavenly dragon speech technique, a strange fluctuation was generated from the left side of the Devil Emperor's devil body. Then, boom boom. The sound of explosion was generated in the distorted space. In this explosion, the Devil Emperor's devil body was blown to pieces. Damn it. The Demon Emperor obviously did not expect Xiaohua's technique to be able to destroy his body. He muttered and opened his mouth, and a fishy smell of demon chi came out. The Demon Emperor's body that was destroyed by Xiaohua suddenly moved, and like a crazy demon, they rushed towards Xiaohua. In fact, a small portion of the devils had even disappeared into the void. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the Kunlun mirror appeared in his hand. Under the activation of his magic power, Hong, a four-colored beam of light shot out. Ao ao ao. A series of miserable screams sounded, and all the demons were killed by the Kunlun mirror. Even the demons in the void turned into green smoke. After the little devil was destroyed, Xiaohua simply raised the Kunlun mirror. The four-colored light pillar once again soared into the sky and shone towards the Demon Emperor's heart. At the same time, Wuxia hurriedly waved her hand again, and the emerald green branch left her hand, and turned into a big tree in midair, and pounced towards the Demon Emperor. The tree was several times more powerful than the flower just now. Not only did it destroy the blood river, it also cleared away the demon chi in the void. Whoa! Facing the combined attack of two human experts, the Demon Emperor did not panic. He raised his hand, and a white bone the size of a mountain appeared out of nowhere. This white bone was covered with demonic runes, and the Demon Emperor waved the white bone, and endless demon chi came out of the white bone. Even the blood river in the blood array followed the white bone and rushed towards the emerald green tree. As for Xiaohua's Kunlun mirror, the Demon Emperor raised his left foot and kicked down. The beam of light landed on the Demon Emperor's left foot, and his entire left foot suddenly turned into a demon head. With a roar, the demon head swallowed the beam of light. At the same time, the demon head turned into a demonic cloud that was dozens of feet in size, and rapidly rotated. The Kunlun mirror's beam of light actually became dimmer and dimmer in this demonic cloud. Go! Seeing that the Kunlun mirror did not work, Xiaohua's expression changed slightly. He raised his hand and a dazzling golden light streaked across the sky, and like lightning, it struck the demon emperor's left leg. Facing the Tingjiao shears, even someone as strong as the demon emperor could not react in time. With a schwa sound, the Tingjiao shears struck the demon emperor's left leg. Under the golden light, the demonic runes on the demon emperor's body were split into two, and the broken demonic runes quickly disappeared. The Tingjiao shears, which had transformed into a dragon, slightly flicked its dragon tail, and even the indestructible demon emperor's left leg was cut off by the Tingjiao shears. Chapter 4139. Oh! The demon emperor's body swayed in pain, but it was only for a moment. Several pillars of demonic qi emerged from his broken leg, and a second later, a left calf appeared in front of Xiaohua. Go! Xiaohua took advantage of the situation and activated the soaring dragon shears again without hesitation. He was about to slash at the demon emperor's left calf, but at this moment, a sharp screech sounded in the air. Xiaohua was alerted and immediately teleported to the left. However, just as Xiaohua's figure was about to disappear, the vigilance in his heart grew even stronger. Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He urged the lightning around his body, and the thunderclap ninth heaven instantly flew out. Just as Xiaohua's figure flew out, a white bone that was even bigger than a mountain suddenly appeared in the void. Although this white bone only tore apart Xiaohua's image, that heart-wrenching pain was already born, as if it had really pierced his waist. The demon emperor's voice suddenly turned into wild laughter. Taoist Xiao, is only SOSO. Xiaohua dodged the demon emperor's attack and his eyes flashed with anger. He didn't dare to restrain the lightning around him and shouted, "When did the demon race become so cunning? Could it be that after being killed by us humans a few times, you've become smarter? In that case, Demon Emperor, this Xiao will let you become smarter." After speaking, the lightning around Xiaohua's body turned bronze again. Gurgle gurgle. In the space sealed by the blood formation, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Then strands of the power of the stars and moon stubbornly rushed out of the demonic formation and crashed into Xiaohua's body. Boom. Xiaohua's body uncontrollably expanded. This is the power of the stars? In the distance, Wuxia, who was controlling the power of the giant tree, saw the power of the stars and moon tearing the blood formation apart. The demonic qi was smashed into pieces by the power of the stars and moon. She couldn't help but open her mouth in shock and exclaim, "The power of the stars and moon? Xiaohua, where did he come from? How can a Taoist cultivator control such a high level of star power?" While speaking, Wuxia's gaze fell on the Kunlun mirror that was emitting the 4 pillars of light in the air. An indescribable expression appeared in her eyes. Could this really be the Kunlun mirror? But as soon as this thought appeared in her mind, Wuxia suddenly relaxed and laughed. How is that possible? How could the saint body of a heaven's equal realm saint fall into the cultivation world? Wouldn't a single finger of a saint be enough to make the cultivation world explode? While Wuxia was guessing, Xiaohua's avatar had already formed. He waved his hands and grabbed towards the demon emperor. Boom boom. Another series of thunderous roars sounded in the air. Within 1,000 miles, cracks in space appeared and rushed towards the demon emperor like a torrent. Ignorant child. The demon emperor was originally on guard, but when he saw Xiaohua's spatial divine power, he sneered. The wings on his body suddenly flapped and the bone spikes on the wings pierced into the void. Boom boom boom. At the same time, more than 10 dragon-like vibrations appeared in the void. The space within 1,000 miles was crazily torn apart. Huge cracks pierced deeply into the spatial torrent created by Xiaohua. Good. Seeing the demon emperor activating his wings, Wuxia was overjoyed. She slapped the top of her head and a ball of 5-colored light shot out. A figure that looked exactly like Wuxia appeared in the light and disappeared into the void in a flash. At the same time, the giant tree that was blocked by the demon emperor's white bone suddenly emitted the same 5-colored light. Then a huge wooden sword was pulled out from the tree. The moment the wooden sword appeared, the blood river and demonic qi lost their color. Shwa. Endless wood element energy of heaven and earth appeared from nowhere. The wooden sword's light was dull and it pierced towards the demon emperor's chest. Not good. The Demon Emperor was shocked. As if he was extremely afraid of the wooden sword's power, another demonic arm grew out from under his armpit. It held another white bone in its hand and hurriedly used it to block in front of him. Chi. The wooden sword seemingly calmly touched the white bone. Suddenly the white bone emitted a jade-green light. Within the light, layers of flesh and blood bloomed like lotuses. Then a sage-like cultivator stood up from the flesh and blood. Behind the cultivator, hundreds of figures of men and women flashed. Then, pa. A series of crisp sounds rang out. It was like bamboo exploding in a fire. The light was extinguished and the white bone was broken inch by inch. Even the demonic arm of the Demon Emperor was broken. The demonic chi on the demonic arm also exploded and blood splattered everywhere. Damn it! The Demon Emperor cursed. His entire demonic arm suddenly broke off from his body. Pa. In an instant, the demonic arm exploded into hundreds of pieces. However, what caught Lu Wuxia off guard was that the moment the demonic arm appeared, the nearby demonic chi and blood river rushed in again. Ao. In an instant, the hundreds of demonic arms turned into hundreds of demon kings with demonic chi, pouncing towards Lu Wuxia. Compared to Lu Wuxia's soundless drizzle, Xiaohua's attack was earth-shattering. The Demon Emperor's bone spear flew up and collided with Xiaohua's domain. The space within 1,000 li seemed to have been hit by a giant hand, shaking violently. With a thunderous roar that was not inferior to thunder, the blood river was torn apart, the demonic chi was torn apart, and countless demon kings were also turned into dust. Compared to the previous probing, the real battle between the man and the Demon Emperor caused both of them to be on guard. Looking at the sharpness of the space within 1,000 li, Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He raised his hand and slapped the top of his head. Whoa! Several mu of Jinqi gushed out again, crashing into the void. At this time, the void was even more complicated than a maze, but under the guidance of Xiaohua's divine sense, the giant hand easily found the Demon Emperor's position. Die! Xiaohua roared. His Jinqi rushed out of the void, turning into a fist and smashing towards the Demon Emperor's heart. Xiaohua's divine ability, which was similar to the hand of a nascent soul, was a fusion of Taoist magic and the innate energy of a Confucian cultivator. As soon as his fist landed, the devilish flame around the Devil Emperor's body was extinguished, and the devilish energy was blown away. In the blink of an eye, the fist hit the thousands of dark devilish runes in the Devil Emperor's heart. At this time, the Devil Emperor had just broken his devil arm and had yet to recover from his shock. What he didn't expect was that Xiaohua's hand would be able to cross the shattered void and attack him. Boom! The fist landed, and the space around the Devil Emperor's body was sealed. Thousands of devil runes scattered in the air, and the fist smashed into the Devil Emperor's chest while the Devil Emperor was dumbfounded. Even a wave of awe-inspiring chi condensed into a crystal thread and crazily crashed into the Demon Emperor's body. Ha! Demon Emperor, Demon Emperor! Xiaohua sneered, raising his head and roaring, "You're only a so-so." Then Xiaohua's body suddenly leaned forward and turned into a bolt of lightning, rushing into the broken void. The void was also strangely divided into two halves by the lightning. Waves of heaven and earth yuan chi and awe-inspiring chi madly converged into the torrent of lightning. After a few breaths, the lightning appeared above the Demon Emperor's head. At this time, the Demon Emperor was urging the blood light and demonic flames around him to rush out, trying his best to resist the awe-inspiring crystal thread. Seeing the lightning about to hit him, he was shocked. Go to hell! Xiaohua's angry roar came out from the lightning. It was like a thunderbolt from the ninth heaven. The lightning turned into a spear and directly stabbed into the Demon Emperor's head. The Demon Emperor's shoulders grew several demonic arms to block the attack. Those demonic weapons wanted to knock the lightning away, but the demonic weapons and arms were more or less turned into rotten wood under the lightning. Boom! The lightning spear pierced through the Demon Emperor's body. An earth-shattering explosion sounded, flipping over thousands of miles of space. Lu Wuxia, who had just activated her magic treasure to kill hundreds of demon kings, had an indescribable look of surprise in her eyes. She quickly rushed to the edge of the blood array. The Demon Emperor had fallen, and the entire blood array was collapsing. Countless demons wailed and their bodies exploded like flies. Xiaohua's figure appeared in the sky above where the Devil Emperor had exploded like a thunder god. He methodically withdrew his divine sense and coldly snorted with disdain. The Devil Emperor is only a so-so. Ouch, not good. It was also at this time that Xiaohua suddenly felt that something was wrong. It wasn't like he hadn't fought the Demon Emperor before. The Demon Emperor's strength was unparalleled, and although his divine ability could match the Demon Emperor's, without the help of the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua, the soul cultivator Xiaohua and Buddha Bodhi, there was no way he could kill the Demon Emperor. It had only been a dozen or so years, and although he had tempered his Tao heart in the heavenly demon illusion, his strength had improved after the reconstruction of his profound energy, but it should have been impossible for him to improve to this extent. The difference in strength between the two Demon Emperors couldn't be that big. When he thought up to this point, Xiaohua suddenly thought of the zombie devil race that Yunche had mentioned. It was a race that could easily wipe out an entire sect with a single devil sovereign. Lightning appeared on his body again, and he hastily opened his delusion breaker eye. Unfortunately, Xiaohua woke up too late. His body had just moved when an indescribable pain immediately appeared on his back. He couldn't help but howl as the feeling of his soul being burned directly. However, between life and death, how could Xiaohua dare to be negligent? The true energy in his body surged and his entire body shot forward. He didn't care whether he could teleport or not in the space lock. The tricolored spiritual fire gushed out like a flood and swept out behind him. Oh! An incomparably ethereal voice came from behind Xiaohua. This voice sounded like thunder in Xiaohua's ears. Even when Xiaohua was teleporting, countless streams of light flashed in front of his eyes. The scene of him killing the Demon Emperor turned into images and shattered in these streams of light. Illusion. Illusion. Motherfucker, this Xiao has fallen into the devil race's trap again. Xiaohua couldn't help but howl madly in his heart. When did the devil race become more cunning than the dragon race? How could Xiaohua not understand at this point? It wasn't just a single devil emperor that had surrounded the Misty School. The devil race was planning to eliminate the entire Misty School in one fell swoop, and this time 2 devil emperors had come. The devil emperor he was facing had attracted his and Lu Wuxia's attention, and the other zombie devil emperor was hiding in the void, preparing to assassinate them. Chapter 4140. Of course, the 2 demon emperors were planning to kill Lu Wuxia in a short period of time and exterminate the Misty School. They were planning to retreat before the conference hall could send their troops over. Xiaohua even felt that if he hadn't visited the Misty School, the 2 demon emperors would have pursued Lu Wuxia to the Shindao sect after she was killed by the 2 demon emperors. Putting the false and the real in place. This kind of brilliant strategy, Xiaohua admitted that he absolutely could not do it. After consuming nearly half of his true essence to activate the spirit fire, Xiaohua was finally able to extricate himself from a hopeless situation. When he reappeared in midair, he saw Lu Wuxia brandishing her magic treasure to kill a group of devils. Moreover, with a wave of her hand, a disc-shaped magic treasure flew out from her Sumeru ring and transformed into a huge ring to protect herself. Xiaohua staggered in midair and tried his best to stabilize himself. His back, which was several hundred feet wide, was full of bloody marks. These marks were like demons, crazily devouring Xiaohua's flesh. Between the bloody marks, there were slightly glowing demon patterns that flashed from time to time. Xiaohua urged his Xiantian Yuan to fight against the demon blood and demon patterns. At the same time he was thinking about whether he should use his own demon qi. However, seeing that the strange demon patterns and his Xiantian Yuan were equally matched, and he could only stop the demon patterns from invading his bloodline, he knew that the demon patterns were of a higher level than his demon qi. If he used his demon qi, he would probably end up in a situation where he had to save himself. Xiaohua slowly turned around, his eyes filled with anger. This was the second time he fell into the illusion of the demon race in the ruins. Speaking of which, it was really embarrassing. However, when he turned around and saw everything in front of him, Xiaohua's anger dissipated a little. Standing in midair was a human figure that was several hundred feet tall. This human figure was different from ordinary cultivators. It had 2 heads and 4 arms. Facing Xiaohua was a very simple face with 2 slanted eyebrows and a pair of starry eyes. The 4 arms were holding 4 strange magical weapons. The 2 strange people's bodies emitted a dark gold color, and strange runes were engraved in this dark gold color. From this rune, Xiaohua felt an indescribable primordial aura. When Xiaohua saw this strange person, he immediately thought of the 3-headed and 6-armed celestial in his space. At this moment, the strange man's body was being burned by the tricolored spirit fire. The strange man's nose spewed out a dual-colored glow, and when the glow entered the spirit fire, it caused the spirit fire to burn even more fiercely. Seeing that the runes on the strange man's body were about to melt in the spirit fire, the strange man punched himself in the chest. Demonic chi surged as demonic blood landed on the spirit fire. Sizzle. With a violent sound, the spirit fire suddenly dimmed, but immediately after, the strange man's body burned even faster, and the spirit fire lit up again. Whoa! A gust of wind that was even louder than the demonic drum sounded from the top of the monster's head. Immediately, a blood shadow spurted out. The blood river and demonic chi happily rushed into the blood shadow. A blood cocoon that looked like a worm appeared in the air. This blood cocoon was constantly shaking, and from time to time, demonic heads would pop out from the blood cocoon. However, the blood cocoon did not have a fixed shape. Xiaohua's gaze landed on the blood cocoon. A demonic chi that was even more powerful than the previous demonic emperor was emitting from the blood. Needless to say, this blood cocoon was definitely another demonic emperor. Xiaohua clenched his teeth. He circulated his Zhen Qi to resist the demonic Qi on his back as he thought of a way to defeat the enemy. The two-headed, four-armed zombie that had just been tossed aside by the zombie sovereign had also gradually melted into a copper-colored liquid that was being absorbed by the spirit flames. Kakaka. At this moment, the demonic emperor that had one of its legs chopped off by Xiaohua, but had actually dodged Xiaohua's attacks during the battle, laughed coldly. Its bloodthirsty demonic Qi swept past Xiaohua and landed on Wuxia. Then it raised its demonic arms and flapped its wings. Several spatial rifts that looked like spatial storms appeared and thousands of black demonic balls shot towards Wuxia. When Wuxia saw that the demonic emperor was attacking her alone, a look of desperation appeared on her face. She opened her mouth and a green light the size of a fist flew out. It was a flat seed that landed in the air. Wuxia then slapped the top of her head and her Zhen Qi surged into the sky. When the Zhen Qi returned to the ground, her body expanded rapidly. At the same time, she rubbed her hands together and fist-sized crystals fell into the seed. Then she started chanting and a powerful Qi rushed into the seed as well. A green light that was as bright as the sun shone from the seed. Wuxia chanted, "The beginning of life, the beginning of power, the heaven and earth are righteous, the gods and demons are without evil." Boom. Another surge of energy that was hidden in the river gushed out from the ground. It pierced through heaven and earth and landed on the seed that was now 100 mu in size. Wuxia slowly raised her hands as if she was really pushing the sun. Whoa! The seed made a whimpering sound as it flew towards the Demon King's spatial storm. Every inch the seed flew forward, the green light would grow by 1 foot. When it collided with the Demon King's attack, the green light had already turned into a vine that was tens of thousands of feet long. It swept towards the spatial storm that could tear everything apart. After the seed, Wuxia raised her hand and the tree branch magic treasure transformed into a wooden sword that was thousands of feet long. Countless strange flowers and plants bloomed on the blade of the wooden sword. Another rumbling sound rang out and Wuxia's body began to glow. A yuan spirit projection emerged from her body and landed outside of her body. It waved the wooden sword and stabbed towards the demonic emperor's heart. Wuxia and the demonic emperor were locked in battle. Xiaohua also moved because he could see that many zombie cultivators had appeared near the space where the demonic emperor was. These zombie cultivators were either in human form or beast form. There were even many that were half human and half beast. These zombies had tough bodies and were much more powerful than the demonic emperor from before. The stalemate between the Misty School and the demonic emperor was broken in an instant. Xiaohua knew that he couldn't delay any longer. If he couldn't kill the demonic emperor, then the demonic emperor behind him would kill Wuxia. Without Wuxia, not only would the Misty School be destroyed by the demonic emperor, even he might not be able to escape from the encirclement of 2 demonic emperors. However, before Xiaohua could fly a few li, the demonic emperor's body suddenly shone with a bloody light. A body that was thousands of feet long appeared in the air. This body wasn't humanoid. It had 3 arms and 2 legs and it didn't have a head. Each of the 3 arms held a demonic spear, a demonic hammer and a demonic shield. On the surface of the body, just like the shell of the 4 arms, there were also faint golden runes. The aura of desolation came from these runes. Damn it, how many celestial bodies did this demonic emperor take care of? Xiaohua cursed inwardly. He raised his hand and activated the Kunlun mirror. However, just as the light from the Kunlun mirror flew out, the demonic emperor's blood-stained body flashed in the air and entered the headless body. The demonic emperor's aura suddenly surged and a pitch-black demonic chi appeared on the demonic shield, blocking the light from the Kunlun mirror. Boom! More than half of the demonic chi on the demonic shield was destroyed. However, after the demonic chi disappeared, strange patterns appeared. These patterns were either spinning or trembling. Although the light from the Kunlun mirror rushed into the weak spots of the patterns, in front of these patterns the light from the Kunlun mirror was clearly weak and powerless. It actually couldn't break through the demonic shield. This is bad. Seeing how powerful the demonic shield was, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel that things were not good. After all, this headless demonic emperor was holding 3 demonic weapons. If he couldn't break through this demonic shield, then wouldn't the other 2 be as powerful as this demonic shield? Although his Kunlun mirror had been refined to the spiritual treasure realm, compared to these unknown weapons from the upper realm, there was still a gap. Seeing that the Kunlun mirror was useless, Xiaohua didn't hesitate to point his finger again. Shua. The Tengjiao shears flashed in the air and shot towards the demonic emperor. Gugu. The demonic emperor didn't know where the sound came from. The demonic weapon in one of its hands was raised in the air. A similarly dazzling golden spear roared and soared into the sky. The previously torn space was once again pierced through by this demonic spear. Ka. The Tengjiao shears landed on the demonic weapon. The 2 golden lights were annihilated at the same time. Moreover, within the spear shadow, a thin pitch-black demonic chi was born. This demonic chi was like a hibernating viper. Before it could awaken, it was cut in half by the Tengjiao shears. Even though the demonic chi was removed from the golden spear, although it was still as strong as before, on the body of the spear, a thin crack extended from the tip to the end of the spear. It was neatly cut in half. A fox borrowing the tiger's might. Xiaohua looked at the demonic emperor like a tiger facing a hedgehog. He didn't know how to attack. Whether it was the demonic shield or the demonic spear, it was not the demonic emperor's own divine ability that blocked Xiaohua's divine ability. Hee. A loud voice sounded from the demonic emperor. Taoist Master Xiao, don't worry. I will let you see this emperor's ability, then let's do it now. Xiaohua roared and put away the Kunlun mirror and the Tengjiao shears. His whole body turned into a thunderbolt and rushed into the broken space, taking out the wishful staff. Boom. Where the wishful staff fell, the unstable void shook. The demonic emperor was not afraid. The demonic hammer and demonic spear danced and fought with Xiaohua's wishful staff. At this time, Xiaohua's wishful staff was very different from before. Although it had not really broken away from the 5 elements, every time it danced, it set off a kind of spatial power. Where the wind rose, the staff's shadow was heavy. Within hundreds of miles, it was filled with a murderous aura. The demonic spear, demonic hammer, and demonic shield in the hands of the demonic emperor were also very orderly. In the face of Xiaohua's storm-like attacks, the demonic spear responded, the demonic hammer struck, and even the demonic shield defended. The moves were also very clever and orderly. Chapter 41-41. Not good. This bastard's intention is to delay this Xiao. Xiaohua saw that the demon emperor was very cautious in his attacks, and that Lu Wuxia was at a disadvantage in the battle with the other demon emperor. He immediately understood the plan of the 2 demon emperors. He wants to wait for the other demon emperor to kill Lu Wuxia and then deal with this Xiao together. No, I must make the first move. Xiaohua made up his mind and his figure got closer. The attack of the wishful steel staff increased by a few points. Seeing that he was close to the demon emperor, Xiaohua's left hand loosened, and the staff was transferred to his right hand. However, the staff still struck down like a mountain. But just as Xiaohua was about to take out his trump card, the headless celestial zombie's chest suddenly overflowed with an obscure fluctuation. This fluctuation was very strange, and in an instant, it enveloped an area of 1,000 li, as if it completely ignored the distance between them. Xiaohua, who was closing in on the demon emperor, was naturally within this range. Pa. There were thousands of other zombies within this 1,000 li, but after the fluctuation passed, these zombies exploded, and clouds of blood mist flew out from these zombies, which did not have any blood essence, and turned into different phantoms that fell around the headless celestial zombie. Looking at Xiaohua again, there was a cluster of fine dust in front of him, as if space had been shattered. Then Xiaohua only felt the blood vessels in his body suddenly tighten, as if a big hand had grabbed his blood vessels out of thin air. Then his whole blood vessels began to burn, and not only did the blood flow speed up, but the blood vessels also began to go berserk, causing Xiaohua's body to swell and explode. A blood vessel phantom was born in Xiaohua's body, and it struggled with all its might, trying to break free from the shackles of his body and blood vessels. Damn it, this is blood power? Sensing the slightly familiar power, Xiaohua was slightly taken aback, and then he was greatly alarmed. At the same time, the demonic qi that Xiaohua had previously used his Xiantianjin qi to resist once again started to wreak havoc. It was as if thousands of bloodthirsty demons were madly gnawing at Xiaohua's body, trying their best to break through the blockade of Xiaohua's Xiantianjin Qi and merge with Xiaohua's almost boiling blood phantom. Is this the legendary pincer attack? Xiaohua sneered and charged towards the headless celestial zombie. Green light flashed between his eyebrows and tens of thousands of soul strands fell into Xiaohua's body. Tiny green seal characters also flew into Xiaohua's blood vessels. Xiaohua's blood vessels gradually calmed down and the blood vessels phantom also quickly disappeared. Not only that, but the green seal text also emitted a ghostly chanting sound. The indescribable ripples traveled back to where the previous ripples had come from, quickly transcending space and landing on the Deva zombie. Green light flashed, and the strange magical symbols on the Deva zombie's body shattered. Then, thumb-sized bubbles burst out of its fleshly body. These bubbles were blocked by the runes on the surface of its body, but the bubbles rose and fell in many places, making the celestial zombie look like a toad. A vague shadow floated up from the bubbles. The shadow was as anxious as a suffocating creature that had just escaped from deep water. Human. How do you know how to swallow blood and control essence? The headless celestial zombie let out a thunderous sound, and there was a lot of surprise in its voice. Boom. At this time, the wishful steel staff collided with the demonic spear, and the force of the collision rose again. Xiaohua's Dharma body only shook slightly. With a wave of his left hand, the demonic slaughter blade was waiting for an opportunity to attack, and Xiaohua's golden body began to emit wisps of black gas. Whoa! A fierce wind whistling sound suddenly appeared at this time. Xiaohua was stunned and sent out his divine sense. He saw that the demon emperor who was originally rushing towards Wuxia had abandoned Xiaohua. The space around the huge demonic body was extremely distorted, and with a flash of light and darkness, the demon emperor had already appeared above Xiaohua's head. Hundreds of white bone claws stretched out from the demonic body and rushed towards Xiaohua's back. The spread of the demonic wings set off a monstrous amount of demonic qi that turned into countless arrows that also shot towards Xiaohua's back. Damn it. It turns out that this demon emperor is proficient in spatial magic. Xiaohua's divine sense swept out and was actually killed by these white bones and demonic qi arrows. Seeing that the demon emperor ignored thousands of miles of space and squeezed out of the void, how could he not know that this was a trick of two demon emperors? Now his strength was not even comparable to one demon emperor, and under the attack of two demon emperors, he was afraid that he would not be able to hold on for long. However, Xiaohua was shocked and sneered, secretly thinking, if you two demon emperors attacked Wuxia at the same time, I'm afraid you would really succeed. But if you use these methods to bully this Xiao, you will go for wool and come home shorn. Just as he was thinking, the headless celestial zombie cooperated with the other demon emperor, and the celestial body suddenly elongated. At the same time, the demonic shield was raised to block the wishful steel staff, and the demonic spear and hammer pierced through the sky, falling in the direction that Xiaohua had to hide. Woo-woo. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly, and immediately tens of thousands of small whirlwinds appeared around his body. Not only was the surrounding blood river attracted by these whirlwinds, but also a large amount of demonic qi was sucked in. Xiaohua's body was surrounded by a demonic helmet unique to ordinary demons. Seeing that Xiaohua had actually turned into a demon, the two demon emperors were slightly stunned. They naturally knew that Xiaohua had a demon spirit around him, but they did not expect that Xiaohua could use demonic arts. Moreover, in the face of the headless celestial zombie in front of him and the mountain-like white bones of the demon emperor behind him, Xiaohua was as steady as a rock. He waved his left hand steadily. Shua. First, it was like nibbling mulberry leaves, extremely subtle, and then it was like a small bridge sweetly entering the ear. When the blade light like a horse appeared in front of the headless celestial zombie, the monstrous demonic flame had already rushed out from the demonic blade like a stormy sea towards the demon emperor. Boom. In the wild roar, all the blood red and demonic qi were overshadowed by this demonic blade. Kill? Kill. This is the demonic blade kill. The headless celestial zombie faced the demonic blade directly. He was most aware of the aura of the demonic blade that could kill him. He could not help but shout wildly, "Where did you get this thing? Which demon emperor are you?" Unfortunately, Xiaohua could answer his question. The demonic blade was like the wind, and the demonic flame was like a tidal wave. Boom. As the demonic spear and the demonic hammer were chopped into two halves, even half of the headless celestial zombie's body turned yellow and white inch by inch. In the end, it turned into white bones and fell out of thin air. What was special was that the phantom of the demon emperor was withdrawn from the white bones where the demonic blade passed. Aoao. The demon emperor struggled to escape, and a blood shadow fell into the demonic blade. When the blood shadow was withdrawn, the demon emperor's blood shadow had already disappeared in the void. This demon emperor's escape technique was not inferior to Xiaohua's in the slightest. Kaka. At the same time Xiaohua injured the demon emperor, the space behind Xiaohua was shattered by the other demon emperor's white bones. The demonic qi on Xiaohua's back suddenly surged, and half of his body was torn apart by the white bones. Xiaohua's demonic body trembled madly again, and his demonic qi surged madly. Xiaohua suddenly turned his head, his blood-red eyes filled with anger. He was clear in his heart that his profound qi had just been replenished, and it was really not good for him to use the demonic blade too much. However, this demon emperor was really hateful. He had schemed against him time and time again. If he did not teach him a lesson, Xiaohua would not be reconciled. Place me in the land of death and then live. Xiaohua clenched his teeth. Whoa. The demonic wave rose again, surging violently towards the thousands of white bones. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Like the sound of mountains collapsing and the earth splitting, these white bones collapsed incomparably under the demonic blade. Damn it. Xiaohua actually has the demonic blade kill. TSK, you actually did not explain it to this emperor. When this emperor returns, this emperor will definitely not let you off. The demon emperor originally wanted to sneak attack Xiaohua and seize the opportunity to obtain the demonic blade. However, when he saw how powerful the demonic blade was, which was even more powerful than he had imagined, the demon emperor howled in grief. He spread his wings and his demonic body flew back into the void. Although the demonic qi of the demonic blade was crazily devouring the demonic arm and other things that the demon emperor had abandoned, it still rushed into the void to pursue the demon emperor. Wuxia was somewhat dumbfounded as she watched everything that was happening in front of her. Her eyes were filled with profound meaning as she looked at Xiaohua's uncontrollable demonic body in midair. She somewhat did not know what to do. However, just as she was in a daze, a demonic palm suddenly reached out from the void. The demon emperor's strange voice rang out, "Damn it, if I can't kill Xiaohua, I have to kill Wuxia no matter what. Otherwise, where will this emperor put his face?" The demon emperor's sneak attack was too sudden. Wuxia did not expect the demon emperor to have the heart to attack her after being defeated by Xiaohua. Her expression changed greatly, and she hurriedly activated her magic treasure to block. Boom! Space shattered as the demonic palm pressed against Wuxia's towering chest. Wuxia's delicate body trembled, and she hurriedly retreated like duckweed. At the same time, a green beam of light descended from her magic treasure, smashing the demonic palm into pieces. The beam of light even chased after the demonic palm and surged towards the demon emperor. Unfortunately, the demon emperor's laughter rang out. His voice had already reached the demonic array. When the space exploded, the demon emperor's demonic arm appeared in the void. It was just a lone demonic arm, the demon emperor had already fled. Damn it! How could Wuxia not know that she had fallen into the demon emperor's trap again? However, her figure flickered twice, and after teleporting towards the demonic array, she reappeared in midair. Her originally delicate face had turned pale. Her strength was originally not comparable to the demon emperor. Even if the demon emperor was injured by Xiaohua, she was still not his match. Even if she chased after him now, what could she do? Wuxia cursed angrily. Her divine sense swept out and she hurriedly searched for Xiaohua. Io? Dao Master Xiao. Wuxia's divine sense swept through the demonic array, but Xiaohua's figure was nowhere to be found. She unconsciously turned pale with fright. Because just before she was injured by the demon emperor, she saw Xiaohua's demonic saber swing. Although the demonic arm of the demon emperor was destroyed, Xiaohua's body was filled with demonic qi, and he was sent flying by the backlash of the demonic arm. But now Xiaohua's figure had disappeared like a falling leaf. No matter how Wuxia used her divine sense to search, there was no trace of him. Chapter 41-42. What's going on? Wuxia circulated her cultivation to suppress her injuries as she flew towards the Misty School's defensive formation. How could Daoist Xiao have the devil saber? How could he cultivate a devil technique? Could it be, he's a devil? I remember that a cultivator had sent a message saying that there were traces of devils in the fortune gate. Could it be that there's a great scheme behind this? How is this possible? Wuxia was confused and frightened. She suddenly stopped because the two groups of devils that were attacking the Misty School's defensive formation had begun to retreat. The first to disappear was the zombie devil clan. They had already flown away when Lu Wuxia stopped in midair. At this time, the devils that were attacking the Earth Clan Soul Condensing Formation and Heart Cleansing Winnowing Basket Array had also slowed down their attacks. Many of them had disappeared into the void. Lu Wuxia heaved a long sigh of relief. She understood that her Misty School had avoided a calamity. The two Devil Emperors were injured by Xiaohua's Devil Saber and did not dare to continue fighting. They had also given up on their plan to exterminate the Misty School. However, her relief only lasted for a moment before she was filled with doubts. If Xiaohua is a human, how could he control the Devil Saber? Even if he could control the Devil Saber, how could he injure two Devil Emperors in one move? How could he be so strong? If the Devil Saber is powerful, then how could Xiaohua control the Devil Saber that even Devil Emperors are afraid of? This Xiaohua, where did he come from? Could it be that he's also a Devil Emperor? But he's not on the same side as these two Devil Emperors. At the same time, Lu Wuxia narrowed her eyes and took out a pill from her spatial ring. She watched as the demons retreated, and the river of blood began to flow in reverse within the black demonic array. When the river of blood finally disappeared, the demonic energy within the demonic array turned into demonic clouds that floated in the air. A bright moon appeared in the middle of the demonic clouds, and the moonlight sprinkled down like water. The moonlight fell on Lu Wuxia's body, and also on the Earth Clan Soul Consolidating Formation. The Earth Clan Soul Consolidating Formation of the Misty Sect did not fall down because of the retreat of the demons. Instead, some disciples flew out from the protection of the Earth Clan Soul Consolidating Formation and patrolled the area. Several young men and women flew out and arrived beside Lu Wuxia. They bowed and said, "Sect Master." Lu Wuxia retracted her gaze from the moonlight and looked at them. "You all saw it?" The few men and women looked at each other and exchanged glances. Naturally, they understood what Lu Wuxia was asking. They replied in unison, "Reporting to sect leader, we can all see it clearly. What do you all think?" This. The group of cultivators hesitated, not daring to speak casually. "Tell me," Lu Wuxia ordered. Everyone looked at the man in front of them. The man hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm very conflicted. I can't tell the truth of the matter, and I don't know if there's a bigger conspiracy behind it. After all, no matter what Taoist Zhao's background is, no matter if he's a devil or not, his arrival saved our Misty School. If it weren't for him today, the Misty School wouldn't have been so simple." "Not necessarily," a woman hurriedly said. "With Sect Master's divine ability and the sect protecting formation of our Misty School, not to mention two Devil Emperors, even three Devil Emperors wouldn't be able to do anything to our Misty School." "That's right," a woman also shouted. "Xiaohua should be a spy for the Devil Emperors. They have a bigger conspiracy and might use it as an opportunity to destroy our ruins. Junior Sisterine, you're too big-breasted and brainless." A man with a yellow face and bloodstains all over his body said coldly. "If Taoist Zhao is a spy, when he entered our Misty School, he had plenty of chances to sneak attack Sect Master. Besides, if he's a Devil Emperor, why did he risk his life to protect our Misty School? My ethereal sect was already on the brink of destruction. If the two Devil Emperors just slightly urged the Devil race to attack, the Earth Soul Condensing Formation would definitely collapse." "Senior Brother Zhou, what do you mean?" Junior Sister Yin said angrily. "Could it be that you're also a spy for the Devil race? Take a look, Xiaohua used the Devil Saber and already transformed into a devil body. Even if Taoist Zhao is a devil, he's still a devil god protecting us human cultivators." Senior Brother Zhou shouted. "When have you ever seen a human protecting a pig?" Junior Sister Yin sneered. "Don't forget that we humans are food for the devil race." "Sai, shut up." Lu Wuxia sighed. "Vice Sect Master Lien, I was seriously injured in the fight with the Devil Emperor. Right now, I need to go into seclusion to recuperate. You'll be in charge of the sect's affairs for now. If there's anything difficult to deal with, you can report to me." Yes, this subordinate obeys. The man in front bowed. However, a moment later he asked in a low voice, "About Xiaohua. Things will come to light eventually." Lu Wuxia's face showed a sense of helplessness. She waved her hand and said, "I'll just do my own thing. I won't listen, I won't believe, and I won't spread the news." "Yes, this subordinate understands." Vice Sect Master Lien nodded. "This subordinate will contact the conference hall and explain what happened here. Do as you wish." Lu Wuxia's figure flashed and disappeared in midair. However, her voice remained in the distance. "I need to go into seclusion. Respectfully see you off, Sect Master. I hope you'll be able to come out of seclusion soon." The group of male and female cultivators bowed. After Lu Wuxia left, Vice Sect Master Lien hesitated for a moment. He looked around and asked, "Did you see where Xiaohua went?" "Senior brother Lien." Several people shook their heads. In the end, the cultivator surnamed Zhou opened his mouth and said, "At that time, this disciple was fighting against an enemy. However, Daoist Zhao's attack was truly awe-inspiring. When this disciple killed that zombie, I also saw Daoist Zhao's demonic body. However, after that, demonic energy surged and the blood river became chaotic. As for where Daoist Zhao went, I don't know. Two great demon emperors attacked him from both sides." Vice Sect Master Lien shook his head regretfully. "Even if Xiaohua was a celestial with 3 heads and 6 arms, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to survive. This was originally a trap. Xiaohua naturally left with the demon race." The big-breasted but brainless junior sister Yin jumped out and shouted again. Unfortunately, this time no one echoed her. Lu Wuxia had already left. Who would want to show off too much? Besides, no one knew whether Xiaohua was a demon or not. If there was some kind of conspiracy, Xiaohua wouldn't have escaped with the 2 demon emperors. After all, the demon saber had clearly wounded the 2 demon emperors when it had been activated. The dozen or so Misty School cultivators discussed for a moment. They waited for the demon formation in the sky to slowly disperse. The rich and fresh world's origin chi madly swept in, gradually blowing away the blood and killing intent within a radius of 10,000 li. In this life and death battle, countless human cultivators had died. Similarly, the number of demon race cultivators who died in Ping River was also extremely high. However, the Misty School had finally survived the most critical moment. With the descent of the starlight, all signs of life were reborn. The Earth Soul Condensing Formation and Winnowing Basket Heart Cleansing Formation didn't immediately disperse. Instead, with the influx of world's origin chi, they became even more powerful. More than 10 fortresses were entangled by water dragons, cruising thousands of li away. Seeing this, the dozen or so Misty School cultivators flew to various places under the command of Vice Head Lien. The entire Misty School gradually returned to normal order. As for Xiaohua, his situation was far worse than what these Misty School cultivators had expected. Xiaohua didn't know the origin of the demon saber, but he was very clear in his heart. When the 3 demon emperors saw the demon saber, their expressions all changed. Even the heavenly demon coveted this demon saber. How could the origin of this demon saber be simple? Moreover, every time Xiaohua activated the demon saber, he would be devoured by the demonic nature within the demon saber. This demonic nature was a great supplement to the demon race, but it was also a great harm to the human race. Therefore, with the existence of the demon spirit Xiaohua in Xiaohua's body, every time the demonic nature devoured him, Xiaohua would deliberately guide it into the demon spirit Xiaohua's body to eliminate the effects on himself. But even so, what kind of demon saber was a demon weapon? How could a simple guide method eliminate the demonic nature? Although the demon spirit Xiaohua could obtain the majority of the demonic nature that was harmful to the human race was still engraved in Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua himself said that every time he activated the demon saber, he would be a bit further away from the human world. Therefore, unless Xiaohua had no other choice, he would never use the demon saber. Even if he used the demon saber, he would only let the demon spirit Xiaohua activate it. He would never interfere. When he was training in the folded jadeite forgotten land of the Dragon Island, Xiaohua coincidentally borrowed the power of the dragon domain to reconstruct his Dao realm. His Dao heart was also cleansed. It seemed like the demonic marks from before had already been eliminated, but the demonic nature in his heart had not completely disappeared. Ever since he arrived at the ruins, Xiaohua had already brandished the demon saber several times. Especially when he escaped from the heavenly demon's fantasy land, he brandished the demon saber twice in a row when his profound chi was almost exhausted. At that time, the demon spirit Xiaohua and the other doppelgangers were separated from Xiaohua's body. The backlash from brandishing the demon saber twice was like a carving knife that engraved the demonic marks in Xiaohua's heart. Therefore, after Xiaohua escaped, he immediately went into seclusion. He wanted to find a remedy from the heavenly demon's profound chi. And this time, when Xiaohua visited the Misty School, he once again encountered the 2 demon emperors joining hands to destroy the Misty School. Helpless, Xiaohua brandished the demon saber again. These 2 attacks were admittedly injuring the demon emperors, but the damage to Xiaohua's heart was not any lighter than the 2 demon emperors. Furthermore, the counterattack of the demon emperor, who had the white bone demon arm and the innate space ability, after the white bone demon arm was destroyed, stimulated the demonic nature in Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua's heavenly embodiment earth golden body was quickly withdrawn. At the same time his entire body drifted like a fallen leaf. The demon blood armor condensed from demonic qi absorbed the demonic blood and demonic flame from the demonic qi in the blood river of the demon race. Xiaohua even unconsciously took out the 2 demon hammers. Chapter 41-43. At this moment, the demon emperor did not have the time to look carefully. Otherwise he would have definitely noticed Xiaohua's abnormality. Unfortunately, other than wanting to plot against Wuxia, the demon emperor was also extremely embarrassed and angry. As a human, Xiaohua could use the demon saber murder. However, if he was prepared, the demon saber murder would not have caused such a huge injury to him. Furthermore, if he was prepared, he could join forces with the other zombie race's demon emperor to snatch the demon saber murder from Xiaohua's hands. Of course, this was on the premise that he knew that the demon saber murder was in Xiaohua's hands. The problem was that although Xiaohua used the demon saber murder in the battle against the demon race, the demon emperor did not tell this demon emperor about the demon saber murder. At this moment, the demon emperor immediately escaped into the void after injuring Wuxia. He roared in his mind, "Huang Qian, what's going on? How did the demon saber murder appear in the ruins? How did this human cultivator activate it?" Huang Qian was the name of the zombie race. Emperor was the title of the demon race's demon emperor. At this moment Huang Qian was also fleeing in panic. Hearing the demon emperor's question, he also angrily said, "Huang Qian, what you asked is also what this emperor wants to know. Don't forget that this emperor has suffered even more than you. Your demon saber murder directly slashed this emperor's body. Truly hateful. If not for this human sneak attack, how could this emperor be injured? Today's matter was originally planned properly. How did the demon saber murder appear in the Misty School's Ping River? If this is the case, our plan, won't it be delayed again? We've been trapped in the ruins for a long time. I'm afraid we'll attract the attention of other demon formations and the human race." The demon emperor Huang Qian became even more furious. If he had a trace of vigilance, he would not have allowed Xiaohua to attack him like this. Huang Qian coldly said, "Huang Qian, don't ask this emperor. When we return to the demon formation, you'd better ask Huang Qian of the Qiujia race. He was the first to meet Xiaohua and he even fought with Xiaohua. He did not gain any advantage over Xiaohua. I think he was also injured by the demon saber murder. However, he did not tell you and me about it." Damn Huang Qian. Huang Ke sneered, "It's not that he doesn't want to tell us. He wants to hide it on purpose. He wants to obtain this devil blade murder. Why do you need to say such thoughts out loud?" Huang Chong sneered. "No one is a fool. Could it be that you want to ask him about this?" "Umph." Huang Yu snorted coldly. He knew that he had fallen into Huang Yu's trap. However, Huang Yu was right. He would never tell the Devil Emperor that he had been injured by the Devil Blade murder, nor would he go and settle the score with Huang Yu. The 2 Devil Emperors removed the demonic array and retreated out of Ping River. The group of devils that were attacking the Misty School inside the demonic array also retreated. The demonic array was the same as the Earth Soul condensing array of the Misty School. Although it was removed, it did not disappear. Instead, it slowly faded into the void. The demonic chi formed a strange demonic chi passage in the space, guiding the devils to retreat along with it. As for Xiaohua, because he was waving the demonic hammer in his hand, the demonic chi on his devil body was also poured into the demonic array. Therefore, when his mind was controlled by the devil, his entire devil body also fell into the passage along with the demonic chi, retreating along with thousands of ordinary devil generals. Although Xiaohua's devil body did not have particularly obvious bone spurs or devil wings, the genuine demonic chi and devil flames were enough to confuse all devils below the level of Devil Emperor. Xiaohua's devil body fell into the demonic chi passage. The entire passage was several li wide. Inside the passage, the demonic chi slowly rotated in one direction. In the middle of the revolving demonic chi, there were wisps of blood swimming. After flying along the passage for several hours, the passage widened again. At the same time, the demonic chi became thinner. From time to time, the demonic chi would rush into the earth, fire, wind, and lightning. The earth, fire, wind, and lightning destroyed a part of the demonic chi, but the demonic chi seemed to be endless, repairing the passage from time to time. When the earth, fire, wind, and lightning rushed in, they brought along some of the power of the stars and the moon. When the power of the stars and the moon fell into Xiaohua's devil body, it let out a low rumbling sound. Gradually, the demonic nature in Xiaohua's mind began to fade, and Xiaohua slowly woke up. Looking at the demonic chi passage near him, and then looking at the devil armor on his body, Xiaohua very easily recalled what had happened before. At this moment Xiaohua's mind was attacked by the demonic nature, and his body was destroyed by the devil emperor. He was at the most vulnerable point. If he forcibly broke through, it would inevitably attract the attention of the devil emperor, and bring about a fatal disaster. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua simply urged the demonic qi to cover his own aura, and continued to move along the demonic qi passage. After a while the heavy pressure in the demonic qi passage gradually increased. The demonic qi around the devils in front of Xiaohua began to rotate strangely. Like a cocoon, more than 10 tentacles stretched out. These tentacles fell on the demonic qi passage, and the rotating demonic qi brought these devils into the depths of the earth, fire, wind, and lightning. Seeing this, Xiaohua naturally followed suit, and also hung his body on the demonic qi passage. However, in merely an hour Xiaohua suddenly felt his body lighten, and the power of the stars and the moon in the demonic qi passage became rich again. Xiaohua slowly absorbed the power of the stars and the moon, and was somewhat puzzled. Why is there such rich power of the stars and the moon in the earth, fire, wind, and lightning? However, without much time to think, the demonic qi passage in front of him suddenly disappeared, and Xiaohua's figure actually fell outside the passage. When Xiaohua's devil sense swept over, his complexion changed again. A kind of shock emerged from the bottom of his heart. He saw that this was a huge net-shaped blood array. The huge blood array was connected between hundreds of millions of blood balls, and those densely packed blood balls were one blood array after another. Countless devils were wantonly going in and out of the blood balls. And under this blood array, there was another layer of earth, fire, wind, and lightning that resisted the roaring demonic qi. This demonic array was so big, not only was Xiaohua unable to see the edge with his naked eyes, even his devil sense was unable to probe the end. What was special was that the devil sense in this blood array was chaotic, like a bustling market in the mortal world. Xiaohua's devil sense was not released far, and was immediately blocked by other valiant devil senses. However, it was only a short distance, and Xiaohua also sensed the intense confinement power in the demonic array. Xiaohua knew that even if he released his divine sense, it would probably not be able to pass through this demonic array. Damn it, isn't this the demonic array that this Xiao saw when he accidentally entered the ruins? Could it be that this Xiao has already rushed outside the earth, fire, wind, and lightning of the ruins along with the devil race's demonic array? Xiaohua suddenly understood and almost jumped up. Could it be that the earth, fire, wind, and lightning of the ruins is so thin, and just relying on the devil race's devil race to break through? Thinking back, this Xiao was in the earth, fire, wind, and lightning of the hidden immortal continent, but even after risking his life, he was still unable to escape from two Confucian cultivators. Yes, it might be like this. Xiaohua pondered for a bit and then thought again. The ruins is a star, the earth, fire, wind, and lightning around it is relatively thin, and the three continents are a continent. The continent is boundless, the earth, fire, wind, and lightning are unavoidably powerful, and can prevent the cultivators within the continent from leaving the continent. And the ruins is a sphere, the land within the ruins is a whole. The heaven and earth origin energy also flows differently in the entire sphere, forming a kind of cycle. The entire ruins is a relatively perfect composition, so the earth, fire, wind, and lightning appear to be somewhat thin. Thinking of this, Xiaohua couldn't continue thinking about it. This was because below Xiaohua the other areas of the earth, fire, wind, and lightning were continuously surging with waves of fire like rising tides. Not only did they cover the earth, fire, wind, and lightning, but even some of the net-like demonic formation was destroyed by these waves of fire. This is the defensive array set up by the cultivators of the ruins. Xiaohua understood. After carefully looking at it for a moment, he sighed again. This array can keep the devil race out of the earth, fire, wind, and lightning of the ruins, but it cannot completely protect the entire ruins. There are many flaws in it, so it is difficult to prevent the devil emperor from leading the devil race to sneak attack the cultivators of the ruins. Of course, the ruins is indeed the cultivation world of the upper realm. Dao sect cultivators at the 9th stage Dao transformation realm can set up a great array that can protect the entire planet. However, according to my understanding of the cultivators in the ruins, this great array might not have been set up by the current cultivators of the ruins. It might have been set up by the seniors of these cultivators. Their cultivation level should have exceeded the 9th stage Dao transformation realm. After looking at the great array of the ruins, Xiaohua focused his attention on the demonic array. In addition to the enormous blood flowing through many blood balls, the demonic qi and demonic flames flying out of the blood balls and blood balls were also present. After the demonic chi and demonic flames flew out, they fell into the void and disappeared. At the place where the demonic chi and demonic flames disappeared, some devil race troops either returned or disappeared. Alas, this demonic array is really big. And the power of this demonic array is far from what I can understand. Not only does this demonic array seal the outer layer of the ruins, but it also seals the void of the ruins. All the teleportation arrays are ineffective. Xiao Hua looked at the solemn demonic formation and couldn't help but sigh. This is definitely not something that can be easily set up by 20 demon emperors. Even if all of my avatars are here, I'm afraid I still won't be able to destroy this demonic formation. The siege of the ruins is really difficult to break. Oh, and from my previous experience, the cultivators of the ruins originally had the home field advantage. However, with this demonic array, the cultivators of the ruins can't be sent away. The demonic array can also be used to teleport to any place in the ruins. This home field advantage has already fallen into the hands of the devil race. In this kind of situation, how can the human race win? While Xiao Hua was thinking, the troop of devil race troops he was in moved again, flying towards the blood flow in the distance. Woo-woo. Just as a troop of devil race troops approached the blood flow, a demonic creature that looked like blood flew out of the blood flow. The demonic creature's blood rapidly rotated in midair. Both demonic chi and demonic blood gathered on one side, forming a kind of yin-yang fish shape. When the entire blood flow produced a suction force, the devil race troops excitedly rushed into the blood flow and disappeared along with the blood flow. When this troop of devil race troops entered the blood flow, it was the turn of Xiao Hua's troop of devil race troops. When the demonic chi and demonic blood fell, the demonic blood and demonic flames inside the blood armor on Xiao Hua's back that fought against the Xiantian true chi were actually somewhat diluted by the demonic chi. Chapter 41-44. Seeing this, Xiao Hua was overjoyed. Waiting for the devil to generate a suction force, he hastily moved his body and used the blood-dripping paradise to rush into the bloodstream. Boom! With a loud sound, Xiao Hua crashed into the bloodstream. After entering and seeing everything in front of him, Xiao Hua couldn't help but be shocked. He saw that this was a blood-colored space, which was much bigger than what he saw from the outside. Furthermore, this blood-red space was divided into a dozen or so levels, each of which was transparent. On each level, there were extremely many demons who were obediently staying there, either lying down or standing up. Below each level, there was a torrential river of blood flowing in all directions. And the place where Xiao Hua landed was also a stream of blood. The devil chi and devil flame on Xiao Hua's body fell into the blood river, and an even purer devil chi and devil flame fell back into Xiao Hua's body. Unfortunately, at this time, the devil spirit Xiao Hua was not in Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua didn't dare to absorb too much of the devil chi and devil flame here. He quietly used the blood-dripping paradise to block the devil chi and devil flame outside his body. At the same time, he also used the cultivation method in his body to quietly suppress the injuries caused by the two devil emperors. At this moment, Xiao Hua was surrounded by different devil clan members. Bloody light surged around the bodies of these devil clan members. Clearly, they were absorbing the blood energy from this blood river to recover the damage they had suffered when fighting against the Misty Sex formation. After moving forward like this for less than half an hour, a huge whirlpool appeared in front of him. It was like a big mouth that swallowed all the devils who fell into the whirlpool. Xiao Hua slightly frowned. Hiding behind the devil armor, he looked at this whirlpool with a trace of vigilance in his heart. Unfortunately, at this time, Xiao Hua didn't have any other choice except to adapt to the situation. Xiao Hua rushed into the whirlpool along with the current. After a muffled sound, a fierce killing intent immediately appeared in front of him. Xiao Hua didn't hesitate to swing his devil hammer. Pooh! With a loud sound, a devil general unexpectedly appeared in front of Xiao Hua. That devil monarch also held a wolf-tooth club-like devil tool and hit Xiao Hua's devil hammer. Roar! Seeing that his devil tool was blocked by Xiao Hua, the devil general roared and once again swung his devil tool to attack. Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. He thought that he had been seen through by the devil race, so he hurriedly waved his devil hammer to fight. But after fighting for a while, Xiao Hua discovered that there were hundreds of demon generals waving their demon artifacts all around him. He was just one of them. Oh? What's going on? Xiao Hua hurriedly released his devilish sense, wanting to take a look. Unfortunately, within this blood-colored space, his devilish sense was confined and could not leave his body. Xiao Hua fought with the demon general for a while, and when he saw an opportunity, he smashed the demon general's head into smithereens. Whoa! Xiaohua had just won when another lump of blood appeared on top of his head. Then Xiaohua's figure was sucked into the blood once again. When he opened his eyes again, he was in another layer of the blood-red space, and an even more powerful demon general appeared before him. Motherfucker, I understand now. After killing 3 demon generals in succession, Xiaohua entered 3 different blood-red spaces. Moreover, these 3 demon generals were each more powerful than the other. Xiaohua suddenly realized, this is a way for the devil race to gain experience. They are actually training their own warriors at the same time they are surrounding the ruins. Although Xiaohua cultivated devil techniques, he was not familiar with the habits of the devil race. His understanding of the devil race was also obtained from Zhang Qingxiao's jade slip. Zhang Qingxiao himself had never been to the devil world, and his jade slip was also obtained from other devil race. Therefore in Xiaohua's mind he had always thought that the devil race was the kind of mighty and powerful people. However, the Battle of the Ruins allowed him to understand a lot. Those devil monarchs were each more cunning than the other. Of course, their power was pale and powerless in front of Xiaohua's absolute strength. However, when Xiaohua faced the devil monarchs, Xiaohua finally experienced the power of these devil monarch schemes. Looking at the devil formation that surrounded the ruins, although it was just a glimpse of the leopard, Xiaohua was also alarmed. He was secretly worried for himself and all the cultivators in the ruins. Xiaohua easily killed several devils. Then he saw a strand of blood-red crystal thread emerging from the space above. Xiaohua's gaze fell on it, and he could faintly see the image of several wailing devils in the crystal thread. Weren't they the devils that Xiaohua had killed before? This crystal thread fell and flew directly towards Xiaohua's head, scaring him into hastily dodging. At this moment, how could he not know that this blood-red crystal thread contained the essence blood of several devils? Unfortunately, he only dodged for a moment, and powerful blood chi surged in the surroundings, blocking his figure. Even the entire blood-red space was shaking. Xiaohua had no choice but to stop. Devil chi overflowed from the surface of his body, and his mind tightly stuck to the edge of the devil chi. When that blood-red crystal thread fell into the devil chi, just as it moved along with the devil chi, his mind immediately absorbed that crystal thread into the space. Jade Archive Xiaohua was afraid that this crystal thread would have some strange changes, and followed it into the space. Fortunately, just as that blood-red crystal thread was about to transform into the space, the blood stains spread out. Jade Archive Xiaohua made another move and condensed it into a crystal bead the size of a mung bean in his palm. Within this crystal bead, several devils were crazily wailing, looking extremely mournful. After storing this crystal bead, Jade Archive Xiaohua hurriedly escaped from the space. He thought that he had already sensed that his physical body was sucked away by the blood stains in the blood-red space, and his figure once again fell into another stream of blood. Xiaohua's mind returned to its original position, and he looked at the blood around him in bewilderment. This time the blood was different from before. It completely annihilated Xiaohua's devil body. Moreover, many tentacles grew out from the devil blood and connected with Xiaohua's devil armor. Strands of devil blood flowed into the devil armor, and should be replenishing the deficiency of the devil armor. Damn it! Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment he really regretted letting Devil Spirit Xiaohua follow Dragon Vein Xiaohua and the others to the Snow/Gate. If Devil Spirit Xiaohua was by his side, not only would he not be in such a difficult situation when facing the Devil Emperor, but at this moment, everything in this devil array was really a great supplement for Devil Spirit Xiaohua. Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he released his mind again, guiding the devil blood into his space. However, this time Xiaohua was not in a hurry to let Jade Archive Xiaohua enter the space. Instead, he confined the devil blood in a small space, and let the devil blood spread out. This time the flow of blood was very long. Xiaohua flowed with the devil blood for almost an hour before it stopped. Moreover, the moment the flow of blood stopped, devil chi immediately gushed out from the passage, enveloping Xiaohua and dragged him in a certain direction. The devil chi was filled with the power of confinement, and with the strength of a devil general, it was impossible to break free. The devil chi turned into a rolling image, and Xiaohua's figure rushed out of the passage in this devil chi. However, when he came out of the passage, Xiaohua's figure actually fell into the vague void. After a simple teleportation, Xiaohua's eyes flashed, and his figure appeared in a corner of the devil array again. Just as Xiaohua stood still in the demonic array, he saw that within 100 li to his left, swish swish swish, demonic chi spurted out from the void one after another as more and more demonic generals appeared. These devil generals either had devil wings on their backs, white bones on their bodies, or devil horns on their foreheads. There were even some that looked like devil beasts. Xiao Hua merely swept his gaze over these devil generals, and his heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly raised his head and saw several tall devil generals holding palm-sized devil banners, standing majestically in the air. These devil generals had devil horns on their heads, wings on their backs, and a layer of scales covering their bodies. These scales had strange devil runes on them. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over these devil generals, and his gaze fell on one of them. Although Xiao Hua couldn't tell the difference between this devil general and the other devil generals, he could clearly feel that this devil general was the ordinary devil general he had met when he led the Fortune Gate's disciples to the southwest border to rescue the White Cloud Monastery and the other 10 sects. His grandmother? Xiao Hua looked at this devil general in bewilderment. What's going on? How do I know this devil general? When Xiao Hua looked at this devil general, that devil general also sensed Xiao Hua's gaze. He lowered his head to look at Xiao Hua, and his gaze swept over the other devil generals that had appeared. Xiao Hua didn't dare to look any longer, and his gaze also swept over the other devil generals near this devil general. Very clearly, the familiar feeling from before didn't appear again, and the devil banners in the hands of these devil generals flickered with a faint blood-red light, enveloping the surrounding space. Xiao Hua's gaze moved away from the devil generals, and he looked into the distance. He saw a huge blood sphere that looked like a cocoon blocking his path. This blood sphere was different from the blood sphere he had seen before. The blood sphere in the devil array was a single entity, but this blood sphere was covered in blood. These blood streams were flowing rapidly, and they seemed to be separated from each other. There was even more devil chi that intertwined in the gaps between the streams of blood. Strange? Xiao Hua's gaze fell on this blood sphere, and an indescribable feeling rose in his heart. Why does this blood sphere look similar to the metal and wood elements? However, it's really similar. Aren't the blood streams on the blood sphere the path of the magnetic force? Moreover, some of these blood streams flow towards one end of the blood sphere, while others flow towards the other end of the blood sphere. If this blood sphere reproduces a magnetic force, then it's really the blood array magnetic force. Just as Xiao Hua was sizing up the devil array beneath his feet, tens of thousands of devils had already gathered in the space of the devil array. They stood densely all around Xiao Hua, and it was a magnificent sight. At this moment, several devil generals waved the devil banners in their hands, and thousands of blood threads flew out from the devil banners, landing on different devil generals. Xiao Hua's body was no exception, and a blood thread also landed on his body. Moreover, the blood thread that landed on Xiao Hua's body came from the devil banners of the devil general that Xiao Hua was familiar with. When that blood thread landed, an indescribable feeling came from the devil armor, and the blood vessels in Xiao Hua's body moved slightly. Chapter 41-45. All of you listen to the order of the devil lord. Just as Xiao Hua was frowning, a voice very strangely appeared from within Xiao Hua's demonic armor. Xiao Hua could clearly see that the voice was coming from the blood threads. However, when Xiao Hua heard the voice of the demon general, he didn't feel that it was familiar at all. However, before Xiao Hua could listen any further, a strange sound came from the distant space. The group of demon generals and Xiao Hua all turned their heads to look in surprise. They saw that the space first seemed to be boiling and many bubbles floated out. Then black and white light splashed everywhere. There were even some dark green light threads in the light. In the end, the space within 100 li rapidly collapsed. The space within a few hundred li was distorted by this collapse. In this distortion, several human figures were revealed like fireflies scattered on the surface of water. Boom. The moment these human figures appeared, the collapsed space suddenly exploded. A powerful aura rushed towards the blood sphere in the demonic array and the group of demon generals. When the aura rushed into the blood sphere, it was like a huge rock being thrown into the water. The blood pillar that formed an arc was deeply pressed into it. The group of demon generals didn't receive any orders. They all quietly stood in the air without moving. Wherever the aura passed, hundreds of demon generals were torn to pieces. When the aura passed by Xiao Hua, he immediately understood. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Transmission channel. Someone in the ruins is using the transmission channel." Sure enough, wherever the exploding aura passed, the human figures merged into one. It was a young cultivator wearing a Taoist robe. The young cultivator's body trembled slightly. The light protecting his body also flickered. His pale face was filled with confusion and incomprehension. It seemed that he still didn't understand what was going on. However, before his divine sense could sweep out, he saw the group of demon generals and the bloody demonic array in the surroundings. The young cultivator immediately understood. He hurriedly raised his hand and a magic treasure that looked like a wheel appeared in his hand. Under the activation of the magic treasure, thousands of light pillars shot out from the magic treasure. Several demon generals that were closer to the cultivator were killed by the light pillars. Kill? The commanding demon generals were clearly shocked by the sudden turn of events. Only now did they regain their senses. Under the urging of several demon banners, tens of thousands of demon generals rushed towards the cultivators. Damn it! The young cultivator cursed. As he flew, he released his divine sense to search for a way to escape. The Dharma treasure in the cultivator's hand shone brilliantly and killed all the devil generals that pounced on him. The cultivator was obviously in the void refinement realm and the devil generals were no match for him. However, these devil generals were not afraid of death. Wherever the cultivator flew, they would chase after him. Xiaohua naturally flew along with these devil generals. Seeing that this cultivator had the upper hand, he simply observed from the back. If this cultivator was in trouble, or if this cultivator could find a way to escape from the devil formation, he would definitely make the first move. Seeing that many devil generals were killed by the cultivator, the devil generals holding the demon banners stopped. One of them waved the demon banners as if to send a message. However, at this moment, the devil general that Xiaohua was familiar with suddenly flew to the side of the devil general and seemed to say something. As a result, the devil general's demon banners stopped. Then, several devil generals activated their demon banners. From the devil formation closest to them, hundreds of blood pillars and devil chi flew out. They were even more ferocious than pythons as they pounced towards the cultivator. Sizzle. The cultivator activated his Dharma treasure. When the light pillars fell into the blood pillars, they immediately emitted sounds of corrosion. Moreover, the huge force from the blood pillars forced the cultivator's body to fall. Oh, not good. Xiaohua didn't understand at first. However, when he saw the cultivator's body fall and his gaze followed the direction of the blood sphere in the devil formation, he suddenly understood. He cursed in his heart and hurriedly raised his hand to activate his magic power. However, Xiaohua was still too slow. The moment the cultivator's body fell several hundred feet, the blood pillars that were previously suppressed by the aura from the explosion of the teleportation formation suddenly rose up. The blood pillars covered the cultivator within a dozen miles. Inside the blood pillars, the cultivator's body flashed with brilliance. The originally majestic Dharma treasure suddenly lost its brilliance. Even the cultivator's body involuntarily fell towards the blood formation. No matter how the cultivator's true essence was activated, the sound of thunder resounded in the air. His body couldn't fly up even half an inch. Before Xiaohua could activate his magic power to help, the cultivator's body was already pulled into the blood sphere. Even if this blood sphere isn't a magnetic space, I'm afraid it's almost there. Xiaohua somewhat regretted not activating it earlier. As he thought this, his body was about to fall towards the blood sphere. You all. At this moment, the devil general that Xiaohua was familiar with waved the demon banners in his hand. Xiaohua and the several hundred devil generals heard an order. Follow this general to the blood pavilion. Use the power of the blood pavilion to exterminate the human race. Yes. The several hundred devil generals received the order and followed the devil general's body. However, these devil generals stopped a few miles away from the blood sphere and stood still in midair. Then, the devil general waved the demon banners in his hand. The devil runes on the surface of the devil general's bodies emitted obscure fluctuations. As these fluctuations rushed out, hundreds of blood pillars shot out from the devil ball. The devil runes on Xiaohua's body didn't fluctuate with the wave of the demon banners. However, the blood threads that the demon banners left in his devil armor still flickered with a dim blood-red light and attracted a blood pillar from the blood sphere. This is a little strange. Xiaohua's heart moved. Why are the other devil generals fluctuating from their devil runes, but this old man's blood threads? In this way, didn't this devil general discover this old man? Not good. Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly remembered that when he saw the devil general earlier, the devil general also seemed to be looking at him. Perhaps this devil general had already discovered him. Just as Xiaohua was startled, a sneer appeared in the devil general's eyes. As he waved the demon banners, hundreds of blood pillars roared and enveloped Xiaohua. In the middle of the blood pillars, Xiaohua was familiar with the magnetic field force entangled and appeared. It really is the magnetic field force. Xiaohua finally understood why the void refinement cultivator was sucked in by the blood sphere. Under the magnetic field force, the power of the 5 elements was restrained. That cultivator didn't have a demigod body like Xiao Hua, so naturally, all of his magic power was controlled by the magnetic field force. How could he escape? However, why would Xiao Hua care about the magnetic field force? Lightning flashed around his body and let out a rumbling sound. At the same time that he destroyed the blood formation, his figure suddenly landed in front of the Devil General. The Devil General was shocked and hurriedly waved the demon banners to resist. However, Xiao Hua waved his big sleeve and completely imprisoned him. His left hand reached out and easily took the demon banners. He reached out again and grabbed the Devil General's throat. Narrowing his eyes, he stared at the Devil General's eyes and coldly shouted, "Do you know Zhang Qingxiao?" "So, Zhang Qingxiao?" The Devil General's voice was somewhat hoarse as he replied, I don't know." Xiao Hua frowned slightly and asked again, "Do you know this old man?" "You are Xiao Hua, Taoist Master Xiao." The Devil General nodded vigorously. "I know." Xiao Hua was shocked and asked, "How do you know this old man?" "When Taoist Master killed the Devil Monarch, I saw it from the side." The Devil General hurriedly explained. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He asked again, "Before you came to the ruins, did you know this Xiao's name?" "I didn't." The Devil General hurriedly shook his head. "What's your name?" Xiao Hua thought for a moment and asked again. At the same time that Xiao Hua asked, the strength in his hand increased by a bit. It seemed that as long as this Devil General was a bit inappropriate, he would immediately kill this Devil General. My name is Ya." The Devil General's body twitched. He didn't dare to be negligent. After pausing for a moment, he said a very awkward syllable. "What? Yeah." Xiao Hua didn't hear it clearly and asked again. The Devil General panicked and said, "My name is not easy to pronounce. I gave myself another name called Dishirtian." "See?" Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered, "Dishirtian? Dishirtian?" Yes, I. Dishirtian stuttered, not knowing what he should say. Because Dishirtian was definitely not someone that a small Devil General like him could call himself. However, Xiao Hua didn't mind. Instead, he asked again, "When you saw this old man just now, did you already recognize this old man?" Yes. Dishirtian seemed like he was going to cry. Xiao Hua using Kunlun Mirror to kill the Devil Monarch had left an extremely deep impression on him. Now that he had fallen into Xiao Hua's hands, he was even worse than a child. Xiao Hua only needed to move his finger to kill him. Right now he was extremely regretful. Why did he want to lay a trap for Xiao Hua? Why did he have to kill this Xiao Hua who was even more powerful than the Devil Monarch? Was it just to take credit? Or was it because of some other reason? Similarly, Xiao Hua's finger really moved. However, the strength in his hand didn't appear. The devil chi around Xiao Hua's body gradually disappeared, revealing his original appearance. He looked at Dishirtian with interest and asked, "This old man still has a question. If your answer satisfies this old man can consider letting you go." "Go ahead and ask." Dishirtian's mouth was a little dry as he asked softly, "How many devils did you send to invade the ruins? How many devil monarchs came?" "Taoist Xiao." Dishirtian smiled apologetically. However, no pleading could be seen on his malevolent face. "I am just a devil general who is about to advance into devil commander. How could I know so much?" "How many devils do you know? Which devil race are you from? The name of your devil monarch?" I am from the Mayfly race. My devil monarch is called the Mayfly race." Dishirtian hesitated for a moment before answering, "I only know of the zombie race and the Chiojia race. I don't know anything else." "How do you break the devil array?" Xiao Hua asked again. Dishirtian shook his head and said, "I really don't know about this. Furthermore, I feel that it is impossible for humans to break this devil array." "Taoist Xiao, this is already the second question." "Damn it." Xiao Hua's hand tightened as he scolded, "This old man is only asking a few questions. Isn't it still dependent on this old man's mood? If you don't want to live anymore, this old man won't ask a single question." Chapter 41-46. Indra didn't dare to argue anymore. He only looked at the demon general standing in the air, and his heart tightened. He couldn't see the situation above his head. Presumably, those demon generals had already started to move the formation. As long as those demon generals made their move, he would have no way to survive. One last question. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the demon generals descending like dark clouds. He said, "Are you a man or a woman?" Indra was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. He exclaimed, "Taoist Xiao, How did you know I'm a woman? Xiaohua looked up and down at Indra. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Damn it, how would I know if you're a man or a woman? I was just casually asking. Yes, yes. Indra smiled. Actually, the main body of my mayfly race doesn't matter whether it's a man or a woman. We're not like the human race. The so-called men and women we speak of are only the forms we take when we're young. Xiaohua saw hundreds of blood pillars descending from above Indra's head. He clenched his fist. He wanted to kill Indra. However, the moment he made his move, an indescribable feeling arose in his heart. This feeling couldn't be explained. He snorted coldly and waved his hand. Indra's body flew dozens of miles away as if it was rotten. When Indra saw the ominous glint in Xiaohua's eyes, his heart had already turned cold. However, when he saw Xiaohua actually let him go, it was simply inconceivable. Then he looked at Xiaohua himself. His figure flashed and he actually rushed towards the magnetic blood sphere. Io Daoist Xiao, demonic banner. Sakura was also greatly alarmed in her heart. An indescribable feeling arose in her heart. She couldn't help but send a sound transmission. But whether Xiaohua heard this sound transmission or not, she didn't know. Seeing Xiaohua's figure submerged into the magnetic blood sphere without any suspense, and the hundreds of blood pillars also chased after him, Indra firmly believed that Xiaohua absolutely couldn't escape from the magnetic blood sphere alive. And she lost the demon flag. She would definitely be expelled from this demon formation by the demon commander and go to the Void Continent to complete a dangerous mission to atone for her crime. Even if Xiaohua could escape, Indra didn't think she would be able to see him again. But never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that one day after who knew how many years later, in a place she still didn't know about, she would once again see those sword-like eyebrows and phoenix-like eyes that made her tremble in fear. Xiaohua had just let go of Sakura and pounced towards the magnetic blood ball. Hundreds of blood pillars rushed out from the magnetic blood ball and covered Xiaohua's body like a big hand, dragging him towards the magnetic blood ball. Even behind Xiaohua, the blood pillars controlled by the demon generals from the demon race also chased after him. However, amidst the rumbling of the blood pillar, Xiaohua could still faintly hear Sakura's voice. Demonic banner. Damn it. Xiaohua bitterly smiled. Is this also a kind of karma? Just because this Xiao released this puny demon general, he could use this demonic banner to escape from the demonic array? While he was pondering, the blood pillar fell down. Xiaohua didn't seem to be in any position, but his body was surrounded by thousands of lightning flowers. These lightning flowers were more effective than magic treasures. As long as the blood splashed on these lightning flowers, they would be destroyed by the lightning. However, what made Xiaohua somewhat puzzled was that his body was still attracted by a kind of enormous suction force from the magnetic blood ball and fell into it like a moth flying into a flame. Woo-woo. Xiaohua's figure fell into the blood river. First, there was a burst of ghost-like wailing and wolf-like howling sound. A group of blood demons scuttled out from the blood and pounced towards Xiaohua with bared fangs and brandished claws. If it was an ordinary cultivator at this time, their magic power was insufficient and their body was controlled by the magnetic force. It was inevitable that they would be somewhat at a loss, but in Xiaohua's eyes, the blood demons were so unbearable. Green light flashed between Xiaohua's eyebrows, and layers of 3 corpses in thunder gushed out from Xiaohua's body. Kachacha. Under the thunder, who knew how many blood demons were instantly killed? However, Xiaohua flew towards the distant blood ball for half a cup of tea's time and still didn't see the pure magnetic force. Moreover, the blood demons were even more powerful and could already resist the soul cultivator's lightning flash and thunder roll technique. Xiaohua looked at these blood demons that were also flowing along the magnetic force's trajectory, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Needless to say, this magnetic blood ball was not only a part of the devil race's great formation, but also the place where the devil race used to refine the blood demons. If these blood demons were successfully refined by the magnetic blood ball, they would absolutely be a sharp weapon to exterminate human cultivators. Thinking of this, Xiaohua increased the number and range of 3 corpses in thunder. However, this magnetic blood ball was so big. Inside this devil race's formation, not only was Xiaohua's divine ability greatly restricted, but Xiaohua's injuries also didn't allow him to display his skills. Therefore, Xiaohua's several efforts were just a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. After another cup of tea's time, the blood sea gradually decreased, and a dark red space gradually appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua understood that this was the true magnetic space. Therefore, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and opened his delirium breaker Dharma eye. He saw 2 colors of green and black light that were as dazzling as the sun. However, within these two colors of green and black light, there were some small dots that seemed to be the color of blood. They were like some tenacious ants, flowing along the magnetic force's arc at every moment. This is wood and water magnetic force. Xiaohua saw these dazzling black and green arcs and immediately understood. He hastily closed his delirium breaker Dharma eye. However, the current Xiaohua didn't have time to think too much. He released his soul sense and urged the wind escape technique to fly towards the depths of the magnetic space. Although the influence of the wood and water magnetic force on his soul sense was small, Xiaohua still spent a great deal of effort to find that young cultivator who was previously sucked into the magnetic blood ball in a corner of the magnetic space. At this time, that young cultivator was in an abnormally sorry state. Not only was his Taoist robe torn, his hair was scattered, and even the protective brilliance around his body had completely disappeared. Moreover, the cultivator was already unable to resist the magnetic force of the magnetic space. His body was lying on top of the magnetic force, trembling. It seemed that if Xiaohua had arrived a moment later, that cultivator's life might have been lost. Seeing Xiaohua flying over, the cultivator clearly saw Xiaohua's appearance under the reflection of the bloody light. His face revealed extreme astonishment. Who are you? I am Fortune Gate's Xiaohua, Taoist Master Xiaohua. Xiaohua answered with a smile. Fortune Gate? When did my ruins have such a sect? That cultivator was slightly stunned and asked in confusion. Xiaohua was also stunned but soon understood. This cultivator wasn't sent out from the ruins, but from outside the ruins into the ruins. However, the ruins were now sealed by the devil race's demonic array. This cultivator's transmission array couldn't reach the ruins, so he appeared inside the demonic array. Therefore Xiaohua smiled and said, Fellow Taoist doesn't need to know who I am. You only need to know that I am a human and can bring you out of here. You can bring I out? That cultivator was somewhat incredulous. Xiaohua urged, everything can wait until you and I get out. I also fell here because I was injured by the Devil Emperor during the battle with him. Just now, I happened to see fellow Taoist being shot down here by the Devil General, so I took the risk to come here. You and I must quickly escape from here, otherwise if the Devil Emperor catches up, you and I will lose our lives. Many thanks, Taoist Master Xiao. That cultivator didn't have time to report his name. He raised his hand with difficulty and said, but I can't circulate my magic power right now, how can I go out with Taoist Master? Xiaohua said, you don't need to worry about this. This Xiao has a fake Kunlun mirror that can take fellow Taoist in. Later, when the Kunlun mirror sucks, fellow Taoist doesn't need to resist. This is no problem. That cultivator hurriedly nodded. I understand. Hearing this, Xiaohua hurriedly took out the Kunlun mirror and slightly circulated his magic power. That Kunlun mirror shot out a four-colored light beam. However, just as this light beam flew out, it immediately became chaotic. Some turned into an arc and flew away while some fell into the magnetic field. Just as that cultivator's heart turned cold, a suction force wrapped around him. He hurriedly withdrew all his resistance. However, he felt a blur in front of his eyes, and his figure fell into a place rich in spiritual aura. After Xiaohua took in the young cultivator, he didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly used the method of collecting metal and wood magnets in the past and dripped 18 drops of blood essence between the two poles of the wood and water magnets. Fortunately, Xiaohua had the heavenly demon essence in his space, so he was able to take out 18 drops of blood essence not long ago. After dripping the blood essence, Xiaohua hurriedly took some wood essence crystals and water essence ice essence crystals from afar. He didn't have time to refine the blood threads in the wood essence crystals and water essence ice essence crystals. After casually throwing them into the space, he flew towards the sea of blood above his head. Behind Xiaohua, a black tortoise with red eyes and an azure dragon with some demonic patterns between its eyebrows flew out from the two poles. They coldly looked at him and then disappeared. After taking some medicinal pills, Xiaohua's body once again surged with lightning. His figure once again rushed out from the magnetic blood sea. The direction Xiaohua chose was different from when he came in. Instead, it was in the direction of the ruins. When Xiaohua came out of the magnetic blood array, there weren't any devils in front of him. Or it could be said that the distant devils didn't notice the sudden appearance of a human in the magnetic blood array. Xiaohua coldly smiled. His body once again surged with demonic aura. The demonic armor covered his entire body, and a genuine devil appeared out of thin air. However, just as Xiaohua stepped on the demonic cloud and rushed down about 3,000 zhang from the demonic array, an extremely faint devil sense suddenly appeared from all directions and swept towards Xiaohua. Although this devil sense carried the smell of blood, it didn't have the fierceness of an ordinary devil. Moreover, the range of this devil sense was very wide. It swept out from all directions of the demonic array. When this devil sense landed on Xiaohua's body, it immediately stopped. Waves of strange fluctuations appeared in the space around Xiaohua's body. Motherfucker, how is this possible? Just now they didn't discover this Xiao. How can they discover this Xiao now? Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He knew that he had been discovered by the devils. Therefore he didn't care about concealing anything. His body shone brightly and the demonic aura was swept away. Then, his entire figure turned into a shadow and disappeared among the devils. Chapter 41-47. Swish 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 swish. With a light sound, a layer of ink-like darkness suddenly appeared within 1,000 li of the demonic array. In this darkness, a lightning-like trace appeared in an instant, and at the end of this trace, Xiaohua's figure appeared in a slightly sorry state. As soon as Xiaohua's figure appeared, his divine sense valiantly swept over 1,000 li range. Puff puff. A series of explosions sounded in all directions, and the low-level demons near Xiaohua were shattered by Xiaohua's divine sense. Strange. Xiaohua was a little baffled. There is no demon above the level of demon commander within 1,000 li. Which demon can restrict this old man's teleportation? Then Xiaohua's figure flashed and disappeared again, and this time his divine sense was left outside his body, paying attention to the strange scene in the surroundings. Sure enough, in just a moment the demonic sense that swept over Xiaohua before moved again, and a pitch-black demon body appeared in the surrounding void along with the demonic sense, surrounding Xiaohua within 1,000 li, revealing the traces of Xiaohua's teleportation. Xiaohua teleported in the demonic array. At the beginning it was still easy, but in the end the space seemed to be blocked by mud and became more and more difficult to move. He had no choice but to use the lightning escape, and this was quite difficult to move 1,000 li. Looks like a demon discovered this Xiao, and then controlled the demonic array to stop this Xiao. At this time Xiaohua already somewhat understood, but at this time his figure had already reached the edge of the demonic array, and Xiaohua had already seen wisps of fire in the blood-colored darkness. Xiaohua's figure appeared, and with a wave of his hand he took out the demonic banner he snatched from Indra's hand, and the demonic chi around his body surged into the demonic banner, and then after a little test, hundreds of blood threads flashed on the demonic banner, and fell on the blood array. The blood array slightly trembled, and then, according to the blood threads, it divided into hundreds of pieces, and these hundreds of pieces of the blood array began to tremble, gradually forming a whirlpool-like demon head. Once the demon head was formed, it actually opened its mouth and said coldly, "Human, actually wants to pass off as a demon to pass through this senior's body, don't you think? You are too delusional?" As he spoke, a faint demonic sense rushed into the demonic banner in Xiaohua's hand along the blood threads. Boom boom. A series of muffled booms rang out as the demonic banner was easily destroyed by the demonic sense. You. At this moment, Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization and shouted in disbelief, "You are the devil spirit of the devil formation?" Haha. That spinning devil head laughed strangely, causing the surrounding devil array to tremble. "You have been in this sovereign's body for so long, and you only found out now? Damn it." Xiaohua was somewhat aghast. He naturally lowered his head and looked around. In his heart he really couldn't believe that such a large demonic array actually had intelligence. Moreover, it even formed a demonic spirit. If that was the case, then everything that had happened to him in the demonic array would make sense. Oh. Just at this time, a powerful devil sense that could overturn the sky appeared from afar like a hurricane, and a roar followed. "Xiaohua, you actually followed me to the demonic array? Then don't leave." Devil Emperor. Hearing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but smile bitterly. In front of him was a devil spirit of the demonic array whose depth was unknown, and behind him was a devil emperor whose strength surpassed his own. Although Xiaohua didn't know the extent of the devil emperor's injuries, Xiaohua was clear about his own situation. At this time, it was absolutely not suitable for him to fight. Otherwise, death was secondary. If he fell into the devil path, that would be terrible. Therefore Xiaohua raised his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror. Rarely seen, an 8th rank scattered nascent soul poured all of his true essence into the Kunlun mirror. Woo-woo. The entire Kunlun mirror trembled as if it was cheerfully chirping. On the surface of the Kunlun mirror, a faint blood light and flame appeared. There were several layers of blood light, but there was only one flame. The corner of Xiaohua's mouth slightly smiled. His index and middle fingers came together and formed a seal. His mouth also uttered a draconic voice, "Ha!" As Xiaohua's 2 fingers touched the flame on the Kunlun mirror, a several zhang large light beam came out of the Kunlun mirror and directly shone into the blood array. However, the strange thing was that the light beam seemed to fall into the blood wave in the devil flame, but the light beam didn't really touch the blood wave. It was as if the light beam opened a passage out of thin air. Damn it. Xiaohua sighed. This Xiao is now a cultivator before the Mahayana stage. I used all of my true essence of an 8th rank scattered nascent soul to open the passage of the Kunlun mirror. Moreover, this passage seems to be only a few hundred li. If I want to really control this Kunlun mirror, I'm afraid it will be difficult to succeed without immortal spiritual power, right? Kunlun mirror, how can this guy be here? At this time, the devil spirit of the demonic array also roared. The blood array within 100 li surged and rushed towards the light beam of the Kunlun mirror. Unfortunately, no matter how the blood sea wreaked havoc, it couldn't touch the light beam. However, within 100 li of Xiaohua, a crazy devil chi was born. The devil emperor borrowed the power of the demonic array and caught up to Xiaohua in a moment. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. His figure moved the light beam into the Kunlun mirror. With a wave of his big sleeve, the Kunlun mirror disappeared into the demonic array along with the light beam. Chase. After a few breaths, Huang Yu's figure appeared. His face was full of anger. He only hesitated for a moment and shouted angrily. The blood array rushed out of the demonic array and covered him. It also disappeared. Outside the demonic formation, there was a huge formation that looked like a sea of fire that protected ruins. However, this formation wasn't as tight as the demonic formation. There were many flaws in it, and there were many elements of earth, fire, wind, and thunder that rushed out from the flaws. At this time, in the sky several li away from the demonic array, a 4-colored halo flashed. That halo rapidly rotated and instantly formed a light ball. In a moment, Xiaohua's figure appeared in the light ball. When the light scattered, Xiaohua hurriedly looked back at the demonic array several hundred li away and released his divine sense. However, just as his divine sense landed on the demonic array soared with 100 zhang of flames and burned his divine sense. Damn it, how can this demonic array be my match? I'm not convinced. Xiaohua was a little helpless. His figure swayed and flew towards the location of the earth, fire, wind, and lightning. He also knew that it would not be long before the demonic emperor rushed out of the demonic array to kill him. After flying for a while, Xiaohua suddenly thought of something. He took out the Kunlun mirror and shook it, dragging that young cultivator out. The cultivator looked like he was adjusting his breathing. When he suddenly appeared, he was sitting cross-legged in the air. He did not even open his eyes. Xiaohua anxiously shouted, "Fellow Taoist, quickly come and help I have already escaped from the demonic array. However, under this demonic array there is a Tao sect array. I'm not familiar with it. I wonder if fellow Taoist has any ideas?" The cultivator hurriedly opened his eyes. When he scanned with his divine sense, his expression changed greatly. He said in shock, This is the demonic array's realm protection array. What can I do?" As he spoke, the cultivator's divine sense naturally swept towards the demonic array above his head. Jia. A strange laugh came from the demonic array. Several strands of the cultivator's divine sense were actually devoured. Oh my god. When did the demonic array besiege my ruins? No wonder all the transmission arrays can't be used. The cultivator's face was really ashen. He looked at Xiaohua in surprise and cried out involuntarily. "You are walking into a trap." Xiaohua looked at this cultivator who was as unlucky as him. This cultivator must have thought of all sorts of ways to return to the ruins, but he didn't expect that what greeted him was a dead end. Ayo. At this time, 1,000 zhang tall demonic pillar rushed out from the demonic array in the distance. The demonic emperor stepped out on the clouds. "Alright, I have a communication talisman. I don't know if it can be used." The cultivator suddenly woke up and hurriedly took out a jade talisman from the Sumeru ring. He activated his magic power and said, "After all, this realm protection array is rarely activated. I don't know. Good, it can be used. That's great." The communication talisman drew an arc in the air and disappeared into the array. The cultivator let out a long sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Taoist Master Xiao, don't worry. Wait until we enter the realm protection array. Not to mention the demonic emperor, even if the demonic master comes, we don't have to be afraid." Hearing this, Xiaohua understood that this cultivator definitely came back from other places in the cultivation world. If it was a cultivator from the ruins, no one would say such shameless words. If the realm protection array was useful, how could the demonic emperor avoid the array and sneak into the ruins? However, after a moment, Xiao Hua frowned again and a new doubt arose. That's not right. Since the demonic emperor of the demonic array can enter the ruins realm protection array, even if they sent the demonic array in bit by bit over the years, they would have sent all the demonic array in. Why are they guarding the demonic array? Could it be, they want to finish it in one fell swoop? Kill all the cultivators in the ruins all at once? Only in this way can they collect more souls? But, if that's the case, what about the wandering souls they killed over the years? Most of them have already been collected by this Xiao, what else can they get? Forget it, I don't care so much. When I go back this time, I'll go to every corner of the ruins and pull the firewood from under the cauldron of the demonic array. Maybe the demonic array will withdraw when they see that there are no more wandering souls. Just as he was thinking, he saw a several hundred zhang long fire pillar rushing out of the realm protection array. A white-haired cultivator appeared in the fire pillar, holding the communication talisman that the young cultivator had sent out. The young cultivator didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "This one is Yang Chong, a disciple of the Misty School. I went out to gain experience and have just returned from the Tai-Bai astral boundary. I was trapped in the demonic array. Fortunately, Taoist Master Xiao of the Fortune Gate rescued me. Now that the two of us have escaped from the demonic array, the demonic emperor is chasing after us. Please let us enter the realm protection array." Oh. Who would have thought that the young cultivator's face would turn strange after hearing the young cultivator's words? His gaze actually pierced through the fire pillar and looked at Xiao Hua. Seeing that the cultivator guarding the realm protection array didn't answer and didn't open the realm protection array, Xiao Hua had a bad feeling in his heart. Chapter 41-48. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua expected, the old cultivator replied indifferently, "Yang Chong, don't blame I for being unreasonable. It's just that the ruins is facing an unprecedented crisis. For some reason, the devil race has been besieging the ruins for hundreds of years. In these hundreds of years, not only have the cultivators in the ruins not been able to go out, but none of the disciples outside the ruins have returned. This poor Taoist does not know how you were teleported back, but this poor Taoist knows that Xiao Hua possesses the devil race's cultivation technique. Previously, in Ping River, he fought with the devil emperor in front of your Misty sect master. He has the devil saber in his hand and scared the devil emperor away, and he himself disappeared into thin air. Now he appeared here again. Yang Chong, do you think I will let you in? No way, right?" Yang Chong was shocked and looked at Xiao Hua with some disbelief. His figure actually flew back several meters with a vigilant face. Damn it. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the cultivator inside the fire pillar. He really wanted to punch his nose and see what it looked like if his nose was crooked. Although he was an outer world cultivator, in order to kill the devil race in the ruins, he brought the Fortune Gate's disciples out of the Xinhua continent. In order to save the White Cloud Monastery and the other 8 sects in the southwest border, tens of thousands of Fortune Gate's disciples died. He was trapped by the heavenly demon for more than 10 years and experienced life and death. Xiao Hua believed that what he did was much more than a real ruins cultivator, but in the eyes of some people, these merits were not worth a trace of trust. He only revealed his devil body and devil saber. Moreover, this was to save hundreds of thousands, no millions of Misty School's disciples. Just because of this suspicion, the cultivator in the realm protection array actually didn't let him in and let the devil emperor chase him. Xiao Hua's heart suddenly turned cold. Xiao Hua was even disappointed. He looked up at the devil array and calculated in his heart. With his strength, since he came here, he might be able to break through the devil array. If he could break through the devil array, then the world outside the devil array was huge. He already had the cultivation world star chart in his hand. Although there was no transmission array to return to the hidden immortal continent, who knew if there were other places? Escaping would be better than dying here, right? However, this thought merely flashed through Xiao Hua's mind. After all, Sun Jian, his clones, and the several 100,000 Fortune Gate disciples fighting the devil army were still inside the ruins. Xiao Hua couldn't possibly abandon them and live alone. At this moment, another voice sounded beside his ear. Yang Chong flew over with an apologetic look on his face, as if he was embarrassed by his vigilance just now. "Spiritual Master Xiao, I don't know what your identity is. But now I have no other choice." He could only choose to believe in the real person. Moreover, I also knew that if the Taoist master wanted I's life, he probably wouldn't even need to enter the magnetic space, for I would have already fallen. Therefore, I am willing to advance and retreat together with Taoist Master Xiao. Yang Chang's words were very good, but Xiao Hua didn't feel particularly comfortable listening to them. The reason was very simple: Xiao Hua had already seen through Yang Chang's thoughts. After all, Yang Chang's thoughts were nothing more than two considerations. First, since Xiao Hua could save Yang Chong from the magnetic blood array, it meant that Yang Chong had value. Xiao Hua was still outside the realm protecting Grand Formation, so Yang Chong's value was still there. If Xiao Hua wanted to use Yang Chong to enter the ruins, then he couldn't kill Yang Chong. Secondly, it was even simpler. Compared to the ferocious devil race, Xiao Hua looked like a human and was pleasing to the eye. Compared to the murderous aura behind him, Yang Chong was willing to bet on his own moral standing and Xiao Hua's moral standing. But Xiao Hua looked at Yang Chong with a smile and said, "What if I have other intentions and want to use your identity to enter the ruins?" Yang Chong's face turned slightly red, then he raised his head and nodded vigorously, saying, "Yes, I do have an idea in my heart. Because I don't know Taoist Master at all. Although Taoist Master saved me from the devil array, Taoist Master Xiao was able to come and go freely in the devil array where devils were dancing wildly. Taoist Master Xiao was also able to come and go freely in the magnetic space where it was extremely difficult for human cultivators to get close. How could I not doubt Taoist Master's motives? However, I am also a human. I would rather die in the hands of a human like Taoist Master than die in the hands of a devil race." Although Xiao Hua nodded, his eyes flickered again. He ignored the devil sense that had already swept over him. After Yang Chong finished speaking, he raised his voice to the cultivator inside the fire pillar and said, "I risked my life to teleport back from the Taibai astral boundary because I have an important message to send back. Since I can't return to the Misty School at this time, I ask fellow Taoists to spread this message to the various sects in the ruins. And please speak, fellow Taoist Yang." The cultivator inside the fire pillar nodded indifferently, unmoved. Yang Chong looked at the devil emperor in the distance who was chasing over. His face turned slightly red and he said loudly, "This Yang has received a top-secret message. The moon god realm may have already experienced a great desolate star storm. Although the ruins are remote, it will be destroyed by this great desolate star storm sooner or later. I ask all the sects in the ruins to make early plans. And I know. I will definitely report this to the assembly hall." A trace of shock appeared on the cultivator's face as he transmitted his voice. Then the old cultivator looked at Xiao Hua again. At this time, the flames around the cultivator inside the fire pillar began to sway. Obviously, he was affected by the devil emperor's devil sense. However, the old cultivator's voice also came, "Taoist Master Xiao, it's not that I don't believe you. I also don't want to believe you. After all, your Fortune Gates fight in the southwest border is obvious to all the cultivators in the ruins. However, I don't have the qualifications to believe you. Even more so, I don't have the qualifications to let you in. I protect the great boundary protecting formation, and I shoulder the lives of hundreds of millions of human cultivators in the ruins. I can't act on my own. I only have two questions for Taoist Master Xiao. First, if you were in my place, would Taoist Master Xiao dare to let me and Yang Chong into the formation? Second, is other people's opinion more important, or is your own action more important?" At this point, the fire pillar's flames suddenly extinguished, and the cultivator's figure also disappeared along with the flames. Haha. Xiao Hua first lowered his head, then clapped his hands and laughed loudly. "I act on my own will. My will is my heart is Ren Xiaoyao. Who cares if the sky collapses or the earth sinks?" With that, Xiao Hua waved his sleeve and covered Yang Chong, saying, "Yang Chong, if you believe this Xiao, then don't resist." Sensing the powerful magic power that completely confined him, Yang Chong smiled bitterly and said, "Taoist Master Xiao, although this one wants to struggle, I'm not as strong as Taoist Master Xiao." Xiao Hua smiled slightly and didn't say anything more. Carrying Yang Chong, the universe in the sleeve flashed brilliantly, and once again he appeared on top of the earth, fire, wind and thunder formation extremely far away. However, Xiao Hua's eyes swept and he teleported again, not stopping at all. This happened a few times, and when the Devil Emperor rushed over with a roar, Xiao Hua had already kept Yang Chong into the Kunlun mirror. Devil Qi once again appeared on his body, and he rushed into the earth, fire, wind and thunder formation along the path of the Devil Qi from before. The Devil Emperor pounced over, and just as he was about to get close to the earth, fire, wind and thunder formation, boom! Tens of thousands of fire crows flew out from the huge fire pillar and pounced on the Devil Emperor. The Devil Qi around the Devil Emperor surged, and several devil arms formed from white bones waved their devil weapons. Devil flames overflowed into the sky and extinguished some of the fire crows, but the rest of the fire crows still pounced on the Devil Emperor and devoured the devil chi around him. The Devil Emperor hesitated for a moment and with a poo, he spat out a mouthful of dirty blood, extinguishing dozens of fire crows near him. Then he looked at the earth, fire, wind and thunder formation with hatred and said in bewilderment, "This Xiaohua is a little strange. How did he know that this was the place where the devil formation attacked the ruins? Previously, in order to conceal this place, this emperor urged the devil formation to attack at thousands of earth, fire, wind and thunder formations. Damn it, after Xiaohua passes through here today, this loophole will definitely be discovered by the human race. If this emperor wants to enter the ruins again, it will be a lot more troublesome. Damn it, really damn it." As he spoke, the realm protection formation of the ruins surged with a monstrous sea of fire, and groups of fire crows and many fire attribute magic weapons surrounded it with a terrifying aura. Seeing this momentum, the Devil Emperor gritted his teeth and urged the devil clouds to fly toward the devil formation. Even after the Demon Emperor left, the sea of fire didn't stop. It continued to howl as it obscured the earth, fire, wind and lightning in the area. A dozen or so streaks of dazzling light revolved around the earth, fire, wind and lightning several times before finally disappearing. The passageway inside the earth, fire, wind and thunder formation was far simpler than Xiaohua thought. He urged the devil chi, and very keenly sensed the aura of the devil chi passageway that hadn't disappeared yet, so he landed in it extremely easily. Although the earth, fire, wind and thunder formation in the surroundings was constantly burning and blowing away the devil chi on Xiaohua's body, this wasn't considered dangerous for Xiaohua. However, in just a moment, a stream of fire several times stronger than the earth, fire, wind and thunder formation began to appear behind Xiaohua. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed inwardly. How could he not know that this was the realm protection formation that patched up the flaws of the earth, fire, wind and thunder formation? Cursing was one thing, but Xiaohua wasn't willing to contend against the might of this realm protection formation. He hurriedly focused his mind and urged his figure to quickly escape, but in the sky several tens of thousands of kilometers away from Ping River, a stream of devil chi flashed within the earth, fire, wind and thunder formation. Then another stream of fiery light rolled out. Whoosh! The devil chi was instantly swept away by the fiery light, and a thin human figure flashed out from within the devil chi. Wasn't that Xiaohua? At this time Xiaohua was in a somewhat sorry state, but there was a smile on his face. He turned his head to look at the fiery light within the earth, fire, wind and thunder formation and spat. Then he flew to the nearest mountain peak. Xiaohua released his divine sense, but he couldn't see where he was, so he let Yang Chong out of the Kunlun mirror. Yang Chong looked to his left and joy appeared on his face. He bowed and said, "Junior, thanks Spiritual Master Xiao for saving my life. No need to say anything more." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "First tell me about that great desolate star storm in the moon god realm. When will it arrive? How powerful is this great desolate star storm, and how will it affect the ruins?" Chapter 41-49. Oh. Hearing this, Yang Chong hurriedly explained, "The so-called star explosion is when a planet like the ruins explodes for some reason. Of course the planet must be big enough. The explosion of such a big planet will create a shockwave, and this kind of power of heaven and earth will spread in all directions. If there are no other planets around the planet, the shockwave will become smaller and finally disappear. But if there are other planets affected before the shockwave subsides, that planet will also explode. Then the shockwave will increase again." This old man understands. Xiaohua nodded. "If the shockwave is big enough, the entire moon god realm will be destroyed by the star explosion?" "That's right." Yang Chong hurriedly nodded and said, "But this junior is also not sure about this news. After all, the moon god realm is almost boundless for void refinement cultivators like us. Who knows where this star explosion will come from? But since this junior knows this news, I can't not send it to the Misty School. All communication methods and teleportation channels can't be used. This junior just remembered that the Misty School had a teleportation array in Taibai Star Realm a long time ago that was no longer in use. Forget it, no need to say any more. If this star explosion is real, how long will it take to reach the ruins?" Xiaohua waved his hand, stopping Yang Chong from explaining again. Yang Chong hesitated for a moment and said, "At most 10,000 years. Xiaohua understood and said thoughtfully, "This is the size of the moon god realm, right?" "Yes." Yang Chong answered honestly. "This is the estimation of some seniors, this junior doesn't know. Xiaohua didn't ask any more about this matter. He looked around and said with a smile, "Where is this place, do you know?" Yang Chong had already released his consciousness. After looking for a moment, he pointed in a direction and said, "This place is more than 70,000 miles from Ping River. My Misty School's teleportation array is not far from here." Xiaohua looked in the direction Yang Chong pointed and said with a smile, "Let's go, this old man will go with you to Ping River. There's no need to use any teleportation array. This old man wants to ask Lu Wuxia, when did this old man's good intentions turn into ill intent?" Yes. Yang Chong knew that Xiaohua was angry in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything, let alone release a messaging talisman, so he answered in a low voice. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a fierce light. With a wave of his sleeve, he first imprisoned Yang Chong, then activated the lightning escape technique and flew towards Ping River. As expected, after Xiaohua flew for a while, he didn't see Ping Jiang. He also couldn't find any trace of Ping Jiang with his spiritual force. Xiaohua knew that he had flown in the wrong direction. Just as he was about to release Yang Chong, he saw a white-robed scholar with a sword at his waist flying towards a certain direction. Xiaohua landed in front of this white-robed scholar. Ah! Xiaohua's sudden appearance startled the white-clothed scholar. But seeing Xiaohua's appearance, the white-clothed scholar immediately bowed and saluted. "Junior Misty School's Yang Haoya greets Senior Xiao. Junior thanks Dawas for saving my Misty School." "Get up." Xiaohua's heart warmed. He helped this disciple up and said with a smile, "Where are you going?" Junior knew that the sect was besieged by the demon race and hurriedly rushed back to Ping River. Junior's cultivation is limited. Although Junior used the transmission formation, I still couldn't make it back. Yang Haoya hurriedly replied, but Junior also received a message from the sect on the way back. "I know Senior's spirit of bravely fighting 2 demon emperors on Ping River." Xiaohua asked with interest. Hee Yang Haoya, don't forget this old man might be a spy of the demon race." "Spy?" Yang Haoya stared blankly for a moment, then laughed. "That's the gossip of people with ulterior motives. If Senior was a spy, the Southwest sect would have already fallen into the hands of the demon race. The ruins would have already fallen. How could my Misty School still have a place for Junior to stay?" Xiaohua nodded slightly, then asked again, "Which direction is the Misty School?" Although Yang Haoya was astonished, he didn't dare to ask too much. He pointed to the direction in front of him and said, "There's still 30,000 li ahead. There's a small transmission formation of my Misty School. No need. Follow this Xiao and fly there." This time, Xiaohua didn't dare to use the universe creator. He just raised his hand and grabbed, bringing Yang Haoya to fly in that direction. Naturally, he was corrected twice by Yang Haoya. Xiaohua's divine sense finally saw the familiar Ping River. Soon after, Xiaohua flew for a moment and released Yang Chong and Yang Haoya. Seeing Yang Chong appear, Yang Haoya stared blankly for a moment, then hurriedly bowed and said, "Granduncle, disciple Yang Haoya greets Granduncle. Why did you suddenly return to Ping River?" Yang Chong naturally didn't recognize Yang Haoya. Yang Haoya explained a few more words before Yang Chong helped him up. Originally, he wanted to explain something, but Xiaohua said impatiently, "Let's return to Ping River first." "Yes, Senior." Yang Chong knew that Xiaohua was in a bad mood, but he still nodded and followed Xiaohua to Ping River. At this time, the smoke of war in Ping River had yet to settle. The chaotic yuan qi of heaven and earth and the remnant devil qi were tangled together, and the unpleasant smell of blood still assailed the nostrils. Xiaohua also sensed that there were many wandering souls nearby that couldn't fall into the 9 springs. They were still lingering around Ping River. Xiaohua wasn't in the mood to collect these wandering souls. He only looked at the flashing lights of the dozens of big cities in the distance and flew forward. The appearance of Xiaohua and the other 2 immediately attracted the attention of the patrolling disciples. Several people came forward to greet them, and several people hurriedly flew away to report. Not long after, many disciples came forward to greet them. Unsurprisingly, all of the disciples had gratitude in their eyes, and the reverence on their faces didn't have any hypocrisy. Looking at these disciples, although there was still some anger in Xiaohua's heart, he felt that his previous efforts were worth it. He also felt that the injuries on his back were gradually getting better. Although the cultivators of the Misty School had different opinions about Xiaohua's devil arts, they were all afraid of Xiaohua. When they heard that Xiaohua had survived the attack of 2 devil emperors and even appeared in Ping River again, although the disciple who reported didn't say anything, everyone could see that Xiaohua was condemning them. Therefore, when the vice-sect leader Lien brought a group of Misty School cultivators to welcome Xiaohua, He had a respectful expression on his face, but his heart was on tenterhooks. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, and when he saw that Lu Wuxia wasn't among them, he couldn't help but frown. The vice sect leader Lien hurriedly went forward and bowed. Greetings to Taoist Xiao. Junior represents the disciples of the Misty School to thank Taoist Xiao for his help. The other cultivators who came to welcome Xiaohua also bowed and thanked him. Xiaohua raised his hand, and a barrier appeared out of thin air, blocking their salutes. Xiaohua said indifferently, I don't dare to accept this. I might be a human devil heart, but I joined hands with 2 devil emperors to put on a show in front of the Misty School. I don't deserve any thanks. The vice sect leader Lien and the others' faces were burning, and they stood there awkwardly. They couldn't continue to bow, and when they stood up they felt embarrassed. Where is Lu Wuxia? Xiaohua didn't feel like talking to them anymore, so he withdrew his magic and asked. The vice sect leader Lien took the opportunity to bow, stood up and said, Taoist Xiao, our sect leader was seriously injured in the battle with the Devil Emperor, and is currently in seclusion to heal her injuries. Oh? Sect leader Lu Wuxia was injured? Xiaohua was slightly surprised. The vice sect leader Lien hurriedly told him what happened after Xiaohua disappeared, and finally said, If Taoist Xiao has something important to say, Junior can send a message to the sect leader. No need. Xiaohua waved his hand. It seems that the Devil Emperor really wants to destroy the Misty School. After being injured by this old man, he still wants to attack. Since sect leader Lu is injured, let her heal quickly. Who knows when the Devil Emperor will attack again. At that time, without this Xiao and the Devil Emperor's cooperation to put on a show, I'm afraid the Misty School will be in trouble. Yes. The vice sect leader Lien nodded, and glanced at the several disciples beside him who lowered their heads in silence. The anger in his heart was very obvious. The vice sect leader Lien thought for a moment, and then glanced at Yang Chong and Yang Haoya beside Xiaohua and said in a low voice, Senior, please come to the hall and serve tea. No need. Xiaohua waved his hand again and was about to leave. How could Yang Chong not understand the vice sect leader Lien's intention? He didn't go forward to bow, wasn't it because he was waiting for this opportunity? Yang Chong hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Taoist Master Xiao, you saved this junior from the devil array. This junior has nothing to repay you with. Now that you are leaving, this junior will inevitably leave a knot in his heart. How about inviting Taoist Master Xiao to sit in the hall? This junior will offer you a cup of spiritual tea as a token of my thanks. Xiaohua frowned and hesitated. Xiaohua had always been soft-hearted. Even if it was a request from an ordinary person, he would still consider it. Not to mention Yang Chong's words in front of the realm-protecting Great Array made Xiaohua admire him very much. Seeing that there was hope, he hurriedly bowed to the vice sect leader Lien. Vice sect leader Lien, martial uncles, this disciple has brought back an extremely bad news. Please report it to the Lingxiang Hall. This matter is a bit tricky. Perhaps Taoist Master Xiao can be of some help to our Misty School. Ah. The vice sect leader Lien was stunned. Looking at Yang Chong and Xiaohua, he said in a low voice, could it be that the devil race is going to launch a large-scale attack? Compared to the devil race, it's even more serious. Yang Chong said, not daring to say more. After all, the news of the great desolate star storm was too shocking. If an ordinary disciple knew about it, it would be hard to avoid panic. How could they still have the mind to fight against the devil race? Then, the vice sect leader Lien's face showed a slightly exaggerated nervousness. Looking at Xiaohua in a low voice, he said, Taoist Master Xiao, sect leader Lu is currently in seclusion. Junior? The burden on Junior's shoulders is somewhat heavy. This matter is so serious. Taoist Master came from the outside world. You must have a lot of experience. Is it possible for you to give Junior advice? All right. Xiaohua slightly nodded. The vice sect leader Lien was overjoyed, hurriedly bringing Xiaohua and a group of cultivators into the main hall. Everyone took a seat and a disciple served spirit tea. Yang Chong took the spirit tea with both hands, respectfully offering it in front of Xiaohua, thanking Xiaohua for saving his life. Xiaohua took the spirit tea, took a sip and said with a smile, all right, you don't have to be polite in the future. You rushed back to the Misty School from afar and brought back this important news. Just based on this action, this old man will definitely save you. Chapter 4150. This is what Junior should do. Yang Chong hurriedly said with a smile, after all, Junior is a disciple of the Misty School and a cultivator of the ruins. Xiaohua nodded and looked around. Finally his gaze fell on Vice Head Lien and said, Vice Head Lien, this Xiao already knows about the news brought back by Yang Chong. This matter is indeed troublesome, so the fewer people who know, the better. Leave the necessary people behind, the rest can leave first. Yes, Junior understands. Vice Head Lien invited Xiaohua in, not necessarily without the intention of pulling the banner. Hearing Xiaohua's words, he looked left and right. Only 2 of the cultivators were left, and the rest were allowed to leave the hall. Xiaohua looked at the disappearing figures of the crowd with a sneer on his face. Needless to say, the ones who were gossiping behind their backs were definitely some of these cultivators. Vice Head Lien probably also knew the meaning of his words, so he indirectly revealed the Misty School's intention to Xiaohua. After Vice Head Lien activated the hall's restriction, Yang Chong told him about the Great Desolate Star outbreak. Although he repeatedly emphasized that this news was not confirmed, Vice Head Lien and the other 2 Misty School cultivators' faces still turned ashen. Although there were many groundless rumors in this world, how could this kind of news that could wipe out a star field, a world surface, casually appear? Vice Head Lien looked at the 2 cultivators who were also dumbfounded and asked Xiaohua, "Daoist Xiao, what do you think about this matter?" Xiaohua shrugged and said with a smile, "This Xiao has never encountered such a thing and this Xiao has never heard of it. The reason why this Xiao stayed, besides Yang Chong, was to see if your Misty School has any countermeasures. After all, this Xiao also has a group of disciples who are facing such a calamity." All right. Vice Head Lien was a little disappointed. He turned to the other 2 cultivators and said, "Daoist Xiao, this matter cannot be decided. Junior needs to ask Sect Head to come out of seclusion. And go?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "If Sect Head Lu has any good ideas, my Fortune Gate may be able to benefit from it." "Daoist Xiao, please wait a moment." Yang Chong stood up apologetically and left with the 2 cultivators, leaving only Yang Chong to accompany Xiaohua in the hall. Xiaohua glanced at Yang Chong and asked meaningfully, "At this point, do you have any regrets?" Yang Chong smiled and said, "Actually, Junior had already regretted it a little when we were in the demonic array. After all, if this Junior didn't personally send a message back, this Junior wouldn't have fallen into this hopeless situation. But, speaking up to this point, Yang Chong's tone became heavier. When this Junior met Yang Haoya and the juniors of the Misty School, this Junior's regret was already gone. Junior's life and death are no longer important. As long as Junior's nephew can survive, Junior is already satisfied." "Sigh, that's right." Xiaohua sighed. "This is the difference between our human race and the devil race. A spirit will pass on the torch." After he finished speaking, Xiaohua raised his hand and took out a jade bottle. He usually had some injuries, so he wouldn't take too many pills. But this time was different. The 2 demon emperors were too strong, and the injuries in his body couldn't heal for a long time. He had no choice but to rely on the strength of pills. After Xiao Chen finished eating, Yang Chong asked with concern, "Senior Xiao, are your injuries serious? My Misty School's healing pills are also famous in the ruins." "Hee hee." Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. "Your Misty School's pills may be famous, but they may not be suitable for this old man." Speaking up to this point, Xiaohua raised his hand and took out a few jade bottles. The jade bottles fell in front of Yang Chong and said, "These are the healing pills this old man refined. Take them." Yang Chong was overjoyed. He hurriedly took them and carefully put them away. Then Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked, "Yang Chong, if we can repel the devil race, even without the transmission array, the cultivators of the ruins should be able to escape this star explosion, right?" Yang Chong was slightly stunned and said with some confusion, "What does Senior mean? This Junior doesn't understand." "What this old man means is, the transmission array of the ruins seems to have been destroyed by the devil race. Even if the devil race is defeated, the cultivators of the ruins can't rely on the transmission array to leave the ruins and go to other star fields. Then, can they rely on the flying boat or flying their physical body to escape this disaster?" Xiaohua still didn't understand flying in a star field. Thinking about his previous encounter in the demonic array, he had this doubt. Although Yang Chong was a little surprised, he still explained, "Senior should know that flying through the star field is not as simple as you think. First, there is no heaven and earth origin energy in the star field. Human cultivators can only rely on their own abilities and can't fly too far. Second, the star field looks very peaceful, but there are many dangers inside. Spatial cracks, dust storms, or strange beasts in the starry sky. None of them can be dealt with casually. Third, there is no direction in the star field. Even if you have a star chart in your hand, it is not easy to find the right path. If you have a flying boat, it may be better than flying with your physical body. However, ordinary flying boats are not much better than cultivators, let alone crossing realms." Xiao Hua listened thoughtfully and nodded from time to time. The difficulties of flying in the starry sky mentioned by Yang Chong were nothing to him. Although he had never really flown in the starry sky, he could recognize the direction in the void, so he should be able to do the same in the starry sky. Moreover, he had a star chart. The only difficulty now was the danger in the star field, and whether he could fly out of the moon god realm before the arrival of the star field. While Xiao Hua was thinking, the vice sect master came in with 2 more cultivators. Lu Wuxia was not among them, but at this time, the 3 cultivators no longer had the previous panic on their faces. Instead, it was replaced by a slight smile. It was obvious that they had a card up their sleeve. Oh. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, could it be that Sect Master Lu already has a countermeasure? Yang Chong nodded and explained, my sect master said that even if the star field comes, it will be thousands of years later. Why are we panicking now? Moreover, my sect master also complained that the star field came too late. If it came now, all the devils would be killed by now. Xiao Hua was surprised and asked, Sect Master Lu seems to have the confidence to escape from the star field? She is still in seclusion? The current crisis is that the devil race is besieging us. My sect master naturally has to treat her injuries first. A cultivator at the side said with a smile, but Senior Xiao doesn't need to worry. My sect master has already agreed to let Senior and the disciples of the Fortune Gate use our Misty School's secret teleportation formation to leave the moon god realm. Secret teleportation formation? Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad premonition and hurriedly asked, weren't the teleportation formations of the ruins destroyed by the devil race? No matter how secret your Misty School's teleportation formation is, Xiao Hua did not finish his words, but the suspicion in his words was very obvious. Vice Sect Master Lien smiled and waved an ancient magic tool in his hand, saying, my sect master has already bestowed this magic tool. Daoist Xiao, please follow this junior to verify it. Xiao Hua nodded. Looking at the magic tool flying in the vice sect master's hand, he did not have much hope in his heart. Because he had already seen the power of the devil formation. He knew that the devil formation already had its own intelligence. What was a devil spirit? Perhaps no one in the ruins understood it better than him. The devil spirit Xiao Hua was a clear proof. Even the vice sect master didn't bring along Yang Chong and the other 2. He only brought Xiao Hua to the depths of the city, to a seemingly ordinary garden. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept through the garden, but he couldn't find anything unusual. However, there were no Misty School disciples within a few li of the garden. Even the disciples on duty in the surrounding palaces were very few. Vice Sect Master Lien activated the magic tool in his hand while explaining, Daoist Xiao, this is my Misty School's forbidden area. Without the sect master's permission, no one can come close. Xiao Hua slightly nodded. His gaze landed on the magic tool in Vice Sect Master Lien's hand. He saw that this magic tool was in a flat oval shape like a spindle. Under the urging of Vice Sect Master Lien's magic power, this magic tool was suffused with 2 colors of brilliance. The green color turned into a spinning shape, and the dark green color turned into a flowing water shape. The 2 colors of brilliance rushed into the air and turned into a pagoda. Immediately after, from the left palace hall, a total of 9 ripples rushed out, respectively landing on the 9 floors of the pagoda. Then the pagoda began to tremble slightly. Boom! The 2 colors of brilliance actually let out a thunderous sound and once again fell into the magic tool. At this time, it was as if Vice Sect Master Lien was struck by lightning. The true chi in his body surged into the magic tool like a flood. In a short moment, Vice Sect Master Lien's face turned somewhat pale. Go! Seeing that the magic tool also had the shape of a pagoda, Vice Sect Master Lien hurriedly pointed at the magic tool and chanted an incantation. Whoa! The magic tool immediately fell into the garden. Following the magic tool's fall, the entire garden began to change. The entire garden began to slowly rotate. Regardless of whether it was flowers, grass, or mountain rocks, everything was twisted into a whirlpool. A pitch-black passage, emitting a desolate aura, appeared in front of Xiao Hua and Vice Sect Master Lien. Senior Xiao, please. Vice Sect Master Lien looked at it for a moment and raised his hand to indicate that he would be the first to jump in. Xiao Hua's divine sense entered to take a look. He discovered that his divine sense was actually blocked by a layer of strange restriction. Thus, he also urged his body to follow behind Vice Sect Master Lien. The passage was very long. Xiaohua and Vice Sect Master Lien flew for no less than half a cup of tea's time before a huge palace door appeared in front of them. In front of the palace door, the magic tool from before had already turned into a spindle shape and stopped in midair. Vice Sect Master Lien took the magic tool and opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood essence. Several special seals were cast on the blood essence, and the blood essence transformed into the two characters, ethereal. See. Looking at these two simple characters, Xiaohua suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because when these two blood-colored characters fell into Xiaohua's eyes, they unexpectedly gave off a long-lasting sense of familiarity. However, without waiting for Xiaohua to look again, Vice Sect Master Lien pushed with both hands and the two characters fell on both sides of the palace door. Boom. A layer of blood color flashed on top of the jasper door. Then, as if a spring breeze blew past, the entire door grew many flowers and plants, surrounding Xiaohua and Vice Sect Master Lien. Chapter 4151. Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and his expression changed. This was because these flowers and plants contained a great amount of power. Moreover, the entire flower and plant seemed to be an extremely strange great array. This great array did not lose to the innate divine restriction and was even more powerful than the Misty School's great array. Vice Sect Master Lien did not panic. He raised his hands and pointed at the flowers and plants in front of him like a butterfly. Xiaohua could see that Vice Sect Master Lien was sending out magic power to the places he pointed at. Moreover, the magic power was different. After Vice Sect Master Lien pointed at 365 places, the entire flower and plant great array disappeared as if it was washed away. Moreover, the jade door opened at an unknown time. Who? Vice Sect Master Lien let out a long breath. He turned his head and said with a bitter smile, Daoist Xiao, please don't laugh at this, Junior. This is the flower touch technique that all the disciples of my Misty School must cultivate. This Junior did not know what it was used for. Who would have thought that it would be used here? This Junior has not practiced this flower touch technique for several hundred years. When I used it, it was actually somewhat jerky. Let's go in. Xiaohua smiled. He understood that Vice Sect Master Lien was hinting that this technique was a secret of the Misty School. He hoped that Xiaohua would not remember it. Senior, please. Vice Sect Master Lien led Xiaohua into the main hall. The main hall's door had a divine sense restriction. When Xiaohua entered the main hall, he could clearly see the main hall's situation. Xiaohua could not help but be surprised, because inside the main hall was not a hall. Instead, it was a huge space that was at least 1,000 li wide. In this space, a huge bluestone teleportation array was quietly floating in the center. Although this teleportation array did not have any brilliance, a strange desolate aura was emitted from the bluestone. Vice Sect Master Lien looked at Xiaohua's astonishment and proudly said, Senior, this teleportation array was specially built by the ancestors of my Misty School for the disciples of my Misty School after they entered the Moon God Palace. According to my sect master, it can directly lead to the Taibai astral boundary. So that's how it is. No wonder the Misty School has a realm-crossing teleportation formation. Xiaohua came to a sudden realization and a pensive expression appeared on his face. This teleportation array consumes a lot of primordial stones to use, and it will also cause strange phenomena, so my sect master has warned us not to use the teleportation array. We can only check if it can be used. And you go ahead and check. Xiaohua nodded, then asked, how about this old man also go and take a look? Vice Sect Leader Lien thought for a while and nodded, no problem. As a result, Xiaohua's figure floated into the transmission array and carefully examined it. Even the Vice Sect Master flew to the top of the transmission array and struck out a series of hand seals. Along with the hand seals, every part of the bluestone transmission array flashed with a milky white brilliance. After half a meal's worth of time, even the Vice Sect Master stopped and looked at Xiaohua with a smile on his face. Naturally, Xiaohua had finished reading long ago. At this moment, seeing that Vice Sect Leader Lien had stopped, he opened his mouth and said, Vice Sect Leader Lien, this old man suggests that you activate the transmission array. Although there is no problem with the transmission array, it does not mean that the transmission channel will not be destroyed by the demons. Yes, this junior has already checked. Vice Sect Leader Lien said with a smile, this transmission array is not only in good condition, but the transmission channel is also completely normal. But with the hand seals you just used? Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. Yes. Vice Sect Leader Lien looked at Xiaohua strangely, puzzled. Could it be that you have to activate the transmission array to know if the transmission channel is normal? My ruins transmission array is checked like this. Xiao Hua's eyes turned a few times, but he did not comment and asked again, is there anything else you want to check, Vice Sect Leader Lien? No. Vice Sect Leader Lien answered honestly. Good. Xiao Hua smiled and said, you are fine, but this old man still has something to do. Senior, what else do you want? Vice Sect Leader Lien was stunned, and at this moment Xiao Hua waved his big sleeve and used the Heaven and Earth sleeve technique, immediately imprisoning Vice Sect Leader Lien. Vice Sect Leader Lien was stunned. He really did not know what Xiao Hua was doing, and he also did not expect Xiao Hua to suddenly attack. However, in just a moment, Vice Sect Leader Lien's face changed greatly, as if he had thought of something. However, at this time, everything did not allow him to resist. Xiao Hua raised his hand and waved, sending Vice Sect Leader Lien out of the palace door, and then his hands formed a hand seal and a hand seal was released. Vice Sect Leader Lien stood outside the palace door in a daze, and in his heart, there was a kind of rejoicing that he was not killed by Xiao Hua at that time. Of course, in addition to this rejoicing, Vice Sect Leader Lien was also somewhat regretful, regretting that he trusted Xiao Hua too much. Although the palace door was open, there was a restriction on the palace door, and no matter the brilliance or the roar of the palace, the people outside the palace could not hear it. After waiting for a full meal's time, Xiao Hua walked out of the palace door and looked at the pale Vice Sect Leader Lien. Xiao Hua waved his big sleeve and released the restriction on Vice Sect Leader Lien, and said indifferently, this old man's matter is done, we can go now. Vice Sect Leader Lien whispered, Senior Xiao Yu, what matter do you have? Nothing. Xiao Hua did not answer Vice Sect Leader Lien's question, and said, you go in and see if there is any damage to your Misty School's transmission array. Okay. Vice Sect Leader Lien had long wanted to go in, and after hearing Xiao Hua's words, he hurriedly flew in. But in that space, the huge transmission array was still quietly floating in the air, but the whole space was filled with active Heaven-Earth origin chi and some chaotic fluctuations, as if it had just been activated. Vice Sect Leader Lien thought of what Xiao Hua had said before, and immediately understood what Xiao Hua had just done. He was somewhat ashamed, and after checking the transmission array situation, he flew out of the palace, wanting to ask about the transmission array situation. Unfortunately, when he flew out of the palace, where was Xiao Hua's figure? Vice Sect Leader Lien's heart tightened and he hurriedly chased out, but unfortunately until he returned to the Lingxiang Palace, he still did not see Xiao Hua. And I'm afraid Senior Xiao has already left the Misty School. Vice Sect Leader Lien sat on the jade chair, looking at the empty palace and secretly thought, but my Misty School's transmission array, can it be used normally? Misty School's transmission array obviously could not be used. Otherwise, Xiao Hua would not have left in such a hurry to avoid Vice Sect Leader Lien's questioning. However, Xiao Hua also understood as long as he did not say anything, Vice Sect Leader Lien and the entire Misty School's heart would have a kind of luck, or perhaps a kind of hope. With this kind of hope and luck, these disciples would have the courage to fight the demons to the end. Xiao Hua flew out of Ping River, and after identifying the direction he prepared to go to the transmission array, but after flying for a moment he found a familiar figure going to the same transmission array as him. Xiao Hua landed next to that person and said with a smile, Yang Haoya, are you going to the transmission array? Oh, Senior Xiao. Yang Haoya was shocked and hurriedly stopped, bowed and said, Senior, why don't you stay in my Misty School for a few more days? Why are you leaving in such a hurry? I only scolded them a few words, don't tell me I really want to vent my anger on them? Xiao Hua replied with a smile, I already scolded them, so why am I not leaving? When your sect leader comes out, I'm afraid he will regain his face. Hee hee. Yang Haoya smiled, the they Xiao Hua mentioned were his elders, he did not dare to say anything behind his back. Don't tell me you also want to leave the Misty School? Xiao Hua waved his hand, indicating Yang Haoya to continue flying forward, and asked again. Yang Haoya nodded and said, Junior and a few good friends are in a small team, we were ordered by the conference hall to patrol the vicinity of Leha Mountain. Because Junior heard about the matter of the sect, Junior was worried, so Junior hurriedly returned. Now that the sect is fine, Junior naturally has to rush to Leha Mountain to meet up with my friends. Hee hee, not bad. Xiao Hua praised, as long as the Misty School has a disciple like you, even if there will be a big change in the future, it will be because of you the fire seed will be able to regain its glory? Ah? Senior Xiao. Yang Haoya was slightly startled and asked, Senior, what do you mean? Nothing, I'm just lamenting. Xiao Hua smiled and asked, who are your good friends? Seeing that Xiao Hua did not say anything, Yang Haoya was also helpless and could only reply, Junior's team has 12 people. They are the disciples of the Misty School, Shindao Sect, Fragrance Cult, Heavy Flow Sect, Immortal Herding Sect, Yanhong Hall, Jingfei Mountain, and other sections. Among them, Junior and Shindao Sect's Wan Wuxin are good friends. Oh, you know Wan Wuxin? Xiaohua immediately thought of the Wan Wuxin he saw in the transmission hub. Senior knows Wu Xian? Yang Haoya asked curiously, why didn't Junior hear him mention it? Xiaohua shrugged and replied, you should ask Wan Wuxin this question. Haha. Yang Haoya smiled and said, Wu Xian is a person who hides his words. Even if Junior asked, he might not say it. Back then, Junior was hunting demonic beasts in the Pinbo Lake, and I was accidentally surrounded by several demonic beasts. Wan Wuxin rushed out to help Junior, and then the two of us worked together to kill the demonic beasts and snatch their cores. Since then we have become good friends. Even though we are friends who have gone through life and death, there are many things that he won't tell Junior. Haha, everyone has their own personality, this can't be forced. Xiaohua nodded. At this moment, Yang Haoya hesitated and said, Junior's team has a cultivator that Senior is very familiar with. Very familiar? Xiaohua muttered and smiled. I don't know many disciples, this person is probably from the Fragrance Cult. As for whether it is Yu Mingxin or Yu Changming, I can't guess. Yu Mingxin and Yu Changming are both there. Yang Haoya smiled and said, that day at the transmission hub, in order to save Senior, Yu Mingxin used the secret sacrificial technique to summon the phantom of the moon beast. Now it has become a legend in the ruins. Haha, this little girl. Xiaohua smiled and said, in order to repay a debt of gratitude, she even sacrificed her own life. This is really beyond my expectations. Chapter 4152. At this point, Xiaohua's heart moved as he asked, have Yu Mingxin and Wan Wuxin already arrived at Mount Leha? This Junior doesn't know. Yang Haoya answered honestly, but if nothing unexpected happened, they should be at Mount Leha. Of course, if Senior wants to know, why don't you come with Junior to take a look? How could Xiaohua still dare to meet Yu Mingxin? He hurriedly waved his hand and said, you all have your own matters to attend to, this old man also has his own matters to attend to. This old man won't go with you to Mount Leha. When you see Wan Wuxin and Yu Mingxin, send my regards to them. No problem. Yang Haoya naturally didn't know about Xiaohua and Yu Mingxin's matters in the heavenly demon fantasy land. He immediately agreed and then asked, however, Senior Xiao, Junior sister Mingxin seems a little strange. Why did she suddenly wear a veil? No one is allowed to see her appearance? That. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly interrupted Yang Haoya's words. Fly slowly. This old man has some urgent matters and can't wait any longer. Yes, Senior, please. Yang Haoya hurriedly bowed to send him off. Xiaohua turned into a stream of light and flew far away. Yang Haoya raised his head and looked at Xiaohua's disappearing figure with admiration. He muttered to himself, Spiritual Master Xiao is indeed a righteous person. Although he is an outsider, he has put in a lot of effort for the survival of our ruins. However, when he said this, a layer of gloominess appeared on his face. He sighed and said, alas, it's a pity that people's hearts are fickle and unpredictable. Spiritual Master Xiao with such a kind heart was actually said to be a demon. I really don't know what those people are thinking. Xiaohua arrived in front of the teleportation formation and inquired about it. Immediately, a disciple of the Misty School led him to a teleportation formation. As the teleportation formation flashed, Xiaohua left Ping River again. After Xiaohua came out of the teleportation formation and flew for more than 1,000 li, he saw a winding mountain range on the horizon. Although the mountain range was still far away from Xiaohua, its majestic aura along with the fierce wind in the surroundings and the many clouds high up in the sky had already entered Xiaohua's vision. When Xiaohua saw that the direction was not too far off, he released his spiritual force as he flew towards the mountain range. Although the clouds in the sky were scattered, there were many vortexes near each cloud that were hard to see with the naked eye. These vortexes blew out fine breezes, and when they reached midair, these breezes mixed together and began to form a strange hurricane. This hurricane enveloped an area of nearly 10,000 miles. Xiaohua was flying within the hurricane. One after another, the wind blades landed on his protective golden light and actually caused the golden light to flicker. As Xiaohua's figure went deeper, the wind blades became increasingly powerful. In the center of the array formation, the mountain range that Xiaohua had seen before was already like a huge dragon coiling on the ground. What surprised Xiaohua was that there wasn't just one mountain range like this. There were 6 other similar mountain ranges next to it. These 7 mountain ranges had different colors, and they were all in the shape of a rainbow. Moreover, these mountain ranges were in the shape of a spiral. Finally, in the center, they condensed into a conch-like mountain peak that rose from the ground to a height of several thousand zhang. Xiao Hua's spiritual force swept across the mountain peak. Not only was his spiritual force blocked by the array formation, but there were also 7 different kinds of power that were born at the same time and began to use the power of heaven and earth to devour Xiao Hua's spiritual force. This sect protecting formation of the fragrant school is really not bad. Not only can it use the innate terrain to draw in the chi of the earth to condense the array, it can also draw in the mutual promotion and suppression of the 5 elements into the chi of heaven and earth. The eye of the array is distributed in the void, making it difficult for people to figure out whether it is real or fake. Xiao Hua was a formation grandmaster. After looking at it for a moment, he had already understood the array formation. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Although the origin of this array formation is not comparable to the Misty School, it is much stronger than the 2 innate divine restriction formations of the Misty School. The person who set up this array formation. I'm afraid it's the same as the senior who set up the teleportation array of the Misty School. They also, occasionally, passed by the ruins and casually took action, right? Thinking of the Misty School's array formation, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of another matter. That day in Pingjiang, he had promised Lu Wuxia that he would teach the complete Earth Clan Soul Condensing Array and Winnowing Basket Heart Cleansing Array to the Misty School. However, because of the invasion of the 2 demon emperors, Xiao Hua had to hastily fight them. Later on, he even went to the demon array, so this matter was put aside. When Xiao Hua returned to the Misty School, his heart was filled with anger. How could he still think of this matter? As for the cultivators of the Misty School, they were even more afraid to speak. Forget it. Xiao Hua's anger had already disappeared. He thought to himself, when I have time I'll give the 2 arrays to the Misty School. Just based on the word Misty, it seems extremely familiar. Perhaps this Misty School is related to the Misty School in this Zhao's memory. There's no harm in giving it to them. However, when the time comes, let's see what they have to trade with this Xiao. Since Xiao Hua had released his divine sense, he naturally had no intention of hiding his whereabouts. He originally planned to return to the Soaring Dragon Mountain range after leaving the Misty School, but with Yang Haoya's reminder, he thought of Yu Mingxin's safety. In any case, Yu Mingxin was the first cultivator he had met in the ruins. Moreover, Yu Mingxin had truly saved his life. Although Xiao Hua didn't want to face a young girl who was in love with him, he absolutely couldn't ignore Yu Mingxin's life. Therefore, Xiao Hua came to the 7 Ridge Mountain Ranges incense-spreading sect. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over, and not long after, several divine senses descended from the sky. It was the patrolling disciples who were using the array formation's power to investigate. Is it Fortune Gate's Taoist Xiao? A slightly surprised voice came from within the hurricane. That's right, it's this old man. Xiao Hua replied. That voice hurriedly called out, Senior, please wait here for a moment. Junior will send a disciple to send a message to the sect. My sect master has already instructed that if Taoist Xiao comes, we must receive him with the etiquette of a sect master. Xiao Hua was stunned and asked curiously, Your sect master Lianxi actually knew that this old man was coming to preach the incense sect. While they were speaking, a hurricane passage appeared not far from Xiao Hua. Immediately after, an old man wearing a long robe rushed out of the hurricane passage, arrived in front of Xiao Hua and bowed respectfully. Junior Tsong Yun greets Senior Xiao. And get up. Xiao Hua smiled and helped Tsong Yun up. He asked again, could it be that your sect master had already predicted that this old man would come to the 7 Ridge Mountain Range? Tsong Yun straightened his body and smiled apologetically. Yes, after Yu Mingxin and Yu Changming returned to the 7 Ridge Mountain Range and told Senior about their encounter, the sect master issued an order for us to wait carefully. He said that Taoist Xiao would definitely return to preach the incense sect. Xiao Hua's heart relaxed. When he first heard Tsong Yun's words, he thought that Lianxi of the incense sect had the ability to predict the future. It seems that Lianxi must have thought that he would come to the 7 Ridge Mountain Range to pay a visit, so he instructed his disciples. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua suddenly remembered something and hurriedly shouted, Tsong Yun, quickly send a message to your sect master. Don't make any ceremony. This old man hates these things the most. If he makes some dragon or phoenix to welcome me, this old man will turn around immediately. Of course there won't be any dragon or phoenix. Tsong Yun smiled apologetically, but Taoist Xiao is the leader of a sect. If there isn't any ceremony to welcome you, not only will my sect master feel embarrassed, but the other sects will also laugh at my incense sect. When he heard that there was a ceremony to welcome him, Xiao Hua's heart began to tremble. He hated a group of people lining up together and greeting him one after another. Originally he didn't know him, but now he had to put on a deliberate smile on his face to curry favor. It was really uncomfortable. Forget it. Xiao Hua stopped and shook his head. This old man better not go. Taoist. Song Yun was really anxious. He hurriedly flew in front of Xiao Hua and shouted, Junior will send a message right now. Quick, send a message to the sect master. Don't make any ceremony. At this time, a few disciples just happened to fly out of the hurricane passage. Song Yun didn't even think and hurriedly ordered. The two disciples didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly turned around. Song Yun stood pitifully in front of Xiao Hua. He had seen many Dao sect cultivators who liked to show off. Some sect masters came to visit the incense sect and couldn't wait for him to move all his disciples over. They also couldn't wait for the incense sect to come out in full force to welcome them. Fortunately, the incense sect was one of the three great sects in the ruins. There was no need for them to deliberately flatter the sect masters of other sections. However, this was the first time he saw a cultivator like Xiao Hua who regarded etiquette like a snake or scorpion. Let's go. Xiao Hua glanced at Song Yun and ordered, Don't wait for your sect master to come. You lead the way, ah? Senior, you don't want to wait for my sect master. Song Yun said halfway and immediately came to his senses. He hurriedly shrunk his neck and said, Senior, please? The sound of wind was loud in the hurricane passage. Xiao Hua casually moved his body and flew forward like falling rain. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the sound of wind gradually decreased. A kind of vigorous and steady aura suddenly intensified. Xiao Hua understood that this was the location of the incense sect's 5 elements formation. However, before he could use any divine ability, he saw a 7-colored brilliance soar into the sky from the distance. The brilliance let out a rumbling sound, shaking the sky for nearly 1,000 li. From the distant conch-shaped mountain peak, it directly landed in front of Xiao Hua's eyes and turned into a 7-colored rainbow bridge. A voice fell along with the rainbow bridge. I am Mo Lianxi. On behalf of the incense sect, I welcome Taoist Xiao. Immediately in front of Xiao Hua's eyes, a 3-colored brilliance emerged from the rainbow bridge. It turned into the appearance of a young master in embroidered clothes and cupped his hands in greeting. I Xiao Hua greet sect master Mo. Xiao Hua couldn't be disrespectful and also cupped his hands in greeting. Taoist, please. Taoist has come from afar. I came late to welcome you. The young master in embroidered clothes' appearance became clearer. It was the appearance of an elegant youth. This youth had white teeth and red lips. His eyes contained a smile. A sense of intelligence flowed out from the youth's eyes. He looked similar to a student of the academy. Chapter 4153. Hee. Seeing Mo Lianxi's appearance, Xiao Hua couldn't help but think of his youth before he entered the nascent soul stage. His impression of Mo Lianxi was very good. He raised his hand and said with a smile, Sect Master Mo, please? Mo Lianxi nodded. Her figure was like lightning as she flew towards the end of the rainbow bridge. Xiao Hua also moved his body and followed behind. As they flew closer, Xiao Hua could clearly see that on the other side of the rainbow bridge was a huge palace. Not only did it cover the entire mountain, even the 7 mountain ridges were under it. Moreover, this palace was in the shape of a flower. The flower had 7 petals, each corresponding to the 7 mountain ridges. Even the color of the petals corresponded to the mountain ridges. Where Xiao Hua's gaze landed, the 7-colored palace had a kind of feeling as if it was about to fly away, like a flower swaying in the wind. As Mo Lianxi landed in the center of the flower, in front of a huge palace, there were only a few women in colorful clothes standing gracefully. When these female disciples saw Xiao Hua, they immediately bowed and saluted. They called out, Junior greets Taoist Master Xiao, sweat? Seeing the peerless beauty of these female disciples, Xiao Hua's heart slightly twitched. He hurriedly waved his hand and helped the girls up. He smiled and said, All of you rise? Haha. Mo Lianxi laughed and said, Taoist Xiao is indeed a person with a temperament. This little one also hates those complicated formalities. It's really boring. It's better to have a few flower-like girls to accompany you and admire the flowers under the moon. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and said, Sect Master Mo's words are a bit inappropriate, right? Complicated formalities and admiring the flowers under the moon have nothing to do with it. That's what I meant. Mo Lianxi didn't care about the meaning of Xiao Hua's words. She pointed at the 2 female disciples and said, You too serve Taoist Xiao well. Otherwise I'll hold you responsible. Yes. The two women were beautiful, fat and thin. They answered and immediately walked over. They held Xiaohua's arms on both sides. Their softness and warmth immediately stuck to him. The admiration in their eyes didn't seem to be fake. They respectfully said, Taoist, please? The two female disciples not only had delicate looks, their temperament was also refined. Their eyes didn't have any foxy charm. However, Xiaohua already didn't get close to women for tens of thousands of years. Although his Tao heart was firm, he didn't cultivate the virgin technique. The moment he touched these fleshy bodies, he felt his heart was raging. Damn it. Xiaohua hurriedly activated his heart technique and cursed inwardly. He knew that he was injured and it was the Devil Emperor who injured him. His willpower was insufficient. Since he knew that he couldn't resist, Xiaohua simply didn't pretend to be an expert. He raised his hand and waved it saying, Sect Leader Mo, quickly let your two female disciples leave. I have been heavily injured Taoist Xiaohua. Now I can't take this kind of temptation. If I do something inappropriate, I'm afraid it won't be good for either of us. Emolienchi's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He naturally knew everything that had happened in the ethereal sect. He had also hypothesized a few excuses that Xiaohua would use to decline. He had even assumed that Xiaohua would not decline. However, he had not expected that Xiaohua, who was at the Tao transformation realm, would so frankly admit that he could not be tempted by women. Emolienchi smiled and said, Taoist Xiao, don't think too much. The female disciples of the Misty School are all top-quality cauldrons. At the same time, Taoist Xiao chased away the two Taoist emperors who attacked the Misty School. Not only did you save the Misty School, you also saved the ruins. The female disciples of the Fragrance sect are very willing to offer their hearts for Taoist Xiao's recovery. Don't worry, Taoist Xiaohua. They are sincere. Yes, Taoist Xiao. The two beautiful disciples said sincerely, Senior has done so much for the ruins. We are willing to offer our lives to Taoist Xiaohua as long as we can help Taoist Xiaohua recover. So that's how it is. Xiaohua finally understood. He thought that Emolienchi of the Fragrance sect was probing and roping him in, but he didn't think that there was such a layer of true meaning. Since that was the case, Xiaohua couldn't accept it even more. He gently pulled his arm out of the embrace of the two female disciples. His movements were so careful and gentle, as if he was afraid of touching fragile porcelain. When the two female disciples saw Xiaohua like this, their faces were full of disappointment. However, the luster in their eyes became even brighter and their arms also loosened. Xiaohua pulled his arm out and cupped his hands, saying, Sect Leader Mo, this Xiao understands your intentions. However, if this Xiao's injuries were to spoil the chastity of these two female disciples, even if this Xiao's strength increases greatly, this Xiao's heart will not be at ease. Chastity? What is chastity? Emolienchi was slightly stunned and asked back. Xiaohua sweated profusely. Chastity was the concept of Confucian cultivators. The ruins was a corner of the cultivation world. Although Emolienchi was the sect leader of the Misty School, she probably hadn't heard of chastity before, right? However, since that was the case, Xiaohua also understood that this Misty School in the ruins was definitely not the Misty School he was looking for. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua smiled and said, There's no need to elaborate on what chastity is. Sect leader Mo only needs to know that the hardest thing to bear is the grace of a beauty. This Xiao has received the grace of a beauty, but I'm afraid that I won't be able to repay it. Since that's the case, it's better not to touch it. What repayment or no repayment? This is all their own will, there's no need for any repayment. Emolienchi said disdainfully, if Taoist won't spoil his Tao foundation because of plucking yin to replenish yang, then feel free to try my Misty School's secret technique. You must know that in the ruins, who knows how many disciples of sects have come to our door and are willing to tie the knot with my Misty School's female disciples. In an instant, Xiaohua suddenly understood why Yu Mingxin treated him like that. He smiled bitterly and then said seriously, Sect leader Mo, people of different paths cannot make plans together. This old man didn't come for this matter. Good. Emolienchi smiled and pushed the female disciple in her arms out and said, People often say that guests should follow the host's wishes. Today I can only follow the host's wishes. Very good. Xiaohua clapped and said with a smile, Sect leader Mo, please find a secluded hall. I have an important matter to discuss with sect leader. Don't be anxious, Taoist Xiao. Emolienchi's eyes slightly narrowed again and said with a smile, I have already sent disciples to find Yu Mingxin. Taking advantage of this time, I will introduce a few elders of my sect to Daoist. I also have an important matter to discuss with Daoist. Xiaohua's eyelids twitched and he said somewhat helplessly, Sect leader Imo, when this Xiao came to Misty School, this Xiao had already seen Yang Haoya who was together with Yu Mingxin. If this Xiao is here for my own personal matters, why would I come to Misty School? Wouldn't it be better to directly find Yu Mingxin? Sect leader Imo, if this is the case, wouldn't this Xiao be in trouble again? So Daoist Xiao didn't come for the important matter of Yu Mingxin ah. Imo Lianxi replied with a sudden realization. However, this sudden realization clearly wasn't a sudden realization. Seeing this, Xiaohua's heart was moved. He stared at Imo Lianxi for a few breaths of time and then said word by word, Sect leader Imo, what do you mean? Could it be that if I didn't come for Yu Mingxin, I couldn't come to Misty School? Sect leader Imo already knew that this Xiao would definitely come to Misty School and you are testing this Xiao? AI. A trace of gloominess appeared on Imo Lianxi's face. She nodded slightly and sighed. This one naturally knew that Daoist Xiao would come. Moreover, this one knew when I heard Daoist Xiao's name. This one hopes that I heard wrong and that Daoist Xiao isn't that person. Unfortunately, Daoist Xiao still came. Although this one doesn't know what important matter Daoist Xiao brought, this one. At this point, Imo Lianxi stopped and looked at the few female disciples on the left. She waved her hand and said, You all can leave. Yes, sect leader. The few female disciples bowed and left. Among them, 2 of them looked at Xiaohua reluctantly. After the few female disciples left, Imo Lianxi said, Let's go, Daoist Xiao. Let's go to Bright Palace and tell this one what is important enough for me to wipe out the incense sect. Ah? Imo Lianxi lifted her foot. Xiaohua was shocked. The premonition from before was born again. He asked in a low voice, Sect leader Imo? You already knew that this Xiao was going to bring you the message of wiping out the sect? Yes. Imo Lianxi's figure slightly paused. She then looked back at Xiaohua and replied with certainty, Otherwise, why would this one leave such an order to the disciples of the sect? How did you know? Xiaohua followed, still somewhat puzzled. Imo Lianxi forced a smile and said, Once Daoist Xiao enters Bright Palace, you will naturally know. When Xiaohua followed Imo Lianxi into Bright Palace, he saw that it was a huge hall. The 4 walls were painted with Desolation Catalog. These Desolation Catalog were different from the one Xiaohua had seen before. Other than giants, mountains, floods, and monsters, there were also many fragments. These fragments seemed to be a whole. Many of the edges were the same. Of course, these fragments were not only scattered within a certain catalog, but also between different catalogs. Moreover, there were obscure fluctuations emanating from within these fragments. Everywhere Xiaohua's eyes landed on, the fragments emanated a strange and variegated brilliance, and Xiaohua was actually able to see stars, regions, continents, and so on and so forth through these lights. Xiaohua frowned and his gaze fell on other parts of the catalog. The things on these catalogs seemed to be engraved on them. Other than the fluctuations within the fragments, there was also the ubiquitous aura on the catalog. This aura was different depending on what was engraved on it. If all these auras were connected together, there would be a strange covering and drowning. After looking at the catalog around Bright Palace, Xiaohua's gaze fell on the main hall. There were a few brocade chairs there. Currently, several young cultivators were sitting on them. When they saw Xiaohua and Imo Lianxi enter, they all stood up and welcomed them. When everyone came closer, Imo Lianxi stopped and smiled at Xiaohua. Daoist Xiao, these are the elders of my aroma sect. A Changmin greet Daoist Xiao. A white-clothed scholar with curved eyebrows smiled and cupped his hands. Immediately after, a blue-clothed middle-aged cultivator with a somewhat yellow face cupped his hands and said, I Wuhong greet Daoist Xiao. The other was a burly man with a big waist. The beard on his face could be seen. His voice was also loud and clear. He cupped his hands and said, I by Jianzhong greet Daoist Xiao. Fellow Daoists, please rise. Xiaohua hurriedly raised his hand to help everyone up and said with a smile, I Xiaohua greet fellow Daoists. Chapter 4154. The 4 exchanged some pleasantries, and Bai Jianzhong even asked about Xiaohua's injuries. Xiaohua answered everything. When Xiaohua finished, Imo Lianxi's face tightened and said, All right everyone, let's take a seat. Daoist Xiao is still injured. After today's matter is arranged, Daoist Xiao will need to go into seclusion to recuperate. All right Daoist Xiao please. The 3 elders respectfully invited Xiaohua to take a seat. Xiaohua nodded slightly and sat down on the guest seat. Imo Lianxi and the others sat beside him. Fellow Daoists, This Xiao has come today for the Devil Formation and the Moon God Realm's Great Desolate Star Storm. Xiaohua looked at everyone and said, "Hiss." Everyone's expression changed when they heard about the Great Desolate Star Storm. As they sucked in a breath of cold air, they looked at each other and their eyes were filled with fear. As expected. Emolienshi's expression slowly calmed down and said indifferently, "Then, please tell us the details of Daoist Zhao's situation." Xiaohua nodded and told them about the devil race he saw outside the realm protecting Great Formation, as well as the news brought by Yang Chong. "Damn it." Emolienshi's face turned cold and said angrily, "This must be the doing of Yanhong Hall and Jing Feishan sect. They want to borrow the power of the conference hall to suppress the Fortune Gate whose reputation is gradually catching up to theirs. These two sects are really shameless." Emolienshi's words clearly had a trace of trying to cover it up, as if he didn't know that Xiaohua was blocked outside the ruins by the realm protecting Great Formation. Xiaohua looked at Emolienshi. He didn't believe that Emolienshi, the sect master of the ruins' three great sects, didn't know what happened in the conference hall. Since Emolienshi directly pointed out the two sects and said it with a suspicious tone, Xiaohua already knew that these two sects must be behind it. Xiaohua smiled and replied, "It's fine, who cares who it is. My Fortune Gate won't stay in the ruins for long, and won't compete with these two sects for fame and profit." Emolienshi nodded. This one also knows that Daoist Xiao and the Fortune Gate will definitely escape from this disaster. Xiaohua's brows raised and said curiously, "Sect Master Emo seems to know a lot. It's time to explain it to this Xiao." "Of course." Emolienshi said smiled, "Daoist Xiao, wait, Daoist Xiao, Daoist Xiao, Daoist Xiao, you won't be willing if I don't explain it." Then the jade hairpin actually turned into a golden dragon. The hairpin turned into a golden dragon. Actually, the hairpin turned and through some hand seals and through cast it ants and cast through and through cast and through cast and made a hand seals as hand, and then cast the and cast formed cast. He the sss. So inside the light, the female cultivator's huge figure slowly appeared, and an aura that suppressed everything in the hall instantly filled the bright palace. Around the female cultivator's soul projection, small cracks appeared in the space, and inexplicable fluctuations ran amok in these cracks. The female cultivator's face seemed to be very clear, but Xiaohua's gaze could not see her face. Even a simple outline was empty in Xiaohua's mind, but Xiaohua clearly knew that this primordial spirit projection was the female cultivator. At this time, the female cultivator's voice was like thunder. "Sect Master Lan Xichen of the 72nd generation greets Daoist Xiaohua, Daoist Xiao." Seeing that the female cultivator's soul projection was actually cupping her hands in greeting, Xiaohua was shocked. He hurriedly got up, wanting to return the greeting, but even though it was just a soul projection, the aura was heavier than a mountain. Not to mention getting up, even breathing was difficult for Xiaohua. "Daoist Xiao, there's no need to be so polite." The female cultivator's soul projection seemed to know what Xiaohua was thinking. After greeting him, she said with a smile, "I still have something to entrust to you, Daoist Xiao. I hope you won't refuse." Xiaohua said respectfully, "Senior Lan, please tell me what you need. If I can do it, I won't refuse." "You must be confused right now, Daoist Xiao. It's not too late to agree after listening to me explain the ins and outs of this matter." Lan Xichen's nascent soul projection said, "When I was training in the cultivation world, I obtained a jade slip that recorded the art of divination. Based on this jade slip, I cultivated some divine abilities of divination. After I cultivated to the 9th stage Dao transformation realm, I passed the position of sect master to my disciples and participated in the selection of the Moon God Palace. I left the ruins and entered the Moon God Palace. After that, my cultivation improved and my divination techniques became even more radical. I felt a sudden impulse one day and sensed that the incense cult would face a great disaster in the future, so I hurriedly used the moon ripple pool of the Moon God Palace to perform divination. Unfortunately, I's cultivation was shallow and couldn't deduce when the incense cult would face a great disaster. I also didn't know what kind of disaster it would face. However, I saw Daoist Zhao's appearance and name in the moon ripple pool and knew that Daoist Xiao would come to the incense cult's 7 ridge mountains before the great disaster. Therefore, I took advantage of my official duties and returned to the incense sect. While rearranging the sect-protecting formation, I also set up a formation in the Bright Palace and left my primordial spirit projection, waiting for perfected Zhao's arrival. Xiaohua had already seen the power of the Shaman King's God-connecting technique in the Million Meng Mountains, so he wasn't too surprised by the words of the former sect master of the incense cult who could enter the Moon God Palace. At this point, Lan Xichen smiled and said, "By now Daoist Xiao must have understood what I wanted to entrust to Daoist Xiao, right? Yes, it's the inheritance of the incense cult, including the 30,000 disciples, all the cultivation methods and necessary auxiliary items." No way. Xiao Hua's expression changed slightly, and he smiled bitterly. Senior Lan already divined that the incense cult would face such a great disaster, so why didn't you make plans earlier? Why didn't you take the incense cult's orthodoxy and leave the ruins? You could even send the incense cult's disciples to Heaven's Equal Realm, Tai-Bai Astral Boundary, and so on before the demon race besieges the ruins, right? Lan Xichen's primordial spirit projection seemed to know that Xiao Hua would ask this question. When Xiao Hua's voice fell, the primordial spirit projection said again, "This poor Taoist has already thought about what Taoist is thinking, and is also prepared to do so. However, if Taoist sees this poor Taoist's primordial spirit projection now, then all of your previous efforts will be in vain. Any thoughts of stealing from the heavens will be destroyed by the heavens. My incense cult can only wait for Taoist Zhao's arrival. Where is the current sect master of the incense cult? Inform Taoist Xiao of this matter." At this time, Emolianshi hurriedly opened her mouth and said, "The 3208 sect master of the incense cult, Emolianshi, greets the founder." Then Emolianshi said to Xiao Hua in a low voice, "Taoist Xiao, every sect master of the incense cult received a jade slip and a message when they took over the sect master position. Inside the jade slip is naturally a portrait of Taoist Xiao, and the message is about Xiao Hua's name, as well as the preparations for the great disaster. In this preparation, other than the disciples' cultivation methods and necessary auxiliary items, it is to send disciples outside the moon god realm to establish a branch of the incense cult. But the strange thing is, every time my incense cult establishes a sect in another realm, it will be destroyed by other sects in less than 100 years without any exception. Therefore, after I took over the sect master position, I tried once and never sent any disciples again." After saying this, Emolianshi respectfully said to the primordial spirit projection, "This disciple has finished speaking." After a while, the primordial spirit projection opened its mouth again. "Emin Taoist Xiao, after hearing this, you should already understand. Although this poor Taoist does not know if you can really save the orthodoxy of my incense cult, this poor Taoist has seen your appearance and name. This poor Taoist believes that you will play a key role in this calamity. Therefore, this poor Taoist will entrust the orthodoxy of my incense cult to you. If you agree, please stand in the center of the bright palace. I obtained a strange cultivation technique from the Moon God Palace, and it might be useful to you. I will give it to you now as an agreement. If you don't want it, then you don't have to go. I will give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to consider. After that, not only will my primordial spirit projection disappear, everything in the bright palace will also disappear." After hearing the primordial spirit projection's words, not only was Xiao Hua stunned, but the faces of Emolianshi and the others also changed greatly. Emolianshi of course knew about the primordial spirit projection, but he didn't know the specific situation. Of course, he also didn't know that the ending wasn't decided beforehand. If Xiao Hua didn't agree, the orthodoxy of the incense cult wouldn't be able to leave the ruins, and it might be destroyed in the great desolate starburst. Moreover, even if Xiao Hua agreed, the orthodoxy of the incense cult might not necessarily be preserved, because Lan Xichen didn't know if Xiao Hua would be able to escape the disaster. Taoist Xiao. Emolianshi's body also couldn't move, so he begged in a low voice, "Taoist Xiao, please agree to this for Yu Mingxin's sake." At this point, Xiao Hua had already thought it through. Since Lan Xichen saw him in the divination technique, then he would definitely play a role in the disaster. Although he might not be able to escape the great desolate starburst, there was a possibility that his space could exist. Therefore, Xiao Hua already somewhat understood the meaning of Lan Xichen's primordial spirit projection. However, he was a little worried. The Fortune Gate's disciples on the Xinhua continent all cultivated the nascent soul, while the incense cult's disciples cultivated the primordial spirit. These two different cultivation methods would inevitably lead to conflict, and he didn't have a good plan to prevent this from happening. This primordial spirit cultivation method was unique to the ruins, who knew if it could be used on the Dawn Rain continent or the hidden immortal continent. Even if he took away the incense cult's inheritance, would they be able to survive on the hidden immortal continent? Of course, this was a matter for the future. Since Xiao Hua had come to the incense cult to send a message, How could he stand by and do nothing? He lifted his foot and walked towards the center of the bright palace. However, just as he moved, the aura suppressed him, making it difficult for him to move an inch. Chapter 4155. Sigh. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled as he silently cursed in his heart. Motherfucker, even at this point they still want to test this Zhao's cultivation level. It seems like this bright palace is not only a place to preserve Lan Xichen's soul projection, but also a place to test this Zhao's strength. Immediately after, Xiao Hua's entire body's magic power was activated. Layers of lightning, like a torrent of 1,000 miles, rushed towards the soul projection's aura. Rumble? Although it couldn't be compared to a destructive force, the torrent of lightning still created a path that was several feet wide, leading straight to the center of the bright palace. Xiao Hua's figure flashed. Under the heavy pressure of this aura, he actually teleported to a large piece of bluestone in the center. Just as Xiao Hua's figure appeared on the bluestone exploded with a boom. Tens of thousands of crushed stones covered Xiao Hua's figure. Those crushed stones were also a kind of sealing formation, imprisoning the magic power in Xiao Hua's body and so on. Not good. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. However, where Xiao Hua's gaze fell, Lianxi's expression was also astonished. Obviously, he also didn't know that the bluestone in the center of the bright palace had such a change. Sure enough, just as the bluestone formation was formed, the soul projection smiled and said, Daoist Xiao is indeed a man of his word. Please wait a moment, I need to borrow the hand of our sect's leader to mobilize the bright palace's formation to imbue Daoist Xiao with power, so I have no choice but to first estimate Daoist Xiao's magic power. As he spoke, the Yuan spirit projection said a few more words to Lianxi. Lianxi's face suddenly lit up, and her hands slowly formed a seal. A human-like Yuan spirit appeared above her head. As the Yuan spirit rippled like water, Lan Xichen's Yuan spirit projection also began to vibrate. When the two Yuan spirits' ripples came close, Lan Xichen's Yuan spirit projection turned into a ray of distorted light and fell into Lianxi's Yuan spirit. Lianxi's Yuan spirit appearance began to change, and in the end she became a stunning beauty. The woman glanced at Xiao Hua, pursed her lips and smiled. Her slender fingers made a grabbing motion, and an inexplicable ripple came from her hand. She didn't seem to be forming any seals. Wong wong. A rumbling sound came from all around the bright palace. All the star fragments that Xiao Hua saw on the desolate catalogue released a faint power of the stars and moon. They flew out from various parts of the palace and slowly gathered above Xiao Hua's head. After a few breaths of time, all the fragments disappeared, and an oval sphere appeared in the air. This sphere was filled with starlight, and within the starlight was a strange light and shadow. Rise. As the woman formed another seal, the entire bright palace began to spin. Layer after layer of desolate catalogue rushed out from the palace's walls and turned into light and shadow that fell into the oval sphere. As the light and shadow fell, the sphere seemed to become heavier and slowly fell. When the brilliance in the palace dimmed, all the desolate catalogue had fallen into the sphere, and the sphere had already fallen on top of Xiao Hua's head. This sphere was so heavy that Xiao Hua's figure was somewhat distorted. Xiao Hua's face was somewhat pale. He could truly feel the power contained in this sphere. He almost cursed Lan Xichen in his heart. How is this giving me a boost? This is the rhythm of smashing me to death. Boom. As the corners of Lan Xichen's mouth curled up into a smile, Xiao Hua only felt a sharp pain in his head. His vision turned black, and the endless desolate catalogue appeared just like in the relic world. However, this catalogue was different from the previous one. Each desolate catalogue corresponded to a star domain fragment, and when combined, they transformed into a cultivation technique or technique that was imprinted in Xiao Hua's mind. Inexplicable realms, cultivation techniques and techniques that were difficult to comprehend were also born in Xiao Hua's mind. Xiao Hua endured the sharp pain, clenched his teeth and persevered. He memorized all the cultivation methods and secret techniques with his heart. In the eyes of Lianxi and the others, Xiao Hua's figure had already shattered, and each fragment seemed to correspond to a broken catalogue, flashing with a mysterious brilliance. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Hua's mind suddenly became light. All the visions disappeared, and the shackles around Xiao Hua's body also disappeared. Xiao Hua's figure became light, and then he collapsed to the ground as if he had collapsed. Damn it! Xiao Hua cursed. This Lan Xichen is a madman. I'm already a Mahayana cultivator, but I can't accept this secret technique. Who knows what she accidentally obtained? How am I supposed to cultivate like this? Even if this Shao cultivates, what kind of realm can I cultivate to? How can I dare to use it? However, when Xiaohua raised his eyes to look again, Lan Xichen's Yuan spirit projection had already left Lianxi's Yuan spirit and had already turned into an extremely dim silhouette. When he looked at the entire bright palace again, it was also completely devoid of light. However, all the places where the primeval catalog and the star domain fragment had been previously were empty. Only the restrictions on the four walls of the palace remained. Daoist Shao. Lan Xichen's voice was very weak. I can only do this. I hope Daoist Shao will be satisfied and pass me on to your descendants. Before Lan Xichen could finish speaking, her soul projection turned into a firefly and slowly floated in the air. Even within the main hall, countless powders also floated down. These powders carried a kind of fragrance that permeated the entire hall. Xiaohua raised his hand and wanted to use his magic power to sweep away these powders. However, when he raised his hand, an indescribable feeling arose from the bottom of his heart. 2 lines of an unknown poem appeared in his mind. The spring silkworm's silk ends when it dies, and the wax torch turns into ashes until tears dry up. No matter how domineering and rude Lan Xichen's methods were, her kindness to the younger disciples of the incense cult was unparalleled. As a Dao sect senior, she had long surpassed the 9th stage of Dao transformation. For the sake of the survival of the younger disciples, she still treated Xiaohua as an equal and even called herself I. This alone was enough to move Xiaohua, who was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Weren't these powders and fragrances the result of Lan Xichen's efforts for the sake of the incense cult? Since Xiaohua had such thoughts, Lianxi and the others naturally had the same thoughts. They all raised their heads and allowed the powders to fall on them. They allowed the powders to fall on their faces and heads. The strange thing was that the shattered fireflies formed by Lan Xichen's Yuanshan projection also fell. Most of them landed on Xiaohua's body, while a small portion landed on Lianxi and the other 3. These shattered fireflies immediately merged into their bodies the moment they touched their skin. A strange feeling arose in everyone's heart. It was as if their minds and Dao realms had solidified. Moreover, when the Yuanshan projection landed on them, the powders also merged into their bodies. Rings of colorful halos overflowed from the top of everyone's heads. After a full 5 minutes, Lan Xichen's soul projection completely disappeared. The powders that filled the main hall also fell onto the bluestone floor. Only then did everyone wake up as if from a dream. Disciple thanks Ancestral Master. Lianxi and the others were ecstatic. They all knelt on the ground and expressed their gratitude. Xiaohua, on the other hand, was a bit confused. However, he also knew that this was Lan Xichen's good intentions, so he bowed towards the sky. After a while, Lianxi and the others climbed up from the ground. They looked at the basically ruined Haoming Palace and smiled bitterly. Daoist Shao, I'm sure you already know the ins and outs of this matter. It's not that I didn't tell you earlier, but that I didn't know at all. Xiaohua nodded and said, Sect Master Imo, please rest assured. Since I've already promised Senior Lan, I'll definitely do it. As long as I can escape from the ruins, I'll definitely bring the orthodoxy of the incense cult out. I'll let the descendants of the incense cult spread their branches and leaves in other cultivation realms. I won't hesitate to ensure that the incense cult survives. Speaking of this, Xiaohua hesitated and said, Also, didn't Senior Lan say it? She only predicted the beginning of the robbery and also predicted my arrival. However, she didn't predict the end of the calamity. The incense cult might not necessarily be in this calamity. Although Xiaohua didn't finish his words, Lianxi also understood what he meant. He smiled and said, We're only planning for the worst. As for whether we live or die, that's the decision of the heavens. Damn it, maybe when this chaos star storm comes, the devil race of the ruins will scatter and the crisis of the ruins will be resolved without a fight. Xiaohua listened to Lianxi's words of joy in the midst of bitterness and felt rather uncomfortable. However, he didn't know how to comfort him, so he simply didn't say anything. Daoist Shao, this place is already abandoned. Let's go to the Flying Rainbow Palace. Lianxi looked around and suggested. Xiaohua shook his head and replied, No need. This place was personally set up by Senior Lan. I'd better settle the matter that she's worried about here. Alright. Lianxi didn't delay and replied. He turned his head and asked, Elder Chang? I'm sure that by now, you already understand the mission this sect master gave you when you assumed the position of elder that day, right? The white-robed scholar Chang Min said very respectfully, This subordinate knows his mistake. This subordinate apologizes to the sect master. This subordinate doubted the sect master that day because this subordinate didn't understand the secret behind it. AI Changmin do you think this sect master likes to take on this position? Emolienshi sighed, since this sect master took over the incense cult, I have to rack my brains every day. How is that the life this sect master wants? Cough cough. Xiaohua couldn't help but cough. Looking at this scholar with a bitter expression, he really felt distressed. Wasn't he also forced to duck onto a perch? He had already done something beyond his ability. Unfortunately, Emolienshi misunderstood Xiaohua. He thought that Xiaohua was reminding him not to waste time, so he hurriedly said to Changmin, are the 30,000 male and female disciples you sent to the forbidden area safe and sound? Yes. Changmin bowed. This subordinate has followed the sect master's instructions and secretly recruited 15,000 male and 15,000 female disciples from all over the ruins. All of them had excellent aptitudes and were sent to the forbidden area of our fragrant cult, where they were taught the basic cultivation methods of our sect. Good. Emolienshi nodded, then looked at the middle-aged cultivator with a yellow face and asked, what about Elder Wu's task? Chapter 4156. Reporting to Sect Master. Wu Hong also bowed and said respectfully, although this subordinate doesn't know why Sect Master needs all kinds of pills, spirit herbs and other things, this subordinate has been working hard on this matter after receiving the mission. Although the amount of pills and spirit herbs hasn't reached Sect Master's requirements, it's not far off. Good. Emolienshi smiled and said, we have our own arrangements and the seniors have their own arrangements. It doesn't matter if it's a little short. This. Hearing this, Wu Hong's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly thought of a problem. After all, each generation of the fragrant religion sect master had to prepare 30,000 disciples. Each generation of disciples was different, but what about medicinal pills and spirit grasses? Those could be stored. After so many years, how many pills and spirit herbs had sect master accumulated? What about those qi refining materials, magic weapons and other things? Thinking of this, Wu Hong couldn't help but look at Xiaohua. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's expression didn't change. It was unknown if he didn't think of this, or if he wasn't moved by this amount at all. Finally, Emolienshi looked at the burly man by Jianzhong. Without waiting for him to speak, Bai Jianzhong called out, Sect Master, this subordinate has reported to Sect Master every year about what you told this subordinate to do. I've already dealt with it properly. Whatever cultivation methods, secret techniques, alchemy techniques, refining techniques and so on, as long as this subordinate can find it, regardless of the sect, I've left it in the forbidden area. Emolienshi didn't say anything more. She responded and ordered, you all go to the forbidden area together. Once this sect master and Taoist shall discuss some things, we'll go now. This subordinate obeys. The three bowed and left at the same time. After the three left, Emolienshi looked at the calm Xiaohua and said solemnly, Taoist Xiao, I will hand over my sect master's descendants to you. The life and death of these disciples as well as the pills, cultivation methods and so on, will be handed over to you. As long as sect master can survive, I will thank you on behalf of all the seniors of sect master. After she finished saying those words, Emolienshi actually bowed respectfully. She appeared to be very serious. How could Xiaohua not know the meaning behind Emolienshi's words? He didn't immediately help Emolienshi up. Instead, he accepted the bow and said, Sect Master Emo, please don't worry. Whatever this Xiao takes from the sect master today, I will hand it over to the future disciples of the incense cult. Even if it's a cultivation technique or a spirit herb, this Xiao will not stain it. Many thanks. Emolienshi's eyes were filled with gratitude as she continued, however, my fragrant sect has been accumulating for who knows how many years. There are a lot of spirit herbs and pills inside. If Taoist needs them, feel free to use them. Just give them what they need. Haha, rest assured, sect leader Mo. Xiaohua said with a smile, although this Xiao likes to take advantage of others, when it comes to matters concerning the life and death of a sect, or even things entrusted to me by others, I will always be cautious. Moreover, to be honest with sect chief, although our Fortune Gates Foundation can't compare to the fragrant cults, it's not that far off. Speaking of this, Xiaohua added, in fact, the most important thing is that this Xiao is the same as Sect Master Mo. We both don't like to be Sect Master. We both like to be free cultivators. Ha ha ha. Emolienshi laughed and clapped. People who like freedom can't be that bad. This one is relieved that Ancestor Lan has chosen Taoist. At the very least, Taoist can throw my fragrant cult's 30,000 disciples together and give them cultivation techniques, pills and other things, and let them fend for themselves. You definitely won't have any evil thoughts and stain these things. Xiaohua rolled his eyes at Emo Lianxi, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Sect Master Emo, could it be that you're keeping this Xiao here to test this Xiao's tolerance? Oh. Emo Lianxi stopped smiling and said solemnly, I naturally didn't keep Taoist Xiao here for this matter. It's because of the devil race's siege on the ruins. Xiaohua nodded. Please speak, Sect Master Emo. Is there any other secret this Xiao doesn't know? Emo Lianxi pondered for a moment and said, the war between the ruins and the devil race has lasted for hundreds of years. The resources of the ruins have been greatly consumed, and the war situation has always been disadvantageous to the ruins. Previously this one still had a trace of luck, feeling that evil won't prevail over good, and that our human race will definitely win in the end. However, Taoist Zhao's arrival and the divination technique of my fragrant cult's ancestor completely extinguished this trace of luck. Actually, this one has always had a few doubts about this war. Sect Master Emo, please speak. Xiaohua asked with interest. First, the reason why the devil race is besieging our ruins. Emo Lianxi explained, there have been many discussions in the discussion hall such as blood food, souls and so on. However, until today there hasn't been a clear conclusion. Xiaohua interrupted, this one feels that the devil race might be searching for something in the ruins. Searching for what? What does our ruins have that's worth the devil race making such a big fuss over? My fragrant cult has been in the ruins for who knows how many years, and never knew that there's something in the ruins that other places don't have. Xiaohua was at a loss for words. Of course, the secrets of the Shindao sect were not suitable for him to speak of. Moreover, he didn't have any evidence. Second, why did the devil race encircle our ruins so tightly? Even the transmission channels in the void are completely cut off. Emo Lianxi said through gritted teeth, if you say that there are no cultivators in our ruins to provide support, this one won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Xiaohua couldn't answer this question, but this question had been raised by the Shindao sect's Yunche before, so Xiaohua had some ideas in his heart. However, before Xiaohua could speak, Emo Lianxi continued, this one didn't find any clues before, but since Zhang Jing of the Hong Hall and Fei Cheng of the Jing Feishan sect came to find trouble with the Fortune Gate at such a crucial time, then I think they must be hiding something. Is there a third one? Xiaohua asked with interest. Emo Lianxi smiled. In the past there was a third one, but now there's no third one. What? Xiaohua asked curiously. Previously I was wondering how the Devil Emperor of the Devil Clan could avoid my guardian formation of the ruins and enter the ruins so easily. However, since you've already seen the Devil formation and can enter and leave the guardian formation freely, my question is no longer a problem. Xiaohua smiled and said, actually, this Xiao feels that Sect Master Mo's second question shouldn't exist either. Oh. Emo Lianxi was stunned for a moment before a strange light flashed through her eyes. She clapped her hands and said, Taoist Master is right. If that demonic formation has a demonic spirit, then I'm sure it will be able to detect the teleportation channel in the void after inspecting the guardian formation of the ruins. I didn't think that the Mayfly race's devilish sovereign would possess such an ability, but with the devilish formation's devilish spirit, he should be able to do so. However, Emo Lianxi changed the topic. Even so, Zhang Jing of Yanhong Palace and Fei Cheng of Jing Feishan made such a move at this critical moment. He deserves to die. Haha, this is what sect leader Mo wants to do. This Xiao is only responsible for escaping from the ruins. Xiaohua replied with a smile. This Xiao doesn't care about anything else. Hehe, that's right. Emo Lianxi saw that she couldn't get anything from Xiaohua and chuckled. Taoist Master, please come with this one. 30,000 people are indeed a lot, and my incense cult doesn't have a spatial divine artifact to hold them for now. I heard that Taoist Master Xiao has a fake Kunlun mirror that should be able to hold 30,000 disciples, right? Since Senior Lan has already calculated it, sect leader Mo doesn't need to worry, right? Xiaohua replied with a smile that wasn't a smile. Half a day later, Xiaohua bid farewell to Emo Lianxi in the air above the Seven Ridge Mountains. In order not to attract the attention of others, Changmin, Wu Hong, and Bai Jianzhong didn't send him off. Xiaohua only spoke a few words to Emo Lianxi before flying away. It looked like a simple visit. However, after flying for a while, Xiaohua's escape light slowed down again. He frowned slightly and thought to himself, Emo Lianxi is right. This Xiao has feelings for Yu Mingxin, but since the ruins are about to be destroyed, why don't this Xiao take her away? Anyway, bringing 30,000 disciples is the same as bringing her along, it doesn't make much difference. Moreover, if I bring Yu Mingxin, this incense cult will have a leader who has seen the dangers of the world. She will be useful for the future development of the incense cult. Although the 30,000 disciples in the Forbidden Grounds have the embryonic form of the incense cult, these disciples have grown up in the Forbidden Grounds and have never come out to train. They might lose themselves in the hidden immortal continent. I.O. Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly froze and couldn't help but exclaim, "That's right, every sect leader of the incense cult has to nurture 30,000 disciples. Moreover, the matters of the Forbidden Grounds can't be leaked. Then, where did the 30,000 disciples of the previous generation go? I forget it. Why should this Xiao think so much?" The more Xiaohua thought, the more depressed he became. He smiled bitterly. Yu Mingxin's matter is easy. She's just one person. When this Xiao leaves, I'll just take her with me. It's not good to talk too much now. The fragrant religion's accumulation over thousands of generations was extremely rich. Xiaohua originally wanted to organize and see what he needed and make a copy. As for the spiritual herbs and other things, he would choose and plant them according to his needs. But now, his impression of the fragrant religion was very bad. He simply ordered Xiaoguo to plant all kinds of spiritual herbs in the space and study all the pill recipes. In any case, what he could use and what he couldn't use, he would leave them behind. Xiaohua flew for a while and released his divine sense. He found the nearest transportation array and his figure landed. The transportation array in the ruins was very complete. There was no need to fly to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. He only needed to use the transportation array to reach the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. This was definitely good news for Xiaohua, who had no sense of direction. After arriving at the transportation array closest to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range, Xiaohua was just about to ask about the direction of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range when he saw several Dao sect cultivators who flew out before him. When they saw him, their expressions changed and they hurriedly tried to fly away. Xiaohua frowned as if he thought of something. With a wave of his sleeve, he sealed the area around him. No matter how those cultivators tried, they couldn't fly even half a step. Chapter 4157. Mercy. Daoist Xiao Mercy? We just came to take a look. We don't have any other intentions. Seeing that they couldn't escape, all of them turned around and begged for mercy with ashen faces. Xiaohua looked at them coldly and asked, "What do you mean by other intentions?" The cultivators stammered, not daring to answer. "Speak." Xiaohua snapped, "If you don't speak, this old man will kill all of you right now." Yes, yes. The cultivator at the front was very clever and hurriedly answered. Junior and the others heard that Senior Xiao has the Devil Race's cultivation method, and is a Devil Race's spy. What Daoist Xiao said earlier about the Devil Emperor leading the Devil Race to exterminate the 10 sects in the southwest border was just a pretense to lure the cultivators from the ruins to help and exterminate them. In fact, the truth of this matter is, Daoist Xiao is the Devil Emperor. Senior and some devil monarchs put on a good show to deceive the White Cloud Monastery and other sects in the southwest border. First, you let the devil monarchs lead the Devil Race to besiege them, and then you easily rescued those sections. Then, you replaced the 8 sects' intact protective formation with a flawed formation, and even took the opportunity to take a lot of benefits from the White Cloud Monastery and other sects. Xiaohua was originally angry, but when he heard this, a smile appeared on his face. Unfortunately, his smile in the eyes of everyone was tantamount to an order to kill. That cultivator was so scared that he didn't dare to say anything. What else? Xiaohua stopped smiling and said coldly, "If you want to live, tell this old man everything." Also because the snow-chopping sect and the Eternal Peace Mountain didn't listen to the Fortune Gate's arrangements and replaced the protective formation, they were exterminated by the Fortune Gate. Not a single disciple survived. After that cultivator finished, he trembled and said, "Junior and the others just came to watch the show. We don't have any other intentions. You want to take advantage of the situation, don't you?" Xiaohua asked coldly. Yes. Seeing that he was forced into a dead end, the cultivator simply nodded and admitted, "Junior knows that there are only a few 100,000 Fortune Gate disciples, and they have profited a lot from the southwest border, so I wanted to see if I could get lucky." Xiaohua chuckled coldly as he looked at the pale-faced cultivators, who looked as if they had just lost their parents. Inwardly he was filled with disdain. The ruins were the upper world, and the cultivators here were much more talented than those in the 3 continents. However, when it came to temperament, they weren't that strong. The so-called human nature, be it immortals, mortals, or the great desolate realm, as long as one was a human, they were all the same. Moreover, judging from the current situation, although the Fortune Gate's disciples had made a name for themselves in the southwest border, and Daoist Zhao's name was like the sun at midday, this kind of charitable act had also become a thorn in the eyes of certain sects and cultivators, affecting the benefits of certain forces. His fortune gate had no foundation in the ruins, and this kind of conflict would erupt sooner or later. Him revealing the demon race's cultivation method was just a trigger. In fact, those forces might have seen the devil spirit Xiaohua's devil cultivation method long ago, but they didn't have the chance. Now that they saw him injured by the devil emperor, they decided to launch an attack together. At this point this Xiao feels that Yun Che and Mo Lianxi's thoughts are not without reason. Xiaohua sighed in his heart, if it wasn't the demon race's spy, then it must be a short-sighted person who only cares about what's in front of him. Otherwise, why would he cut off his own arm? Oh, of course, maybe this Xiao's fortune gate's several 100,000 disciples can't see those people in their eyes, and they don't care about this. If that's the case, haha, that's the best. Xiaohua was secretly delighted. This ruins is a mess. The demon race used the devil spirit's devil formation to besiege us, and then there's the great desolate star storm that destroyed the star field. This Xiao doesn't even know how to escape. Who cares about the life and death of the ruins? Forget it, let's stop. Sometimes it's not easy to be a good person. Xiaohua's expression changed several times, and the group of cultivators didn't dare to speak. In the end, Xiaohua ordered, take this old man to the soaring dragon mountain range. Senior. The group of cultivators begged again. Junior was just momentarily blinded by greed. Shut up, are you going or not? Xiaohua said decisively, if you don't go, this old man will kill all of you right now. Yes. How could the group of cultivators dare to say anything else? They urged their magic power to rush towards the soaring dragon mountain range, and along the way, every cultivator who saw Xiaohua scattered, not daring to fly forward. Seeing more and more cultivators, Xiaohua's mood became colder and colder. However, when he saw the situation near the soaring dragon mountain range with his divine sense, the anger that he had been holding back burned again. The sky several thousand li around the soaring dragon mountain range was filled with cultivators. Half of these cultivators were dressed neatly, and they were divided into 8 teams that surrounded the mountain range. In the gaps between the 8 teams, the other half of cultivators were filling in. These cultivators were either in groups of 3 or 5, or in groups of 5 or 6. Although they weren't as strict as the 8 teams, they seemed to have their own division of labor. They were constantly watching the soaring dragon mountain range to prevent the Fortune Gate's disciples from escaping. As for the soaring dragon mountain range surrounded by cultivators, the 2 lightning boats were still floating in the air. At this time, the lightning boat's brilliance had already dimmed. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed, and the pressure around his body was released uncontrollably along with his divine sense. A hurricane appeared in the surrounding 100 li, and this hurricane blew up the mountain rocks and swept up the rivers. Mixed with Xiaohua's anger, it rushed towards the soaring dragon mountain range 10,000 li away. Xiaohua released his grand ascension stage pressure, and the surrounding Dao Gate's disciples had already been suppressed to the point that their bones turned soft and their tendons numb. One by one their bodies trembled and fell from the sky. As for whether they lived or died, how could Xiaohua care? An afterimage flashed past, and Xiaohua disregarded his injuries and teleported towards the soaring dragon mountain range. Woo-woo. When Xiaohua landed near the soaring dragon mountain range, his pressure and divine sense had already condensed into a hurricane that was 1,000 li in size. Within the hurricane were countless mountain rocks, and they smashed towards the troops surrounding the soaring dragon mountain range. Xiaohua's pressure was like a dragon, and it completely covered the surrounding 1,000 li. About 20% of the low-level cultivators were unable to use their magic power, and they involuntarily fell from the sky. The remaining 30% of the cultivators clenched their teeth and used their magic treasures to resist, but under the attack of the mountain-like divine sense, these cultivators also fell like dumplings. Taoist Master Xiao, please wait. Seeing that half of the disciples had already been defeated before Xiaohua could make a move, several void refinement stage cultivators hastily flew out from various places, and used all kinds of magic treasures in their hands to block Xiaohua's divine sense. Xiaohua slowly withdrew his pressure and divine sense, and a lot of rocks, dead branches and water fell from the sky, hitting the bodies of these cultivators. These cultivators didn't resist, and let the debris hit their protective light. What? You want to stop this old man from returning to the soaring dragon mountain range? Xiaohua slightly narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. Junior is Huang Li of the Yanhong Hall, and has come under the orders of the Assembly Hall, to investigate the movements of the Fortune Gate's disciples. That cultivator respectfully said, Junior and the others will not care about the entry and exit of the Fortune Gate's disciples. If Senior wants to return to the Soaring Dragon Mountain range, Junior naturally wouldn't dare to stop you. However, Junior asks for Senior's understanding. Junior is just following orders. Please don't make things too difficult for Junior. Moreover, Junior has already reported this matter to the Fortune Gate Senior's son, and he didn't have any objections. Good. Xiaohua slightly nodded. Since you all know etiquette, this old man will give you 3 words. Senior, please speak. Huang Li's heart relaxed and he hurriedly replied. Xiaohua indifferently said, the first 2 words are, get out of my way. Yes. Huang Li hurriedly dodged to the side. Xiaohua's figure swayed and he flew past Huang Li's side and said again, the last word is, scram. Yes. Huang Li casually agreed, but he was dumbfounded as he watched Xiaohua's disappearing figure. He bit his lips and no one knew what he was thinking. Sun Jian and the others were already aware of Xiaohua's return, and all of them flew into the air to welcome him. Xiaohua saw that all his disciples were safe and sound, and there was even a smile on his face. His heart finally relaxed, and he waved his hand to let his disciples rest, while he led Sun Jian and several of his clones to the bamboo forest at the back of the mountain. General Sun. Xiaohua asked, what's the situation of the Snow/Gates battle? Reporting to Dao Master. Sun Jian bowed and said, the Snow/Gate situation is different from the White Cloud Monastery. Without waiting for Sun Jian to finish, Xiaohua raised his hand and said, this old man doesn't want to know the details of the Snow/Gate situation. This old man only wants to know the result, and the casualties of my Fortune Gate. Sun Jian understood Xiaohua's mood and said after pondering for a moment, not a single Snow/Gates disciple survived. The Snow/Gates orthodoxy and everything were taken by my Fortune Gates disciples into their spatial rings. My Fortune Gates disciples lost 3,000 in this battle. Why are there so many? Xiaohua frowned and said in displeasure. Sun Jian hurriedly bowed, this subordinate is incompetent. There's no need to blame General Sun. Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua said with a smile, the Snow/Gate is several times bigger than the Eternal Peace Mountain, and they are also very strange. Moreover, the devil race that controls the Snow/Gate is not only the zombie race, but also a kind of devil race that is covered in devil armor. Their skin is very tough and their flesh is very hard to kill. Moreover, these 3,000 disciples who died had just come out from the Kunlun Mirror, and didn't go through too many bloody battles. General Sun, please stand up. Xiaohua's expression became slightly better as he helped Sun Jian up and said, this old man is not blaming General, this old man just feels that the Grand Meeting Hall is too much. Hee hee. Sun Jian stood up and laughed. This son had already thought of this ending when I took over the 2 lightning boats. With such a strong appearance, it will definitely affect the distribution of forces in the ruins. Some people in the Grand Meeting Hall are using Master Zhao's cultivation techniques to talk about things, and sending out low-level disciples to scout the area. It's nothing. If this son enters the Grand Meeting Hall again, then, that will be the start of the real battle between dragons and tigers. Tisuke, who would want a seat in the Grand Meeting Hall? Xiaohua sneered, if it weren't for the fact that the devil race in the ruins is really abominable, and we need to escape from the ruins, who would care about the ruins business? Chapter 4158. So. Sun Jian persuaded, since Master Zhao's intention is to save people, he doesn't care about fame or power. Just let them do as they please? Why make things difficult for these low-level disciples? Moreover, with them guarding the Soaring Dragon Mountain range, it saves my Fortune Gate the trouble of sending out disciples. Don't care about this. Xiaohua ordered, pass down the order, in 2 hours my Fortune Gate's disciples will enter the lightning boat. We will leave the Soaring Dragon Mountain range, we can't leave a single hair to them. We can leave? Sun Jian's eyes lit up as he asked in pleasant surprise. How could it be so simple? Xiaohua shook his head. This old man doesn't like these lackeys in the hall of discussion. Since they are willing to follow, then let them follow. This old man also wants to take this opportunity to explore the ruins. This subordinate feels that it's better to stay still than to take action. Sun Jian still wanted to say something, but Xiaohua smiled and said, actually, there are some reasons that this old man cannot tell you for the time being. Just do as I say. All right. Sun Jian helplessly bowed and flew away. Fellow Taoists. Xiaohua looked at his several avatars and said, you all have worked hard. We dare not. Dragon Vein Xiaohua and the others cupped their hands and answered. Come back and cultivate first. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said, also help this old man sort out the cultivation techniques and see what they are used for. Xiaohua divided the fragrance religion's inheritance into several parts and gave them to his avatars. Dragon Vein Xiaohua and the others took the spatial rings and entered Xiaohua's body. Phoenix Physique Xiaohua entered Xiaohua's body and immediately used a secret technique to repair his body. Confucian Xiaohua entered Xiaohua's body and circulated his true qi to extinguish the devil flames. As for Devil Spirit Xiaohua, he opened his mouth and swallowed the devil flames and devil qi that were difficult to extinguish into his abdomen to temper himself. Each avatar performed their own duties, leaving only Buddha Subhuti standing there. He did not return to his Niwan palace. Namo Maitreya Buddha? Buddha Subhuti chanted and put his palms together. Did Tanyu leave the soaring dragon mountain range for the countless wandering souls in the ruins? What do you think? Xiaohua asked with a faint smile. This penniless monk has already tried it in the snow/gate. This penniless monk's Buddhist mantra is unable to send those pitiful wandering souls into the cycle of reincarnation. This must be because the demonic array has sealed the gate of life and death that leads to the Yellow Springs. They want to use these wandering souls to refine demonic artifacts. Buddha Bodhi replied, if Tanyu has the heart, he can collect these wandering souls. On one hand he can gather merit, and on the other hand he can take drastic measures to deal with the devil race. That's right. Xiaohua nodded, I left the soaring dragon mountain range because of this. Now that the ruins are filled with wandering souls, sooner or later, they will bring a disaster to the ruins. Why don't we take advantage of them now? Of course I could have gone by myself. The reason why I dragged the Fortune Gate's disciples and the other fellow Taoists along was because the Grand Meeting Hall's attention was focused on the soaring dragon mountain range. This would be disadvantageous to fellow Taoist Green Robe who was constructing the transmission array. This teleportation formation is the key to leaving the ruins. We can't be careless. Can't Tanyu rely on the Soul Cultivator's technique to teleport? Buddha Bodhi was a little perplexed. Why is there a need to build a teleportation array? This fellow Taoist doesn't understand. Xiaohua smiled and said, the ruins is the upper realm and the great snow mountain of the hidden immortal mainland is the lower realm. Previously, we were lucky enough to detect the great snow mountain spiritual sense mark in the time fragment of the heavenly prison. Now it's even more difficult to cross realms to find the spiritual sense mark. If there wasn't a transmission array, I wouldn't dare to believe it. But, even if there is a transmission array, it's not possible to construct a transmission array that crosses two realms, right? Buddha Bodhi shook his head and said, otherwise wouldn't the three continents be filled with immortal world's cultivators and long-used dragon clan? AI. Xiaohua smiled bitterly, how could I not know about this? However, since the transmission array from the heavenly prison to the Great Snow Mountain passes through the ruins, then when we leave the ruins and return to the Great Snow Mountain, don't we also need to use the transmission array? As long as we can find the spiritual sense mark of the Great Snow Mountain, I have confidence that I can return to the Great Snow Mountain. At this point Xiaohua smiled again and said, the ruins is the upper realm, and even the devil race has the ability to seal the gate of life and death. The transmission array that we construct may not be unable to directly connect the three continents, right? That's impossible. Buddha Bodhi didn't feel that Xiaohua's thinking was correct and explained, if Tanyu can construct a transmission array from the ruins to the three continents, then wouldn't Tanyu be able to use this transmission array to travel between the three continents and the ruins as he pleases? This is the upper realm, and although the cultivation method is different, the heaven and earth origin energy here is much denser than the three continents. Cultivating here, not to mention Tanyu, even Fortune Gate's disciples are ordinary cultivators. And that so-called Great Desolate Star Storm, how could it destroy the ruins? Xiaohua sighed. What Buddha Bodhi could think of, he could naturally think of as well. Every word that Buddha Bodhi said was true, the ruins might be in existence that surpassed the immortal world, so how could he rely on a transmission array to travel between two realms? These two realms were different from the Moon God realm and Taibai Star realm, they might be the two realms of the mortal world and the immortal world. At this time Xiaohua could only reply, what immortal friend said is true. But now that we are facing the siege of the devil race, facing the Great Desolate Star Storm, other than constructing a transmission array to escape, what other methods do we have? No. Buddha Bodhi was straightforward. This poor monk is just saying whether to do it or not is up to Tanyu. This poor monk will take his leave. After saying that, Buddha Bodhi flew into his Niwan palace. Damn it, since you are just saying, then don't say any more. Xiaohua scolded in annoyance. This Xiao's originally unhappy mood is even worse now. Then Xiao Hua summoned the green-robed Xiao Hua over, and after a few words of discussion, he made a copy of the incense cult's method of constructing the transmission array for him, and then had the green-robed Xiao Hua speed up the construction. Only then did he let the green-robed Xiao Hua return to the Great Formation. After doing all this, Xiao Hua flew into the air, waved his hand and put away the formation. Then he waved his sleeves and several sword lights fell on the mountain peak. Rumble. With a loud bang, the entire mountain peak was destroyed by Xiao Hua, and the layers of green bamboo in the previous memories disappeared. Xiao Hua looked at the battle teams around him and completely ignored them, and flew to the two thunder boats that were ready to set off. Xiao Hua landed on the lightning boat. His divine sense swept over the soaring Dragon Mountain range, and he saw that the palaces and cultivation caves that had been built earlier were all destroyed by the Fortune Gate's disciples. They had really done as Xiao Hua had said, not leaving a single hair behind. Xiao Hua was very satisfied and asked loudly, "General Sun, is everything ready?" Reporting to the Reverend, "Everything is ready." Sun Jian bowed and answered, "All right." Xiao Hua nodded. Just as he was about to give the order, his divine perception suddenly swept over and he actually saw several disciples dressed in White Cloud Monastery's Taoist robes. Xiao Hua's expression froze and he said with some surprise, "General Sun, why are the disciples of White Cloud Monastery also here?" "Reverend." Sun Jian's expression did not change as he answered, "Not only the White Cloud Monastery's disciples, other than the Eternal Peace Mountain and Snow Chopper Gate, all the other sects' disciples have come. There are even 2 sects that have begun to dismantle their sects' defensive formations. Also, a portion of the Fortune Gate's disciples that were sent by the Grand Meeting Hall to assist our Fortune Gate, are staying here to monitor our Fortune Gate's disciples' movements." Xiao Hua nodded coldly and said, "The help of self-sacrifice is far from comparable to bewitchment. My sons, follow this old man and kill." "Kill?" Hearing Xiao Hua's order, Sun Jian was stunned. Xiao Hua had never issued orders to the Fortune Gate's disciples. This was the first time. However, hearing Xiao Hua's order, Sun Jian was alarmed. He understood that there were some people with ulterior motives in the Grand Meeting Hall who had sent low-level disciples to surround the Fortune Gate's disciples. They wanted to see the scene of the Fortune Gate's disciples killing indiscriminately. As long as the Fortune Gate's disciples saw blood, all their previous efforts would be wasted. "Teacher Xiao." Sun Jian hastily sent a voice transmission to Xiao Hua, wanting to stop him. However, as soon as he spoke, he immediately shut his mouth, because Xiao Hua's cultivation level was becoming increasingly unfathomable. In the blink of an eye, 2 thick bolts of lightning appeared on the 2 thunder boats. As Xiao Hua pushed with both hands, the bolts of lightning exploded like a mountain torrent, majestically rushing towards one direction. "My son's block." The lightning bolts were heading towards a group of people who were besieged. The leader of the group was already trembling with fear when he saw the unparalleled momentum of the lightning bolts. However, he did not dare to dodge and could only brace himself to issue orders. The tens of thousands of cultivators activated their magic treasures in an attempt to block the lightning bolts. Rumble. Amidst a series of rumbling sounds, all the cultivators' magic treasures were destroyed by the lightning bolts. The cultivators were also injured by the lightning bolts. Their bodies fell to the ground and the entire group collapsed in an instant. Wong wing. At the same time as the group collapsed, the 2 lightning boats emitted rumbling sounds. The lightning boats' huge shadows carried a shocking momentum as they slowly rolled over the tens of thousands of cultivators' heads. Flashing lightning bolts, the lightning boats' speed became faster and faster. Quickly report to the Grand Meeting Hall. The Fortune Gate's disciples have finally made their move." Amidst the chaotic voices, some of the commanders anxiously ordered. While some of the other commanders stared blankly in the direction of the 2 lightning boats, bewildered. Why are the Fortune Gate's disciples returning to the Snow Chopping Gate? Didn't they just return from the Snow Chopping Gate? However, doubts were just doubts. None of the commanders dared to be negligent. While reporting to the Grand Meeting Hall, they reorganized their teams and released their flying boats, following behind the Fortune Gate's disciples. After flying for several days, Huang Li and the other cultivators were surprised again. They were well aware of the lightning boat's speed, but at this time, the lightning boats were neither fast nor slow, as if they were waiting for them to catch up. Even after arriving at the Snow Chopping Gate, the lightning boats did not stop at all. They turned around and flew in the direction of the Water Cloud sect. The Water Cloud sect's disciples were naturally scared out of their wits when they saw this. Because the Water Cloud sect was one of the sects that had dismantled the capital star formation, they thought that the Fortune Gate's disciples were going to bring bad luck to the Water Cloud sect. But what was equally strange was that the Fortune Gate's disciples only circled the Water Cloud sect a few times. Just like the Snow Chopping Gate, they did not pay attention to the Water Cloud sect's disciples' vigilance at all and calmly flew to other sections. Chapter 4159. After spending several months circling the southwest border of the ruins, the two lightning boats once again headed north, heading towards the northwest. This time, the cultivators in the meeting hall and the disciples following them were completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this the rhythm of a sightseeing tour? Weren't there supposed to be attacks and spies? Where did all of that go? Of course, in these few months, the Devil race did not give up on attacking the ruins. The all-pervasive Devil Formation could still find loopholes in the Great Barrier Formation, sending Devil Kings and Devil Monarchs into the ruins through the Devil Chi passageway. However, facing the Devil race army, the Fortune Gate disciples no longer charged forward like before. Instead, they feinted and lured the Devil army over, borrowing the lightning boat's power to escape early. In the eyes of the Devil race, the lightning boats had already become a banner. Many Devil race experts who had suffered greatly at the hands of the Fortune Gate had already spread the lightning boat's power. When the Devil race saw that the lightning boats had been defeated without a fight, they rejoiced. Naturally, they would not chase after the lightning boats. Thus, they grabbed the various forces following the Fortune Gate disciples and killed them. Most of these forces were low-level disciples. How could they be a match for the Devil race? Each of them cried for their parents as they fled on their magic tools and flying boats, not bothering to find trouble with the Fortune Gate disciples. Thus, after a few times like this, other than a few cultivators who had received strict orders from the meeting hall to follow the lightning boats from afar, there were no more large groups of disciples following the lightning boats. Unfortunately, these cultivators only stayed for a little over 10 days before they were defeated. This was because the lightning boats no longer looked like they were going on a sightseeing tour. They sped up, shuttling through the ruins like lightning. This time these cultivators were even more dumbfounded. They really did not understand what the Fortune Gate disciples were doing. Were they exploring the ruins' terrain? Were they exploring the ruins' secrets? Or were they looking for something? In short, relying on their flying techniques and flying boats, they could not catch up with the lightning boats. They could only give up on following closely and change their strategy, using the ruins' transmission arrays to follow the lightning boats. Fortunately, the lightning boats did not deliberately hide their tracks. Relying on their understanding of the ruins, these cultivators could always see the lightning boats leaving after exiting some transmission arrays. This went on for over 10 years. Not to mention the cultivators who were tailing them, even the conference hall was puzzled. The thunderboat was like a comb, combing through the entire ruins at an extremely fast speed. Although there were many places that the thunderboat had not been to, the thunderboat had passed by most of them. Moreover, as the lightning boats sped up, the number of Fortune Gate disciples gradually decreased. At some point, the two lightning boats had merged into one, and only a few hundred disciples remained on the lightning boat. Over the past decade or so, the battle between the demon race and the human race was also in a stalemate. Apart from the various small-scale battles, the previous action of wanting to exterminate a sect at the slightest provocation was almost non-existent. Even the 20 demon emperors that had appeared frequently previously would occasionally appear. They would kill a few Dao transformation cultivators before disappearing again. This was a rare scene. Thus, the conference hall of the ruins began to confirm one thing, and that was, the number of demon emperors besieging the ruins was not as many as they had imagined. The 20 demon emperors were just a cover. The real number was probably 3 or perhaps 5, and definitely not more. Because after Xiao Hua came to the ruins, Taoist Xiao and his fellow disciples had fought a total of 3 demon emperors after coming to the ruins. At the same time, they had also injured 3 demon emperors. These 10 years were the time for the 3 demon emperors to recover from their injuries. Since they knew that there were only 3 demon emperors besieging the ruins, the conference hall's ambition gradually rose, and they began to plan for a counterattack. Waves of battles were stirred up one after another outside the realm-protecting Grand Formation. Unfortunately, things did not always go according to people's wishes. The conference hall wanted to tear a hole in the Devil Array, but the Devil Array was strange. The demon emperors were also guarding the Devil Array. Although they could not really fight, they could still block the conference hall's attacks with the help of the Devil Array, causing the conference hall's battle to be fruitless. While the conference hall was helpless, some cultivators thought of Xiao Hua. However, while the conference hall was sure of one thing, they were also confused about another. What was Xiao Hua doing in the ruins with the Fortune Gate's disciples? Perhaps the Shindao sect's Yun Che had some understanding in his heart, but at this time he no longer dared to mention the agreement between him and Xiao Hua, and even more so, he did not dare to mention the Shindao sect's purpose in coming to the ruins. Of course, Yun Che did not have any hope for Xiao Hua's fleeting search. The Shindao sect had been in the ruins for who knew how many years, but they had not found it, so how could Xiao Hua find it so easily? Time passed by as the lightning boat shuttled back and forth. Everything was so peaceful that it made people forget that the devil race was besieging the ruins. One day the lightning boat flew over a mountain range and suddenly stopped. Xiao Hua flew out of the lightning boat and activated the Kunlun mirror in his hand, putting the lightning boat into his space. He then sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. Only then did the group of cultivators realize that this mountain peak was the so-called Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. Xiao Hua's starting point began and ended here. In the beginning, Xiao Hua had brought over 100,000 Fortune Gate's disciples, and when it ended, Xiao Hua had put all of them into his space divine tool. Only now did some cultivators realize that Xiao Hua was merely a cultivator from the outside world. The battle in the ruins had nothing to do with him, and the Fortune Gate's disciples were only Xiao Hua's own disciples. They would not make any more sacrifices for the ruins. When they realized this, many sensitive cultivators felt a trace of nervousness on the eve of a great battle. After all, Xiao Hua had stopped his search and put all of his disciples away. To a large extent, it meant that his injuries had healed. Xiao Hua's injuries had healed, but what about the three Devil Emperors' injuries? The conference hall began to have a headache. In the past 10 years, the conference hall had always been in a state of attack. They had gathered the elites of various sects in the ruins around the Great Barrier Formation. Their plan was that even if they could not force the devil race to retreat, they would tear the Great Barrier Formation apart and spread the news of the ruins being besieged. However, until now there had been no results. Seeing that Xiao Hua's injuries had healed, they knew that they did not have much time left. The three Devil Emperors would definitely counterattack. The ruins was already in a life-and-death situation. As for the news of the great desolate star storm brought by the Misty School's Yangchong, it was simply concealed by the conference hall. Other than a few people who knew about it, ordinary cultivators did not know about it at all. Of course, this had nothing to do with Xiao Hua. He sat down cross-legged, and a moment later, the green-robed Xiao Hua had quietly returned. Fellow Taoist. Seeing the green-robed Xiao Hua's complacent appearance, Xiao Hua smiled and asked, "Has the transmission array been built?" "Of course." The green-robed Xiao Hua took care of it. The green-robed Xiao Hua replied with a smile, "I comprehended the Dao Sect's transmission array, the Confucian cultivators going south-way north technique, as well as the incense cult's world-crossing teleportation array. Only then did I build this transmission array. I guarantee that as long as fellow Taoist finds the Great Snow Mountain spiritual sense mark and uses it to activate the going south-way north technique, you will definitely be able to build a complete transmission channel and send us back to the Western Paradise. Fellow Taoist, you have worked hard." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and bowed. Being able to return to the Western Paradise is all thanks to fellow Taoist. "No need to thank me, no need to thank me." The green-robed Xiao Hua was unable to close his mouth as he said, "Fellow Taoist is I am also a fellow Taoist, there is no need to thank me." In addition, did fellow Taoist use the Grand Universe Shifting Token to find the location of the Black Wind Ridge's Great Formation? Xiao Hua asked again. The green-robed Xiao Hua shook his head and said, "Although the Grand Universe Shifting Token recorded the location of the Black Wind Ridge's transmission array, this item cannot be used in the ruins. I am unable to use this item to find the location of the Black Wind Ridge. And since that is the case, we will rely on the Soul Cultivator's South Polar North method. Fellow Taoist, please return to the space to cultivate." Xiao Hua released his consciousness and wrapped the green-robed Xiao Hua as he said, "I obtained a lot of good things from the incense cult, I really want to hand them over to you to handle." The green-robed Xiao Hua's eyes lit up as his saliva almost flowed out. He licked his lips and probed, "Magic treasure? Elixirs? Cultivation technique? Crystals?" The three fingers that he stretched out were still slightly rubbing together, making him look exactly like a miser. "That's right." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Didn't I give fellow Taoists some cultivation techniques to comprehend previously? There are still quite a few cultivation techniques together with them. In addition, the founder of the incense cult also left behind some good things for I. Previously, I also gave you a little bit of this cultivation technique, but in order to not disturb you from setting up the formation, I didn't give you all of it. Now you can properly comprehend it. Good. The green-robed Xiaohua laughed heartily. His figure followed Xiaohua's consciousness into the space. After seeing the green-robed Xiaohua, the latter's comprehension had already been transmitted to Xiaohua's mind. The cultivation technique of the founder of the incense cult, Lan Xichen, was very strange to the cultivators of the ruins, but to Xiaohua it was very familiar. It was really, as Lan Xichen said, a kind of pleasant surprise. This cultivation technique was the cultivation technique of the immortals of the immortal world. The content was extensive and profound, far more vast than the cultivation techniques of the Dawn Rain continent that Xiaohua had seen. What made Xiaohua especially shocked was that this cultivation technique actually also had the Crimson Infant technique, and the content was even more than the Crimson Infant technique. Thus, Xiaohua couldn't help but suspect Dou Shanjun's identity. The cultivation technique of the immortal world naturally required immortal qi. This was unimaginable in the three continents, but it was easy in the ruins. Of course, Xiaohua's current cultivation hadn't reached that level yet, so he could only let his numerous doppelgangers find the cultivation technique that they could cultivate and comprehend it first. Even if Xiaohua had 10 doppelgangers and each of them could find the cultivation technique that they needed to comprehend, the cultivation technique that Xiaohua could understand was only a drop in the ocean compared to the cultivation system of the immortal world. There were indeed many more secret techniques that made Xiaohua envious. Xiaohua didn't dare to be greedy and only allowed his doppelgangers to cultivate the part that they could understand. He couldn't even take a look at the rest of the cultivation technique. Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the mountain peak, his cold eyes sweeping across several Dao cultivators in the distance. Then he formed a seal with both hands. Layers of light and shadow emerged from the seal, wrapping Xiaohua himself. Then, countless heaven and earth origin qi rushed in from all directions within several thousand li rainbow-colored pearls condensed on the mountain peak. In the air it was only a moment. Not to mention the naked eye couldn't see Xiaohua, even the divine sense of the group of cultivators couldn't pass through the illusion and hurricane. Chapter 4160. Moreover, the illusions and rings of light were very strange. As long as a cultivator's divine sense fell into it, they would see countless small worlds. And in these small worlds, there were mortals who looked exactly like cultivators. They would give birth to many stories in these small worlds. These stories deeply attracted the cultivators whose divine sense fell into it, almost making them lose themselves in it. After waking up, many cultivators' faces changed greatly, and they hurriedly fled, not daring to look around again. Following Xiaohua's spell, a huge palm gradually appeared in mid-air. This karmic hand was black and white, and dazzling rings of light constantly appeared from the finger, then fell into the air. These rings of light rapidly spread in the air, and at the same time, scattered into the void. Waves of obscure fluctuations distorted the image of the entire mountain peak. The cultivators watching from afar were extremely puzzled, not knowing what Xiaohua was doing. However, at this time they didn't have time to think too much, because in addition to the strange rings of light that Xiaohua's karmic hand was emitting day and night above the soaring Dragon Mountain range at this time, the sky above the ruins was once again emitting thunderous sounds. The original brilliance of the sun and moon was now gradually disappearing, and the entire sky began to darken. Then, boom, boom, boom. Huge roars began to endlessly reverberate. From the horizon, demonic pillars fell from the sky like huge nails, nailing down from the dark sky. Each demonic pillar was filled with billowing demonic qi and streams of blood, and ferocious devils roared in the demonic pillars. Moreover, as soon as the demonic pillars penetrated the air, there were devils with wings, whimpering as they flew out from the demonic qi. And when the demonic pillars went deeper, there were devils wearing demonic armors, brandishing demonic weapons, and stepping on demonic beasts rushing out. They didn't put the human race in their eyes at all. One demonic pillar after another fell, gradually covering the entire sky, and surging towards the ground of the ruins. Boom, 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 boom. The demonic pillars fell, but in just a moment the entire world was shaking. The dark and bloody sky had already begun to shake violently, and patches of fiery red appeared from the clouds, and flames began to burn between the demonic pillars. Within the flames, there were naturally tens of thousands of human cultivators who formed teams and pounced towards the demonic pillars. They either activated their flames to burn the demonic pillars or activated their magic treasures to kill the devils. As a result, the darkness in the sky mixed with the color of blood gradually spread to the entire sky. However, in the darkness, large clusters of flames also covered the sky and covered the earth, contending with the demonic aura. It seemed as if the sky was going to be burned through. Flames and darkness were so clearly separated, yet they were also attacking each other. The entire ruins had truly become a furnace of heaven and earth. Roar, dong dong. As soon as the battle began, the sound of war drums could be heard and war songs could be heard. From the mountains and hills on the ground, groups of human cultivators who were lying in ambush rushed into the sky. These cultivators formed teams with arrays and flying ships. Powerful attacks condensed into beams of light that shot into the demonic pillars, killing the devils that escaped from the demonic pillars. Seeing that these teams all flew out from the demonic pillars, it was clear that the conference hall also had a deep understanding of the flaws of the Great Realm Protection Formation. In order to resist the attacks of the devils, they had put in a lot of effort. However, the power of the demonic spirit of the demonic formation was also not to be underestimated. The demonic pillars were like fireworks that shot into the sky, nailing down continuously. There were truly many demonic pillars. Although the majority of the demonic pillars were blocked by human cultivators, there were still many devils that escaped from the demonic pillars and began to attack from the back of the human teams. Moreover, these demonic pillars also became thicker and expanded in the sky, gradually invading the ruins. Towards these demonic pillars that penetrated deep into the ruins, the flames of the Great Realm Protection Formation began to automatically burn them. The human cultivators who were guarding in the distance also hurriedly flew over to kill them. Coincidentally, the mountain peak that Xiaohua was sitting on was also a flaw of the Great Realm Protection Formation. As the demonic formation spread out, a demonic pillar that was several li thick fell with a boom. It was precisely the light shadow of the hand of karma that was already more than 1,000 li above Xiaohua's head. Ao. That demonic pillar had just touched the multicolored light that shot up into the sky from the hand of karma, and the arrogant devils inside immediately let out miserable shrieks. They simply didn't have the chance to come out of the demonic aura before they turned into powder. The light shadow of the hand of karma was so dazzling in the blood and fire, and so terrifying in the demonic aura. When all the devils and devils saw the unparalleled power, they hurriedly urged their bodies to fly out of the demonic pillars. However, just as they flew out, the multicolored light pierced into their devil bodies like needles. No matter if it was the devils with wings on their backs or the devils wearing armor, or even the devils that appeared like phantoms, they were all torn into pieces. The devils inside the demonic pillars panicked. Each and every one of them used the demonic aura and blood water to go against the flow, wanting to escape back to the demonic formation. However, the power of the demonic pillars wasn't something that the devils could resist. Therefore, each and every one of the devils fell into the hand of karma like moths to a flame and were annihilated. The demonic pillars crossed the soaring Dragon Mountain range and had already spread into the depths of the ruins. The burning clouds were also ignited around the demonic pillars. A great battle suddenly broke out, and a gale began to blow in the ruins. The heaven and earth vital energy in the ruins poured into the Great Realm Protection Formation from the bottom. Following the flames that filled the sky in countless brilliance, the heaven and earth vital energy in the entire ruins was completely stirred up. Hurricanes began to form, blowing across the ground like flying sand and stones. In the sky, the void seemed to be burned by the flames. Cryptic fluctuations were emitted from the black and white cracks. Some of these fluctuations fell into the demonic pillars, instantly extinguishing half of the demonic pillars. Sometimes they also fell into the troops of the human cultivators, easily killing hundreds of them. The entire sky and the entire earth were in a fierce battle. Although the great battle had just begun, it was already so intense. No one could imagine how the elites of the ruins would deal with even more devils outside the Great Realm Protection Formation. After all, there were devil monarchs and devil emperors there. Compared to other places, the soaring Dragon Mountain range was much quieter. Within 1,000 li of the karmic hand, there was not a single devil. Not even devil chi and blood could be seen. That halo and fluctuations were still rotating and spreading in an orderly manner. This stalemate that was exchanged with blood and fire lasted for several months. The flames of the Great Realm Protection Formation were no longer pure crimson red. They began to be mixed with wisps of blood and devil chi. Although there were very few wisps of blood, it was already enough to explain everything. During this period, many human cultivators flew to the side of the karmic hand. They seemed to be looking for Xiaohua, but in the face of this strange brilliance, no one was able to get close. They had no choice but to return empty-handed. However, on this day the battle cries did not stop. The halo of the karmic hand began to slowly retract. Xiaohua's figure also appeared in the halo as he formed hand seals. At this time Xiaohua was so illusory and so otherworldly. An indescribable aura was emitted from his body. This aura seemed to be able to control heaven and earth. It also seemed to be able to control life and death. It even seemed to be able to sort out karma. All the words in the mortal world were unable to describe this thing that could only exist in the upper realm. When the halo of the karmic hand retracted into Xiaohua's body, Xiaohua's figure completely solidified. Two balls of flames flickered in Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua opened his eyes. Xiaohua's eyes were shining like stars, but they were also filled with doubts. Xiaohua ignored the battle in front of him and muttered again, "The ruins is indeed the upper realm. All the laws of the cultivation world do not exist here. The karmic hand seals that could not be used in the hidden immortal continent are not sluggish here. All the karma that can be detected is revealed like a small stream." Although, this Xiao is still unable to clearly see the survival of the ruins, unable to clearly see the outcome of this war between humans and devils, this Xiao can finally see what this Xiao wants to see. It's very strange. Yu Mingxin actually has another opportunity? She doesn't need to go with this Xiao at all? What is this opportunity of hers? Could it be that the devil race is bound to lose in this war? Also, that great desolate star storm that affected the entire cultivation world is fake? Will the ruins be destroyed in this great desolate star storm? Of course, if the devil race is defeated, the teleportation channel will naturally be restored, and the cultivators of the ruins can of course go to Taibai Star Realm and escape this calamity. Of course Yu Mingxin can escape. But if that's the case, why would the fragrance cult's inheritance be handed over to this Xiao? Also, although this Xiao is unable to see the outcome of this war, this Xiao can still vaguely know that the key to the war is at the southwest border. Could it be that the devil race has long since set up an ambush at the southwest border? This Zhao's fortune gate sweeping through the southwest devil race is precisely to destroy the devil emperor's wishful thinking? But the question is, what is the devil emperor's plan at the southwest border? Could it be that the devil emperor and the Shindao sect are looking for fire and earth magnetism? No, that's impossible. The Shindao sect is built on magnetism at Mount Yong'an. If this Xiao can discover the fire and earth magnetism at the bottom of the cliff, then Yun Che can discover it even more. It's also impossible that the devil race doesn't know. Therefore, the fire and earth magnetism is definitely not what they are looking for. No matter what, the southwest border is definitely the center of the devil emperor's attention. If we want to win this war, we must start from there. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He looked around with some surprise and frowned. What's going on? It's only been a few breaths and the devil race has already started a large-scale attack? Hee. At this time, the scholar cultivator Xiaohua laughed and said, "You're wrong, fellow immortal. The devil race has been attacking the ruins for more than a few months. Fellow immortal, you're just using a karma art. You don't know how long it has been." A few months. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at the flames in the sky, the devil clouds brazenly attacking the flames, the roars of devil beasts and devils, and the war cries of human cultivators. He said indifferently, "The war has just begun. Forget a few months, even if it's a few years, it's nothing." While speaking, Xiaohua's heart moved. He released the green-robed Xiaohua and ordered, "Fellow Taoist, please use your nascent soul to explore the surroundings." Chapter 4161. Okay. Green-robed Xiaohua rushed into his lower dantian and flew away with his eighth tribulation scattered nascent soul. Sensing the disappearing nascent soul, Xiaohua sighed and said, "Damn it, I don't only have one eighth tribulation scattered nascent soul here, there are more than 100 of them. Unfortunately, these scattered nascent souls are spirits and can't fuse with the world's vital energy in the ruins. Although they've passed the lightning tribulation and reached the realm of spirit and flesh, they're still not real spirits and can't come out at will. Especially in the eyes of the devil race, flesh and blood are their delicacies, and spirits are even more so. I won't let them eat raw for nothing. Yeah, if 100 of you can come out, it'll be a great help. That would be another great help." Dragon Vein Xiaohua also agreed. Fellow Taoist soul cultivator. Xiaohua hovered in midair, releasing his spiritual sense to scout for any signs of activity within a 5,000-kilometer radius. Has there been any movement from the spiritual sense marker we set up on the Great Snow Mountain? Okay, I'll let you know. Soul cultivator Xiaohua answered, "We've been in the ruins for dozens of years, and you've been trapped in the illusion for dozens of years. Then we've been collecting wandering souls in the ruins for dozens of years. I've been continuously using soul cultivation secret techniques, but unfortunately, The mark of our divine sense doesn't seem to exist, and I can't sense it anymore. Alas, I also divined about this matter just now. Xiaohua shook his head. I don't have any clues and I don't know if we can leave through the teleportation formation. No matter what, we can't just rely on the going south way north technique this time, we must use the teleportation formation. Scholar Xiaohua suggested. Dao Sect's teleportation formation is also borrowed from my soul cultivation technique. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua retorted unconvinced. I think it's enough to rely on the going south way north technique. Big brothers. Devil Spirit Xiaohua suddenly spoke. I think what you said is reasonable, but I also have a plan. I don't know if you're willing to listen. Come here. Xiaohua was slightly stunned and said. I think, since Big Brother can transform into a devil race, we might as well sneak into the devil formation and wait for them to retreat to enter the devil world. Big Brother, don't you have the space vein of the devil world and Dawn Rain continent? If it's possible, we'll return to the Dawn Rain continent from that demon-resisting valley? That's easy for you to say. Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua berated. How could it be as easy as you say? The devil race that besieged the ruins seemed to be different from the devil race that we encountered on the Dawn Rain continent. Since the ruins were the upper realm, the devil world that besieged them must also be the upper realm. It must be different from the devil world that we know. In this way, not only will we not be able to find the spatial meridian that leads to the demon-resisting valley, we will be walking right into a trap and be killed by the demon lord or even the demon race that is more powerful than the demon lord. Fellow immortal, you're wrong. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua retorted. I think what that brat Mo Ling said is very reasonable. Demons are called demon monarchs and demon emperors, which is the same as what we learned in the Dawn Rain continent. Although we don't know whether this demon realm is the same as that demon realm, it's still possible, right? How would we know if we don't go and take a look? Don't Confucian cultivators emphasize that it's better to travel 10,000 miles than to read 10,000 books? Fellow Taoists, there's no need to say any more. Xiaohua said with a smile, this place isn't like the heavenly prison. Inside the heavenly prison we can directly go to the Great Snow Mountain through the time fragments, but this place is the ruins. I don't have the confidence to pass through the barrier between the two worlds, so we can only rely on the teleportation array. Especially if we rely on the fragrance cult's teleportation array that can break through realms. Moreover, the matter of the demon realm is only one possibility. If you and I enter the demon realm, we'll be in the dark. Everywhere we look up and down, there will be devils. Any demon lord that we meet might see through us. It's more dangerous than the burial immortal continent, so let's not talk about this matter. At this point, Xiaohua was afraid that the two doppelgangers would continue to argue, so he changed the topic and said with a smile, oh right, this time we've been traveling in the ruins for more than 10 years. It can be said that we've swept away all the wandering souls that have accumulated in the ruins for hundreds of years. These hundreds of millions of wandering souls fell into the space. Not only did the land on the inside of the space expand 100 times, but the space also expanded once again. On the Xinhua continent, other than the original Fortune Gate disciples, there are 10 times more people living here. Moreover, these newborn babies are equally outstanding. With so many disciples, fellow Taoist Green Robe's Fortune Gate won't be able to hold on. Fellow Taoists, are you interested in opening up branches and spreading leaves on the Xinhua continent and passing down your orthodoxy? Haha, fellow Taoists' words really hit the nail on the head. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, previously when fellow Taoist Green Robed established the sect, I wanted to get a few disciples to teach, but that guy refused to let me. After that, we cultivated bitterly in the heavenly prison and didn't see any life or death, so I was too lazy to think about it. Now that the Fortune Gate has taken shape, it's time for me to make a once you matter. I am also interested. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua also fought with Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua. You all are too late. Dragon Vein Xiaohua laughed. I's disciple has already accepted many disciples for I. Now that the ocean in my space has taken shape, my dragon race can reproduce and live in the ocean. While speaking, green-robed Xiaohua turned around and roughly explained the situation. Xiaohua looked at the increasingly dark flames in the sky and didn't say anything for a long time. The situation of the battle was not out of Xiaohua's expectations. Although the human race still held the advantage in the battle inside the ruins and killed many devils in these few months, this was after all the ruins, the foundation of the human race, so they should have the advantage. The battle outside the ruins was not optimistic. Under the siege of the demonic formation, the realm-protecting formation was already in danger. The human cultivators who were fighting against the demonic formation had also suffered heavy casualties. All the sect leaders and elders in the conference hall stayed in the formation to command. However, the ruins were really too big. Even if all the sect masters and elders moved out, they couldn't completely control the grand formation. Who is in charge of the defense in the southwest? After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua suddenly asked. Green-robed Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, one is Shindao Sect Master Yun Che. The other is Misty School's Sect Master Lu Wuxia. However, both of them are at the edge of the southwest border. Moreover, there aren't many devils in the southwest border, so there aren't many troops stationed there. It's a diversion tactic again. Xiaohua sneered. The Devil Emperor is best at using these kinds of tricks. Green-robed Xiaohua said anxiously, should we inform the conference hall? I do want to inform, but the problem is whether the conference hall will believe it. Xiaohua said with a bitter smile, we'll just wait here. All right. Green-robed Xiaohua nodded and prepared to urge the invisible nascent soul to return to his lower dantian. However, at this moment he seemed to have thought of something and said, oh right, Wu Tian seems to have something to ask you. Go and ask him. Oh, what is it? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. Green-robed Xiaohua shrugged and replied, how would I know? I asked him but he didn't tell me at all. I understand. Xiaohua nodded and sent green-robed Xiaohua back. Then he brought Wu Tian out of the space. When Wu Tian saw Xiaohua, he immediately understood what happened. With a plop, he knelt in front of Xiaohua and kowtowed, Master? Oh? What's wrong? Xiaohua was surprised. He helped Wu Tian up and asked, Disciple, why are you bowing so respectfully for no reason? Forgive Disciple for being unworthy. Disciple has something to discuss with Master. Wu Tian stood up with a careful expression and replied in a low voice. Speak. Xiaohua really didn't understand what Wu Tian wanted to do. However, after hearing Wu Tian's words, Xiaohua was stunned on the spot. It turned out that Wu Tian wanted to stay in the ruins and earnestly asked Xiaohua to agree. However, when Xiaohua checked Wu Tian's cultivation, he couldn't help but sigh slightly. He already understood why Wu Tian wanted to stay in the ruins. When Wu Tian became Xiaohua's disciple, he was already a gold core stage cultivator. In the hidden immortal continent, he could be considered a famous Dao cultivator. However, his basic cultivation method was wrong and he fell into the trap of a Confucian cultivator. Therefore, after he became Xiaohua's disciple, he personally taught him a cultivation method. After Xiaohua accepted Yuanya, Yu Zhongquan, Chang Yuan and the others, Wu Tian was still the disciple with the highest cultivation under Xiaohua. In the 6,000 years in the heavenly prison, whether it was Lu Yi, Yu Zhongquan, Fuji Wen or Yuanya, their cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Each of them had already surpassed Wu Tian and reached the high stage of the 6th grade of essence energy or even the 7th grade of essence energy. On the contrary, Wu Tian, who had the highest cultivation now, was only at the late stage of the void refinement realm, which was the high stage of the 6th grade of essence energy. This cultivation was already extraordinary in the hidden immortal continent. However, compared to the other disciples under Xiaohua, Wu Tian was nothing. Of course, compared to the 6,000 years, the previous few hundred years were also nothing. Wu Tian's future achievements might not be worse than Lu Yi and the others. However, the higher the cultivation level, the more Wu Tian was alarmed. The reason for his alarm was not only that his progress couldn't be compared to his fellow disciples, but also that he found that his foundation could no longer support his great Tao. In other words, Wu Tian, who had touched a trace of the heavenly Tao, had a premonition that he couldn't pass the lightning tribulation and ascend to become an immortal. If Wu Tian was still in the hidden immortal continent, then Wu Tian had no choice but to walk step by step until the sky turned dark and hit a wall. But now Wu Tian was in the ruins, the edge of the upper realm, a place where he didn't need to pass the lightning tribulation to advance. Moreover, after fighting in the ruins for more than 10 years, Wu Tian also understood some of the cultivation methods of the cultivators of the ruins to cultivate the primordial spirit. This cultivation method was different from cultivating the nascent soul. Wu Tian could cultivate from the beginning without worrying about his foundation being unstable. With this choice, Wu Tian naturally had other thoughts. Seeing Xiaohua staring at him without uttering a word, Wu Tian felt a little scared in his heart. He hurriedly knelt down and said, Master, disciple only now understands the reason why Master didn't use cultivation to determine seniority. Disciple's aptitude is far from being comparable to Lu Yi and the other junior brothers. Moreover, disciple has cultivated wrongly from the beginning. At this time there is simply no way to turn back. Disciple staying in the ruins is an opportunity for myself and also an opportunity for the Fortune Gate. Disciple is still a branch of the Fortune Gate. Disciple is also willing to help Master spread his branches in the ruins. Chapter 4162. Of course. At this point, Wu Tian changed the topic and said respectfully, if Master doesn't agree, Disciple will not mention this matter in the future and will only focus on cultivation. Get up. How could Xiao Hua not know Wu Tian's thoughts? Every cultivator wanted to fight for a chance to cultivate under the ruthless heaven and earth, and Wu Tian was no exception. So Xiao Hua smiled and said, Master doesn't blame you for having such thoughts. You have your own thoughts and want to stay in the ruins and create your own world. Master is more than happy. However, Master doesn't have the heart to leave you here without properly guiding your cultivation. Thank you, Master. Wu Tian got up and said in shame, Disciple has shamed Master. Actually, what you've said is nothing to me at all. Xiao Hua explained again, first of all, Master has the Kunlun mirror. When Master ascends, if you feel that you can't pass the tribulation, you can follow Master to the immortal world. Disciple has already thought of this possibility. Wu Tian shook his head and said, Disciple can't cultivate well in the hidden immortal continent, how can I cultivate better in the immortal world? Amen. Secondly, Xiao Hua said again, Master is proficient in Buddhist secret arts, I can let you reincarnate and cultivate again. Wu Tian was shocked, but after thinking for a while he still shook his head. If I reincarnate and cultivate again, will Wu Tian still be Wu Tian? Alright. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and said, finally Master wants to tell you that the ruins is definitely not a paradise. What you see is only what you want to see. The mutual deception here is not any worse than the hidden immortal continent. Master, at least in this place, Disciple is not afraid of being attacked by Confucian cultivators. Wu Tian argued. Not only that. Xiao Hua raised his hand and pointed to the sky. The outcome of this battle with the devil race is still unknown. Maybe under the devil race's large-scale attack, the ruins will really become the ruins. Also, according to the news sent back by the disciples outside the ruins, a large-scale great desolate star storm has already appeared. Many of the moon god realm star regions will inevitably be involved, and the ruins is one of them. Even if the cultivators of the ruins manage to escape the claws of the devils, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for them to escape from the primeval starburst. Wu Tian naturally didn't know what a great desolate star storm was, but after seeing Xiao Hua's solemn expression, he wavered a little. However, after a short moment, Wu Tian firmly said, Master, this disciple has already thought about it. How can there not be a life and death trial? How could there be no natural disasters? When I was on the Xinhua continent, I used divination techniques to check. Although my cultivation base is low, I can sense that I have not encountered any bloodshed in the short term. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Of course he also thought of Yu Mingxin. The result of his divination for Yu Mingxin was not a bad omen. Now, after hearing Wu Tian's words, Xiao Hua felt that the cultivators of the ruins must have had other opportunities and would not be wiped out. Disciple, it's fine if you want to leave. Xiao Hua saw that Wu Tian had already made up his mind and didn't say anything more. He only urged him to stay. However, Master feels that you should wait until after this battle. If the devils win, Master can still take you and escape, but you? I'm afraid it's not easy to escape from the hands of the devils. Master. Wu Tian replied, people often say that when you are placed in a death trap, you will be reborn. This disciple is always under Master's wings. When can I soar alone in the sky? This disciple pleads Master to let this disciple leave now. Xiao Hua looked at the determination in Wu Tian's eyes and seemed to see the brave Zhang Xiaohua from God knows how many years ago. He nodded and took out 2 spatial rings from his bosom and handed them to Wu Tian. Since you have already decided, then Master won't say anything. These are cultivation methods, medicinal pills, magic treasures and other things. You can use them yourself, and you can also use them when you establish a sect for our Fortune Gate. Yes, this disciple understands. Wu Tian took them and put them away without looking at them carefully. This is the upper realm. I'm afraid it's not easy to cultivate a nascent soul. Master will give you a primordial spirit cultivation method as well as a nascent soul cultivation method. You can deal with them yourself. Xiao Hua explained and stretched out a finger. In addition, Master has used the karma method several times and has also comprehended some things. I will pass it to you now. Master. Wu Tian couldn't help but cry. Although he was a 6,000 years old cultivator, he was still affected by Xiao Hua's strong familial love. Xiaohua's finger flashed and touched Wu Tian's forehead. Wu Tian felt the whole world fall into his mind and then he fainted. Sigh. Xiaohua looked at Wu Tian's body that was lying on the ground and slowly trembling. An obscure fluctuation spread out from Wu Tian's forehead. Xiaohua knew that Wu Tian was absorbing what he had imparted to him. He sighed and raised his head. At this time, in the sky above Xiaohua's head, a fire snake rushed out from the protective formation. A cultivator wearing a battle armor stepped out from the fire. Wasn't that the heavy flow sex Huofei? Huofei's battle armor was a little damaged and there were black stains on it. It was obviously stained by the devil race. Huofei's hair was a little messy and his breathing was unstable. The protective light around his body was also different. When Huofei landed on the ground, he bowed and said, "Dao Master Xiao, I am heavy flow sex Huofei." Xiaohua looked at him indifferently and cupped his hands casually. "Dao Master Hu doesn't need to be so polite. We have already met on the transmission artifact." "Indeed." Huofei laughed. "When I learned that Dao Master Xiao killed the Eternal Peace Mountain's Devil King, I knew that Dao Master Xiao is an upright person. You are definitely not a devil race spy." Xiaohua was already stubborn. He looked at Huofei indifferently and said, "Dao Master Hua, if you have something to say it directly. This Xiao doesn't understand beating around the bush." Huofei was a little embarrassed and said with a smile, "Previously, some of the sect masters in the meeting hall misunderstood Dao Master Xiao and the Fortune Gate's disciples. Now this Hua is here to apologize on their behalf. The ruins is at the most critical moment. The survival of the ruins depends on this battle. Therefore, I ask Dao Master and the Fortune Gate's disciples to fight and help the ruins human race defeat the devil race." "Ah." Xiaohua spread his arms, stretched his body, yawned, rubbed his eyes and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Hua, I just woke up and haven't washed my face yet. My mind is in a mess so I don't quite understand what you're saying. Dao Master Hua, please turn back and wait for this Xiao to go back to sleep and wash my face. It won't be too late to explain to this Xiao then." "Dao Master Xiao." Huofei smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to say something, Xiaohua was lying in the air with his eyes closed and his mouth and nose started snoring. "AI." Huofei sighed helplessly. He knew that the meeting hall's actions had hurt Xiaohua's heart. At this time, no matter what he said, he would only be humiliating himself. It was better not to say anything. Therefore Huofei sighed and rushed into the air. Then a fire pillar fell from the flame high up in the sky and caught Huofei's body. As the fire pillar disappeared, Huofei's body disappeared. After more than 30 days, the black qi in the flame high up in the sky became thicker. The wisps of blood in the black qi became clearer and more bloody. This bloody smell was so deep in the flame that a kind of violent aura was gradually born in the whole world. From time to time, there would be some disharmonious things falling in this aura. It could be some magic treasures, spatial rings, battle armors, or even broken limbs. Of course, these things were nothing in the ruins now. Most of the things left behind were these things. However, through the realm protecting Grand Array, they could still exist after falling so high. The quality of these broken magic treasures must be extraordinary. There were also the corpses of the fallen cultivators. Naturally, they had been tempered. Just as Xiaohua was deep in thought, Wu Tian woke up. He stood up and knelt down for the third time. This time he could no longer speak. His eyes were filled with tears as he kowtowed with all his strength. At this time, any words would be useless. No need to be so childish. Xiaohua helped him up and said, "You have become Master's disciple, but Master didn't give you much guidance. In the future you will have to rely on yourself. It is normal for Master to do more for you. In the ruins, disciple will not tarnish Master's name. I will also make the Fortune Gate a big sect in the ruins." Wu Tian gritted his teeth and said word by word. Xiaohua nodded. "This is what you think. Master doesn't need you to bear anything. As long as you live well and cultivate well, it will be fine." With that, Xiaohua brought Fu Jiwen and the other disciples out of the space. When the disciples heard that Wu Tian wanted to stay, they were surprised, but they understood in a moment. Although they were reluctant, after all, they had cultivated together for thousands of years. Thinking that Wu Tian's choice was extremely correct, everyone gave him their blessings and didn't blame him. After the disciples exchanged their tokens, Xiaohua looked at Lu Yi and the others and said with a smile, "The ruins is the upper realm. Whether it is the resources or the heaven and earth origin energy, it is much better than the hidden immortal continent. Especially this is the cultivation world. There is no persecution of Confucian cultivators. It is most suitable for our Tao cultivators to cultivate. If any of you want to stay here, Master will not stop you. However, if you want to stay, you will have to pay a price. Your thousands of years of cultivation will turn into flowing water. Senior Brother Wu has his own path, we have our own path. Fu Jiwen said with a smile. Disciple is different from Senior Brother Wu Tian. Disciple is determined to follow Master. Master, please don't drive Disciple away. Afterwards, Lu Yi and the others spoke up as well. They were younger than Wu Tian, and the disciples of Confucianism and Buddhism were obviously not suitable to stay in the ruins. Those who practiced Taoism had all started from the Qi refinement realm, so they did not have an unstable foundation like Wu Tian. Therefore, none of the disciples were willing to stay. Seeing that the other disciples weren't willing to stay, Wu Tian's face became a little hot. Xiao Hua was very sharp and noticed it. He smiled and said, Disciple Fu Jiwen said it well. Everyone has their own path. Master didn't understand before, but now Master wants to encourage you to stay. After Master ascends to the upper realm, maybe I will come to the ruins to look for you. Many thanks for Master's understanding. Wu Tian's heart was slightly relieved. Chapter 4163. Lu Yi and the other disciples chatted with Wu Tian for a while before reluctantly bidding farewell and returning to Xinhua continent. After all the disciples left, Xiao Hua said to Wu Tian, It's a war now and there's no pure land in the entire ruins. Previously, I used divination to investigate, and the southwest of the ruins should be the key to the war. As long as it's not near the southwest border, the other places should be fine. Of course, the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range is an opportunity for some people, but for you, I don't know. Disciple understands. Wu Tian looked at the abandoned cave abode in the distance and said, Then Disciple will go to the cave abode that I used to cultivate in. It won't be too late to come out after the Taoist demon war is over. Alright. Xiao Hua raised his hand and waved it slightly. His heart ached a little, just like when Little Black and Little Yellow left. Although Wu Tian didn't spend as much time with him as Little Black and Little Yellow, he was still his disciple's disciple. Xiao Hua, who liked to gather and not part, couldn't bear for him to leave like this. Disciple will go now. Wu Tian bit his lips and knelt down to kowtow a few more times. Only then did he move and hide in the cave abode in the distance after looking back several times. Sigh, this child. Green-robed Xiao Hua's voice sounded. It's a war now and there's danger everywhere. Why didn't he hide in the space and leave after the war? He's afraid that after entering the space, the decision he made with great difficulty would change. Xiao Hua replied in a low voice. After all, when a person is used to an environment, it's difficult to leave. If he thinks about leaving again, I'm afraid he really won't leave. Then, his ambition will be wiped clean. I think it's a good thing for him to stay in the ruins. After all, his cultivation foundation isn't stable, and he definitely won't be able to ascend to the immortal world in the end. However, the ruins are in danger now. Not to mention the devil race, there's also the chaos star storm. Neither of these are things that Wu Tian can handle by himself. Wu Tian is different from other disciples. Xiao Hua said, he's naturally sensitive and knows how to avoid danger. Moreover, his divination skills are quite good. If he feels that he can stay, then there's no big problem. Didn't I divine for Yu Mingxin before? Even with Yu Mingxin's cultivation, there wouldn't be any problems, let alone Wu Tian. Perhaps there will be an end to the Taoist demon war here, or perhaps the transmission channel from the ruins to the Taibai astral boundary can be repaired after the Taoist demon war. In short, the heavens are virtuous. When a door is closed, a window will be opened. Humph, here it comes again. While Xiao Hua was speaking, the green-robed Xiao Hua gave a cold snort. These cultivators from the discussion hall are really thick-skinned. So noisy. Xiao Hua didn't know what was going on, so he responded and looked up at the sky. At this time, two young cultivators wearing battle armor descended from the sky. They were the ones that Xiao Hua had seen in Yun Che's communication artifact. At that time, Yun Che had also introduced them. They were Zhang Jing of Yanhong Hall and Fei Cheng of Jingfei Mountain. The two of them had an extremely awkward expression on their faces. Although they saw Xiao Hua looking up at the sky from afar and ignoring the two of them had no choice but to go forward. When they flew in front of Xiao Hua, the two of them bowed and said, Daoist Xiao, we are Zhang Jing and Fei Cheng. We have specially come to apologize to Daoist Xiao. Unfortunately, when the two of them finished speaking, they didn't see Xiao Hua open his mouth, nor did they see any strength to help them up. The two of them stole a glance and saw that Xiao Hua's nostrils were facing the two of them. His black nostrils seemed to be mocking them. Daoist Xiao. The two of them felt helpless, but they didn't dare to straighten up. They still said, previously the two of us were blinded by lard. We wanted to borrow Taoist Zhao's devil arts, to attack the fortune gate and take the opportunity to raise the prestige of our two sects. We even wanted to take the fortune gate's forces into our sects. We were really wrong. Although 100 deaths are nothing to be regretted, if it weren't for the fact that we were in a war and wanted to leave our bodies to deal with the devil race, we would definitely have declared our sincerity in front of Taoist Zhao. Today, outside the Realm Protection Grand Array, the 4 sect masters and over 10,000 spirit refinement and spirit return cultivators were killed by the devil monarch. And that mysterious devil monarch still hasn't appeared. Taoist Zhao, our cultivation is shallow, and it's difficult for us to be the devil monarch's opponent, let alone the devil formation's opponent. We hope that Taoist Zhao can take into account that we are all humans and help us ruins cultivators. After this battle, the two of us will definitely give up our positions as sect masters and leave the ruins, never to return. Zhang Jing and Fei Qing had obviously thought about it long ago. They came to Xiaohua and didn't shirk at all. They spoke frankly about their mistakes and even asked Xiaohua to help them with the safety of the human race. Unfortunately, Xiaohua had just sent Wu Tian away and was in a bad mood. How could he listen to their long-winded words? Once again, Zhang Jing and Fei Qing tried their best to talk to them. They bowed and talked for a full hour, but all they saw was 2 nostrils. They didn't even give them 2 white nuts. Helpless, the two of them could only retreat dejectedly. Granny. The green-robed Xiaohua shouted, "These bullshit cultivators, if they knew this would happen, why did they do it in the first place? When they sent more than 10 teams to monitor my Fortune Gate's lightning boat, they weren't like this. Now that they can't defeat the devil race, they pretended to come here to repent. If apologies were useful, would there be any need for weapons? These 2 sect masters can be considered to be sincere in their apologies. The two of them bowed and apologized for a long time with their identities as Tao Transformation Realm cultivators. In the ruins, this is unbelievable. Of course, I don't know what they are thinking, but the situation is stronger than them, they have no choice but to lower their heads. Oh, could it be that their so-called self-abasement and leaving the ruins is also fake? Of course it's not fake. Xiaohua replied indifferently, these words are the price for us to take action. Even if we agree, the 100 sects in the discussion hall won't agree. Isn't Tanyu going to take the lead? Buddha Bodhi couldn't help but ask. The number of wandering souls dying in battle is increasing. The number of human cultivators can't be compared to the devil race. Nonsense. Xiaohua said unhappily, the ruins is about to be destroyed, but aren't we also killed by the devil emperor? How can we not take action? However, if you want us to take action, there must be a condition. He said, we have been in the ruins for dozens of years, but we haven't seen any auction, nor have we seen any good treasures. The things that the incense cult gave us, we still have to return to them. We can't leave the ruins empty-handed, right? Namo Maitreya Buddha. Tanyu is too greedy. Bodhi smiled bitterly, aren't the Eternal Peace Mountain and Snow/Gate in our hands? Didn't the Shindao sect Master Yunche also give some? There are also some gifts from the 8 southwestern sects, these are already quite a lot. Little monk. Xiaohua replied, those are things that we should get. Our Fortune Gate disciples can't be bullied by them. If they don't show some sincerity, don't even think about making I take action. That's right. Dragon Vein Xiaohua also egged. Didn't you see that after several months of fighting, only the Devil Monarch has taken action? The Devil Emperor is nowhere to be seen. At this time, there is no need for us to take action. The main meeting hall wants our Fortune Gate disciples to take action. The protective green-robed Xiaohua said coldly, they have a good plan. Xiaohua sneered, our Fortune Gate disciples have enough experience, there is no need for us to fight the devil race. If the main meeting hall is sincere, we can take part in the battle, but none of our disciples can come out. After saying that, Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the mountain peak, carefully comprehending the benefits of using the karma technique. The ruins was the upper realm. The heavenly Tao rules here were different from the hidden immortal continent. Divine arts that directly connected to the great Tao like the karma method could only be unleashed here without any restrictions. The details within were all things that Xiaohua could use in his cultivation. If Xiaohua wanted to unleash the karma method in the hidden immortal continent, he had to comprehend these details thoroughly. Unknowingly, more than a month passed. The battle cries near the soaring Dragon Mountain range gradually disappeared, and the black chi between heaven and earth became thicker. Especially the flames that covered the sky, they became dimmer. Whether it was the devil chi or the blood-red light, they restrained the crimson flames. In this devil chi, vague figures of devils appeared. Human cultivators also appeared in the flames from time to time. It was very obvious that the boundary of the great Taoist devil war had been pushed into the realm protection formation by the devil race. The defense of the ruins was really at a critical point. Hee fellow Taoist. On this day when the fierce wind between heaven and earth stopped, green-robed Xiaohua shouted, "Look who's here! Look who's here!" At this point, I'm afraid your wishful thinking has been ruined, right? Ah yes. Xiaohua's eyes were still closed, but a bitter smile appeared on his face as he replied, "This must be Imo Lianxi's idea. When this girl came, I had no choice but to take action." Of course. Green-robed Xiaohua laughed and said, "Fellow Taoist, you only saved her life that day. Then she sacrificed her lifespan to repay you. This karma has already been settled. However, later on she secretly fell in love with you. Even I was envious of your luck with women. However, looking at the situation of the fragrant cult, it wasn't just the result of her being influenced by what she heard and saw since she was young. It was also the result of Imo Lianxi's instigation, right?" "It's not just that." Xiaohua opened his eyes and explained, "That moon beast was also a little strange. Its two fragments affected both I and her to a certain extent." As he spoke, more than 10 male and female cultivators flew over from the mountain range not far away. These cultivators looked a little miserable. Regardless of whether they were male or female, they all had injuries on their bodies. Especially the girl in front, the veil on her face was stained with blood, and her hair was a little messy. Wasn't she Yu Mingxin of the fragrant cult? Looking behind Yu Mingxin, Xiaohua saw Yu Changming, Misty School's Yang Haoya, and Xindao Sec's Wan Wuxin and the others. The 10 cultivators flew in front of Xiaohua and stopped respectfully. They bowed and saluted, "Greetings, Taoist Xiao." Xiaohua looked at the injuries on their bodies and his gaze fell on Yu Mingxin. He opened his mouth and said, "Miss Yu, you're making things difficult for me." Chapter 4164. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Yu Mingxin bit her lips, but she didn't get up. Instead, she lowered her head and said in a hoarse voice, "Junior knows this matter is a bit difficult for Senior Xiao. Previously, Senior led the Fortune Gate's disciples to kill the devil race for the Ruins cultivators, but in the end, the Ruins cultivators didn't believe Senior and even wanted to use some underhanded means against the Fortune Gate's disciples. Junior doesn't want to say any more apologetic words. What Junior wants to say is that the Ruins is now in imminent danger. The devil race doesn't dare to invade near the soaring Dragon Mountain range where Senior is, but in other places the Great Barrier Array has been broken, and a large number of devil race have invaded the Ruins. They are building fortifications and occupying transmission arrays, preparing to completely annihilate the Ruins human race. Junior is a member of the human race and also a cultivator of the Ruins. Junior's determination to protect the Ruins cannot be changed, just like how Junior sacrificed my essence to save Senior. Now this Junior, along with Senior Apprentice Brother Chang Ming, Senior Apprentice Brother Yang Haoya, and Senior Apprentice Brother Huan Wuxin, have been ordered to go to a transmission array not too far away from here in order to ambush the patrolling demon race. Because we happened to pass by here, the sect master brought over some spatial rings and asked this Junior to give them to Senior. Although the sect master didn't say anything, this Junior understood what the sect master meant. This meaning, Senior should also understand. Therefore, Junior came to see Senior for the last time and bring these things to Senior. Saying this, Yu Mingxin took out some spatial rings and sent them to Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua looked at the spatial rings in the air, then looked at Yu Changming and the others behind Yu Mingxin and sighed, "You all are seriously injured, how can you ambush the devil race? It's more like you're going to throw away your life." "There's no other way." Yang Haoya smiled bitterly, "We are the human race of the Ruins, we have to worry about the life and death of the human race. If our deaths can be exchanged for the devil race's defeat, we are also willing." "Ai, these are the pills this old man refined, take some for each of you." Xiaohua sighed and sent some pills to the disciples. Yu Mingxin and the others received the pills and bowed, "Many thanks Senior Xiao, Junior will take his leave." "Don't worry." Xiaohua lifted his hand and received the spatial ring. He said, "Miss Yu, you've already completed the task that Imo Lianxi gave you. What this old man wants to tell you is, if you want to live, don't leave the vicinity of the soaring Dragon Mountain range." "Thank you for your reminder, Senior. This Junior still has to carry out military orders." Yu Mingxin replied very stubbornly, "However, this Junior will be careful." Xiaohua still wanted to say something, but after hearing Yu Mingxin's words, he could only nod and say, "Just wait and go. If this old man can kill the Devil Emperor, you all won't have to die." Be careful. Yu Mingxin followed Yu Changming and the others and flew 100 zhang away. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Hua's figure in the air. He couldn't help but send a message to Xiao Hua. Yes, I know. Xiao Hua took a deep breath and lightning flashed all over his body. He suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared into the air. The faint sound of thunder rumbled towards the southwest. TSK TSK. Wan Wuxin smacked his lips and said enviously, Taoist Master Zhao's cultivation is becoming more and more unpredictable. I wonder when we'll be able to have such supernatural powers? Let's go and kill the devil race first. Yang Haoya couldn't hide the envy in his eyes. He said, only by driving away the devil race will we be able to cultivate in peace. Xiao Hua flew for a long time and then released his divine sense. He saw that in the skies above the southwest border, the flames were still as red as before. He didn't see any special devil chi or blood-red light. Even under this fiery red sky, there were very few devil race and humans fighting. It was as if the devil array had forgotten about this sad land. But the more it was like this, the more Xiao Hua's heart tightened. He was too familiar with the devil race's diversion tactic. If the devil race didn't have some tricks up their sleeves in the southwest border, how could they not attack here? At this time Xiao Hua was a little surprised. He could see through the Devil Emperor's tricks. The cultivators of ruins had fought with the Devil Emperor for hundreds of years. How could they not see through it? However, in a moment Xiao Hua laughed secretly again. He spent dozens of days of divination. The cultivators of the discussion hall didn't have this great supernatural power. How could they know to set up defenses in the southwest border? Damn it, I was a little impulsive earlier. Xiao Hua was quite regretful. I should have told Hua Fei about this. Now that I've come alone, I'm going to fight the 3 devil emperors alone. While speaking, Xiao Hua reached out and took out the ruins communication magic tool from the space. This was what the discussion hall had given to Sun Wu that day. He didn't have time to take it back later. Xiao Hua stopped and activated his magic power. He opened the communication magic tool. Light flashed and a messy image of fire and blood appeared. At the same time, a cultivator with a pale face appeared in the mirror. This cultivator looked at Xiao Hua in bewilderment. Suddenly, he came to a realization and said in pleasant surprise, Taoist Master Xiao, is there something you need? The southwest border. Xiao Hua said concisely, that's the main point of the Devil Emperor's attack. You and the others increased the defenses here. Yes. That cultivator hurriedly responded, but then he said hesitantly, but, Taoist Master Xiao, I won't hide it from you. I and the others have received a lot of information. They've spread to almost every part of ruins. When we activated the realm-protecting Great Formation, we also sent out even more disciples. However, it's obvious that almost half of the information is fake. We've been lured away by the Devil Race's plan. Many places have been broken through by the Devil Race. Yes, I've already heard that the Devil Race has attacked ruins. However, this doesn't count for anything. As long as we kill the Devil Emperor, the Devil Race will definitely retreat. Xiao Hua said hurriedly, previously this Xiao has already used a divine ability to divine. This southwest is the breakthrough point of the Devil Race's attack. I understand. That cultivator's spirit shook. He bowed and said, so Taoist Master Xiao was using a great divine ability earlier. We misunderstood. Taoist Master, please wait a moment. This one will pass the information down right now. After saying that, the light of the communication magic tool disappeared. Xiao Hua put away the magic tool and teleported to the front of the realm-protecting Great Formation. At this time, the flames of the Great Formation were heavy, burning the void until it was distorted. Waves of violent and disorderly aura drifted back and forth in the flames. Just as Xiao Hua approached, those countless flames seemed to have sensed something and rushed towards Xiao Hua's head. A kind of high temperature that could burn all things hit him in the face. Xiao Hua might not be afraid of this Great Formation, but he still retreated 300 meters and said loudly, I wonder which fellow Taoist is guarding this place? I Xiao Hua am here to help. Ah, Taoist Master Xiao, you really came. In the distance, a hearty laughter sounded. Then a group of fireflies appeared in the flames and rushed over from the distance. At the place where the fireflies stopped, Yun Chei's figure poked out of the flames. Xiao Hua did not dare to be negligent. He flew up and asked, how is the situation? Very good. Yun Chei said with a smile, the Devil Emperor was beaten to a pulp by the Fortune Gate at the southwest border. They are extremely afraid. This time they actually avoided the important matters and dared not to waste too much of their forces here. Therefore I also have a rare moment of leisure. How could it be so simple? Xiao Hua said cautiously, the Devil Emperor is the best at creating a diversion. This Xiao feels that the southwest border is the Devil Emperor's true focus. Yunche was a little dumbfounded. He hurriedly asked in a low voice, could it be that Taoist master thinks that thing is here? Is the fire and earth magnetic field something that your Shindao sect wants? Xiao Hua did not dare to hide and asked directly. Yunche shook his head, there is a fire and earth magnetic field under Mount Yong'an, this Yun knows. This thing is useful to Mount Yong'an, but it is useless to my Shindao sect. Xiao Hua did not want to explain and said, this Xiao obtained it through divination. This Xiao has already informed the conference hall. They will probably send reinforcements very soon. Yunche's eyes lit up when he heard this. He gave out orders and said in surprise, Taoist master really surprises this Yun. The divine ability of the Moon God Palace's priests is actually something that Taoist master can understand. This is really inconceivable. After giving out orders, Yunche took out a cloud-shaped crystal plate and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying, Taoist master, wear this on your body and you will be able to freely enter and exit the Great Formation. Xiao Hua took the crystal plate. Just as he put it on his body, the crystal plate immediately produced fiery threads that wrapped around Xiao Hua's body. At the same time, sparks also scattered from the Great Formation. These sparks were different from the flames from before. They were filled with a kind of gentleness. When the sparks and the fiery threads merged together, a feeling of perfect harmony was born from Xiao Hua's perception. It was as if the entire Great Formation had become one with him. Fellow Taoist. A curtain of fire also appeared around Yunche's body and covered Yunche's body. He slowly flew into the Great Formation. Yunche opened his mouth and said, please follow this Yun into the formation. First, familiarize yourself with the Great Formation. This Yun will discuss with fellow Taoist how to protect it. Xiao Hua nodded. He moved his body and slowly merged into the Great Formation. That comfortable feeling surrounded his body. Just like what Xiao Hua saw when he passed through the earth, fire, wind and lightning, the Great Formation of the World of Ruins was divided into many layers. The formation of each layer was very different. There were many treasures embedded in each layer that were like the stars in the sky. They acted as the eye of the formation and provided the formation with the vital energy of heaven and earth and the necessary means of attack. There were even many cultivators hidden in specific places on each layer. They activated the formation to defend or attack according to the command of the person guarding the formation. Although Xiao Hua's cultivation was at the Great Ascension stage, it was still wishful thinking for him to break through the Great Formation from the front. After looking at the Great Formation situation, Xiao Hua and Yunche discussed a little more about how to defend this place against the crazy attacks of the Devil Monarch. The two of them moved again and flew out of the Great Formation. Before they could fly out, they heard the faint sounds of fighting, rumbling, and the frightening cries of devil beasts. The devil race must be attacking. Xiao Hua thought as he increased his speed. However, just as Xiao Hua escaped the flames of the Great Formation, before he could even release his divine sense to investigate anything, a feeling of extreme fear rose from the bottom of his heart. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.